I'll just leave this outside your doors, my lady." When she left, a moment or two passed before something dark and viscous began to spill out through the gaps between and under the doors, but also through the doors themselves. The moment they appeared, the lights within the entire corridor suddenly went off, as though they were capable of thought and afraid to draw attention to themselves. The dark substance near the folder, its ebony body appearing so pitch black to the point where no normal human would be able to distinguish whether it was flat or rounded. Even mages of lower tiers would find it difficult to discern. After flooding the entire corridor with pitch-black darkness, the ebony substance disappeared mysteriously along with the folder, leaving no evidence that it appeared from behind the doors. If one were to be able to peer through the doors, they would find an entire room filled with nothing but black. If they were to be able to peer further into the black, they would find the insides of the room to be in a mess. Apart from the bed, everything was thrashed and nearly destroyed. And on the bed was a black-haired masked maiden who was experiencing great discomfort as she was seen to be grabbing onto the air. No, the darkness itself. The woman breathed both heavily and raggedly as she laid, on her side, in the middle of a nest of physical photographs that all shared one thing in common. A girl with white hair, blue eyes, and a smile that the woman couldn't get out of her mind. Although there was no telling how many photographs they were, it would most likely be in the range of several dozen. "Calm yourself," Marionette muttered behind her mask before releasing her hold on the air and wrapping a large stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. After her surgery, she hadn't been able to move much from outside the confines of her bed. Was this what feeling ill was like? It was horrible. Ugh. Holding a hand over where her mana core was, a dark miasma began to pour out, fusing with the darkness that already lingered within the room. Following, there were several dark vines that shot out of her back and lashed at the wall behind her. Quickly summoning a bottle of pills and rummaging inside it, she took off her mask and revealed her face, which was streaked with pure black veins. This was the same for the rest of her body. Taking one of the pills, the darkness inside her veins retracted, but only to an amount where it wasn't obvious from a distance. Huh. Feeling the dark vines retract in her back, Marionette laid still, breathing heavily as she gazed at her phone that was right beside her. Managing to reach over and turn it on, she was met with a lock screen of her and Lillian. She smiled a bit and unlocked her phone, then realized that she hadn't charged it in a while. She sighed and pulled out a pair of headphones from her spatial ring, swiping to her playlist, which so happens to be audio she recorded on the day of her birthday, more specifically, when she and Lillian were at karaoke. Putting on her headphones, Marionette closed her eyes, enjoying the voice she had wanted to hear for so long. It was calming to her, pleasing to her, and even therapeutic to her. Lillian, it's been too long since she talked to her. But then, ring. The small smile that was previously across her lips curled downwards instantly into a frown as her moment of rest was disturbed. Looking at her phone again was immense displeasure. She paused. Lillian is calling whatever lack of energy she had dashed away, replaced with excitement as her eyes instantly lit up. The obnoxious noise of the ringing now felt like a graceful charm to her ears. Immediately, sitting up from her nest of photos of Lillian, she answered and was immediately met with a voice she had been dying to hear. Marie, Chapter 525, Languages and District Tradition. Before the call upon leaving the harbor, Lillian and Viesta explored around, taking in the sight of the architecture of the eastern nation, Luton. Since they had a few hours until their train, they might as well. Looking around, Lillian's eyes darted between the residents of the city, more accurately, around their hips. Everyone was equipped with swords or some variety of blades. They didn't seem to be fake or for some kind of festival either. They also didn't appear like they were mages either, judging by how mana reacted to them, something Lillian was now able to discern with her rise to Tier 3 champion. Viesta, noticing Lillian's gaze landing on the swords, smiled a bit and began to explain. This wasn't her first time in Luton. It's a tradition here to have a sword on your person whenever you go outside. It signifies readiness and resolve against unexpected threats, something that was common back then due to bandits. It also acts as a little homage to how the azure dragon represents foresight as well. Doesn't this tradition only apply because we're in the Kurosai district? Lillian asked, noticing the gazes landing on them due to their lack of swords. Viesta nodded. Oh, so you do know a bit. Yeah. Out of the 4 divisions of Luton or districts, like you said, this tradition only really applies here. Although, no one would really mind you carrying a sword outside of this district due to all the monster outbreaks that happen here. Lillian held her chin. Oh, right? Compared to other nations, Luton is the one that has it the worst. Similar to how Japan, in her own world, had a higher rate of earthquakes. This strange occurrence was considered one of the world's most interesting wonders, for scientifically and geographically, it shouldn't make sense. It wasn't that the people in the East were neglecting their responsibilities of solving these issues, but the quantity that appears all year round was too much to handle, leading to constant outbreaks. Whisper, whisper, breaking out of her thoughts. Lillian's ears twitched as she discovered the countless gazes settled on her. Looking around, she locked eyes with a few passerbyers who had noticed that she wasn't honoring their tradition. They whispered about her. Lillian's face twitched when she noticed this. All right, these people are quite judgy about this. However, her face might have also been a reason for some of the stares. She might need to invest in a casual mask. Summoning the black maw, she noticed that the weight from it had now completely disappeared. It was now as light as a feather. Lillian smiled widely as she sheathed it, extremely satisfied as her dependable weapon had finally accepted her fully. Right as Lillian was about to lend Viesta her short sword, she was stopped. Raising a hand, Viesta wagged her finger with a smug look as she summoned a saber made completely from vibrant coral. Lillian sensed a sort of pressure from it. Is it the shard you got? Lillian asked, already knowing the answer. You like? Apparently, the drowned king had a wife who liked the look of coral. Viesta inspected her single-edged blade. I can't say that I'll use it much, though, considering I'm not that much of a close combat person. Although the saber had an odd shape, it definitely had an imposing impression. After a bit of wandering around, they ended up in a park and found themselves standing in line for some kind of sweet treat. Lillian watched as Viesta talked to the stall owner, noticing how she spoke in another language. Unlike the rest of the world, which spoke in Great Melvin, the Eastern nations spoke in Ancient Kerry, a topic that Viesta decided to talk about as they sat on a park bench with a dango in their hand, while holding a paper plate under it. Lillian never had a dango before, but she did like the texture of the 3 white rice dumplings and sweet orange sauce drizzled over them. In 1582, Melvin literature, a Rosterian professor of literature, was an advocate of poems and, funnily enough, literature. He discovered the flaws with the current language at the time and, out of frustration, developed his own, which he proudly named after himself. Fortunately, it managed to gain enough traction to be used even today. Of course, it was perfect in the beginning, needing to be improved upon over the years, but it was a lot better than what we used back then. We now hail him as the greatest pioneer for modern literature and writing. Lillian blinked at Viesta and asked in stupor, "Did you just summarize an entire textbook about Great Melvin?" There wasn't that much to summarize to begin with, but yeah, Viesta chuckled, taking a bite out of her dango. After swallowing, she moved on to the language of the East. Ancient Kerry, made by Lord Kerry back in 1140, was originally a language made by him to be used to hide crucial information from other lords at the time. They were vying for the position of emperor. So, with his genius idea and intellect of developing an entirely new functional language, he was able to take the throne before the other lords could decipher his language. And with the purpose of exerting dominance, he replaced all used languages at the time with his own. Fun fact, did you know Ancient Kerry is the oldest language that is still being used commonly in modern times? Lillian scratched her cheek. She didn't know about that fact, but I actually didn't. That is quite interesting. She felt like playing along. 12:00 p.m. Are you sure you would be fine by yourself? Viesta tilted her head, having just been asked to head off to the train station first. The train wouldn't arrive until 3 p.m., so they still had plenty of time. Lillian nodded. Yep, I can figure my way around with an online translator. Pulling out her phone, Lillian hovered her thumb over the screen, and I'm planning on making a call that might take a while. I don't want to bore you. Viesta blinked at Lillian before smiling knowingly. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll head on first. Don't take too long, though watching as Viesta walked away. Lillian quickly tapped her phone and held it to her ear, excited and slightly anxious whether or not Marionette would pick up or not. Fortunately, her fears were quickly dashed away. Marie, Chapter 526. An awaited talk over the phone? Marie, how have you been? Lillian asked excitedly, fidgeting in her seat on the bench. Lillian, who had been waiting to hear the assassin's voice, felt nervous as she could only hear, apart from silence, heavy breathing on the other end. Are you okay? Have I interrupted something important? Sorry. Yes, I've been. Well, have you? MHM. Lillian hummed before fidgeting a bit like a bashful schoolgirl. A lot better now that I heard your voice, though. Marionette paused for a split second on the other side, having not expected that response. But the feeling is mutual, greatly. That same unexpected response was something she had been missing for oh so long. But anyway, where have you been? Why were you gone for so long? Lillian smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm glad you're well. As for where I've been, I was in a trial. Lillian giggled a bit. But I'm back now without me? Marionette asked, her voice turning slightly envious. Whom did you do it with? I doubt you were foolish enough to go alone. So who did you do it with? Sensing a cold change in Marionette's tone, Lillian couldn't help but pause before smiling a bit. Without you? Yeah, unfortunately. But I did have my reasons why I wanted to go into one, and the people around me were more or less perfect for what was needed to complete it. Lillian explained. As for who joined me, well, it was Viesta, whom you already knew about, a pirate, a bodyguard, and a night raven. Night raven? Are you perhaps referring to those birds in the east of the underworld? Marionette inquired, subtly surprised. Which one of them joined you? Tell me their name. Lillian tapped her chin, clearly pondering whether to give Emilio's name or not. I can't say. I'll tell you all about my adventures inside the trial, when we meet in person, though, Lillian suggested. Very well. Marionette then went silent for a moment, then asked, Did you, during your time in there, think about me at all? Processing the question, a smile couldn't help but spread across her lips as Lillian nodded silently despite the assassin being unable to see it. I thought about you a lot. Holding a hand over her chest, a subtle blush appeared on Lillian's warm cheek. I've thought and missed you so much that every time I was about to die, I had you in my mind. There were even times when I was training that I thought about you. Lillian's lips then unconsciously widened into a broad smile. Although you weren't there, Marionette, I don't think I would been able to push myself the best I could if it wasn't for you. Lillian chuckled shyly, rubbing the back of her head, not knowing that her words seemed to have a strong effect on the assassin. Huh? Who? Huh? Marionette's breathing became ragged at what she heard. Pressing the phone closer to her ear and hugging the white stuffed rabbit closer to her chest, Marionette continued to breathe harshly. For some reason, she could feel her body heating up. Placing a hand over her chest, Marionette could feel her heart palpitate at a ridiculous rate. Did she suddenly come down with a fever? No, it's something else. Was it because of Lillian's words? If it was, why was her body having such a fever-like reaction? As Marionette was about to respond, she was hit with, I love you so much, Marionette. I really, really love you. The hand that was placed over her chest tensed, clutching the area above her heart as an undescribable wave of emotions washed over her entire body. And with it, the darkness around her began to stir ominously. The dark veins that had only receded mere moments ago had already grown back to where they were previously on her face. She didn't notice its growth, for like the darkness, her mind began to stir as well. I missed you as well. Her thoughts became imaginative. I miss you so much. So, imaginative to the point where even the sight of Lillian's face in the photographs around her became inconveniently stimulating. Lillian, having managed to pick up her ragged breathing, asked, "Marionette, is it you breathing? Are you sure you're all right, Dash?" "Me perfectly fine, Lillian." I just... Stabilizing her breathing, Marionette went silent as a question appeared in her mind. Should she mention the surgery she had just undergone? No, there isn't any to talk about it now. She didn't want to talk about precarious or worrisome matters for now. Not only would it not help her, but it might cause Lillian an immense amount of worry. "Lillian, could I ask that you speak a bit for a while? I just want to listen to your voice." Oh, Lillian, surprised by the request, accepted it. Sure. I just gotta... What'd I talk about?" Marionette continued to listen in on Lillian's outward pondering on what to speak about, but she didn't mind what the topic was. She just wanted Lillian. After a moment, Lillian finally came up with a topic to speak about. It wasn't grand or overly interesting, but with a good enough narrative, she managed to entertain the bettered assassin, although it was rather hard to figure out with the monotonous responses she received. But she didn't mind those responses, because she wanted nothing else but to be with Marionette at this very instance. "To think you achieved Tier 3 before me," Marionette muttered, internally pouting. "Haha. Well, I couldn't stick to one place and be weak forever now, can I? I'll make it up to you when I get the chance." Lillian responded with a light chuckle. Marionette smiled, satisfied and proud of Lillian's drive to grow stronger. It was, after all, one of the few things that drew her attention to the girl. "However, I would be taking care of you regardless. Weak or strong. If I remember correctly, we have this little contest of ownership between us. Don't we? How could I possibly take care of you if I wasn't competent enough? And here I thought you had already forgotten about that little one. Hey, memories may not be my strong suit, but I can at least function." Marionette rolled her eyes playfully at what she heard, finding her chest feeling warmer by the second as she talked with Lillian. And because of her eye roll, she managed to catch a glimpse of her darkened veins. Temporarily taken aback by the rate at which it grew, Marionette quickly consumed another one of her medications. Midway through, she had also identified that the darkness within her had yet to lash out like previously. It was uncomfortably calm. "What do you suggest?" Marionette asked, referring to Lillian's offer to make it up to her. I'll let you decide. This is a compensation, after all. Marionette smirked as soon as she heard that, immediately coming up with an idea. "Very well. I do hope you don't take back your offer." "Oh, please, I'll gladly take anything if it comes from you," Lillian responded, causing Marionette's smile to widen more. Chapter 527. An attendant? After a bit of back-and-forth chatter, Marionette asked, "Where are you currently?" "Oh, I'm in the east right now, just in a park." "Luton?" Marionette inquired, surprised. That's what my entire trip was for, just to do a delivery from our own academy?" Marionette asked. Since what we're delivering is confidential, our academy wanted someone trustworthy to do it, while also making it seem like a simple task. Thus, the student council was made to carry it out. As for why spatial magic wasn't used, because it would take an obscene amount of mana to attempt such a task, I'm aware. Marionette fidgeted with the paws of the stuffed rabbit. Then, after delivering whatever you need to, will you be finished with the task given? Yep, no more after that. Do you have a way to go home? I wouldn't mind stringing together something for that to help you with that. Oh, I do, don't worry. But I'm planning on doing something that LL helped me get into an event happening in a few days. An event? Marionette paused, realization hitting her. Are you perhaps referring to a noble gathering on May 7th? Yeah, the legacy table. I'm thinking of trying to convince one of the scions of the 4 dynasties here to be their attendant, so I can get in attendant? Marionette interrupted, perplexed by what she had just heard. Why on earth would Lillian want to work as an attendant? And why would she need to attend the legacy table, which she was told was more of an event for those trying to connect with each other? Marionette's red eyes narrowed and glowed slightly, her dark veins, which she had only just treated spreading up her neck at an even faster rate. For what purpose do you want to go to the legacy table? Lillian? Is there someone you wish to meet there for something? If so, I'll gladly do it on your behalf, since I'll be attending it. Oh, it's fine. I can do it, Missile. Lillian, I don't want you going to it. Marionette interrupted in a strict tone. For some reason, she didn't quite like. No, she didn't like the idea of Lillian working in a role that would require her to stick beside someone for a prolonged period of time at all. The feeling being strengthened by the fact that someone wasn't her. The darkness around her stirred. Was it wrong for her to feel this way? Was she being controlling? Of course not. Lillian was hers, after all. The dark veins continued to crawl higher up her neck, soon reaching her face. If Lillian were to work under someone else, that would be the equivalent of her handing Lillian away. There was no way she could tolerate such a thing. The thought of Lillian having to spend her time around a rancid and moving corpse so that she could attend a time-wasting event made her feel even more sickly than she already was. Marionette's mind started to become foggy as impulsive, dark thoughts began to leak to the front of her mind. She would rather commit genocide on an entire city of innocent civilians and risk damaging her family's reputation before handing Lillian over. She would rather commit the heinous act of kidnapping Lillian and isolating her from everyone that wasn't her, just to prevent the scenario of her leaving her personal space and reach. As Marionette continued to be influenced, Lillian, who was none the wiser of what was happening, inquired calmly, Marionette, why is it that you don't want me to go? Out of curiosity. Because I don't want you to, Lillian. Marionette clenched her jaws. There is no reason for you to attend a pointless event like this when you already have me. If you needed something from someone, you could just ask me to do it on your behalf. Lillian was her girlfriend, her property, and her comfort. She s her warm blanket against the cold, and she refused to let rancid corpses linger around and dirty her. Hugging the stuffed rabbit closer to her chest, Marionette pressed her face against the back of its neck, trying to take in whatever sin of Lillian was left. It's fading. Lillian, after a period of silence, whispered, Oh, I get it now. She then asked, Mari, could you hold your phone closer to your ear? Breaking out of whatever thought she was in, Marionette did as she was asked. And after confirmation that she did it, she was rewarded with words that caused her body to shiver. I'm yours, Marionette. I only love and belong to you. Pulling her hand away from the stuffed rabbit, Marionette clutched the lower half of her face, reflexively trying to hide her blush from no one. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart throbbed loudly like drums. Hugh, huh, Hugh. Marionette's breathing became ragged with pleasure as Lillian's words echoed into her ears. She licked her dry lips, faintly imagining the taste of Lillian's lips against her, as she slowly pressed the insides of her legs together. Marionette then held her phone closer to her ear again, forgetting to hide her heavy breathing, and asked in a breathy voice with complete disregard of how pathetic this may cause her to appear. Again, tell me that. Again, Lillian, tell me who you belong to. Gulp. Ignoring Lillian's nervous gulp, Marionette waited impatiently, needing to hear it one more time. Belonto beep. Marionette, who was excited to hear it again, heard a beep, followed by utter silence from the other end. Lillian? Hearing no response, Marionette held her phone away from her ear, clearly perplexed. Staring at the black screen of her phone, Marionette tried to turn it back on, but it flashed with the out-of-battery symbol. Her phone had run out of battery. Marionette stared blankly at her phone, watching as it continued to flicker. Her blank and emotionless face then twitched rapidly as a wave of unbridled anger and frustration washed over her. She was so close to hearing it again. Marionette's dark veins, which had ceased their spreading at Lillian's stimulating statement, pulsed and webbed outwards across her body like living tattoos. And because of that, the miasma-like darkness that was emitted from her body dramatically increased, even gaining mass as dark swirls began to manifest around the room. The walls along the inside of her room began to crack, along with her bed frame. With eyes shining like car lights, Marionette grunted deeply, hissing at the pain, trying to push back against the corruption. But, as though sensing her rebellious act, Marionette's eyes shot wide open as she felt something begin to rise from the inside of her throat. Quickly crawling over to the side of her bed, Marionette vomited, cough cough, what she could assume to be a mix of darkness and blood. Gritting her teeth and wiping her mouth, Marionette reached for her medications. This was the strongest stage her sickness had reached thus far. If her past discomfort was the equivalent of having a dozen or so razor blades stuck inside her chest, clawing at her organs, then this one was much worse. It was like she was cramped inside a small room that was filled with knives, on top of the sensation of razor blades inside her chest. Upon taking her medication and resisting the change her body was going through, Marionette managed to catch a glimpse of a folder in front of her bed. Using whatever control she had over the darkness, she brought the folder towards her and began to scan through it. Her eyes landed on familiar and unfamiliar faces that had a section of description about their strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and evaluations. She apparently needed to choose a batch from this folder so that they could compete for a place as her attendant for the legacy table. Attendant? Wasn't this something Lillian was looking to be? The frown that Marionette had earlier at not being able to hear Lillian's words soon curled upwards into a smile. A broad smile, a happy smile, and lastly, a mischievous smile. If Lillian wanted to be an attendant so badly to attend this upcoming event, shouldn't she make Lillian hers? It's only the right and logical idea. After all, the moment she becomes my attendant, wouldn't that have mean I would win our little competition? If Lillian became her attendant, that would mean Marionette would become her employer, and ultimately, her mistress and owner. Chapter 528. Short Tale of a Liberator? Again, tell me that. Again, Lillian, tell me who you belong to. Still seated on a park bench, Lillian's face flashed an intense red as Marionette's breathy voice whispered into her ear. Gulp. She gulped. Lillian already felt incredibly embarrassed saying that, especially in such a public space. So, the fact that Marionette requested her to repeat it in such a stimulating manner too, caused her cheeks to heat up rapidly. Fanning her face and bumping her legs up and down uncontrollably, Lillian placed her phone against her reddened ear. Then, with a slight stutter, she muttered, I belong to Yo Click. Huh? Hearing a click, Lillian lowered her phone from her ear and stared at the screen of her phone. Marionette had hung up on her. Lillian stared blankly at her screen with a twitchy eye. She couldn't believe Marionette would suddenly hang up on her like this, especially when she was about to say something so intimate. Pressing the button to call Marionette again, she was left disappointed as her call was immediately sent to a default voicemail. Seeing this, Lillian's cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. She pouted. I want to talk with you more, Mari. Sighing, Lillian leaned back against the backrest of her bench. She then swept her gaze across the park and noticed a few interested gazes landing on her. Finding the gazes and stares belonged to random people, Lillian felt a sense of discomfort as she held a hand to her face, feeling it still hot with embarrassment. Was her face that eye-catching, or were they curious to know why her face had suddenly gone all red? It could be a mix of both. Discovering that she might not be able to relax leisurely inside the park, Lillian left and found her way into a small convenience store. With the help of an online translator, she was able to purchase herself a black mask that hid the lower half of her face. There was an option to purchase a cute rabbit-themed mask, but she felt like that was a bit too eye-catching. The mask certainly helped. Noticing the number of stares on her drastically decreased, Lillian checked the time. Lillian hummed. There was still a bit of time left. Deciding to spend her time looking around, visiting a few stores of enchanters, smiths, and even a dress store, Lillian eventually ended up standing before a group of tall steel statues. She was currently located in the Steel Garden of Kurosawa, a great place for tourists to visit whenever they visit the Kurosawa district of Luton. However, her attention only landed on the statue of a tall man at the very front, wrapped in a long, flowing robe with a single ornate pauldron worn on his right arm. The man rested both of his hands on a sword that was stabbed into the ground. He also wore an ornate headgear that seemed to radiate royalty. The statue was a spectacular piece of art that was made with utmost respect. Akishino Kurosawa. That was the name of the man. Akishino Kurosawa, the waymaker of steel. Lillian turned to the side, finding an elderly man who was around half of her height and seemed to be blind, murmuring in a foreign language, which she recognized to be ancient Ker. Gazing up at the steel statue of Akishino Kurosawa, the elder continued. Akishino was said to come from a humble lineage of common swordsmiths in the city of Tenshima, having crafted his own piece at the age of 12. It was later said that he participated in defending against assassins sent from allied cities on the great night of betrayal. Despite his efforts in defending fleeing citizens, the entire city of Tenshima was bombed with gates, a tactic most commonly used back then in place of other means, but now no longer used due to their impracticality. After spending several years in isolation with nothing but his first crafted blade, which he named Seiho no Kizu, he later emerged, returning to his city that was now ruled over by a tyrannical lord put in place by the people who attacked his city. With burning ambitions, he grew his power and put together a rebellion against the tyrannical lord, thus gaining the title of Liberator of Tenshima and founded the Kurosawa dynasty. The elder tapped his wooden cane against the ground, silent for a moment. A blade is a promise. Never draw without purpose and never sheath without resolve. Those are the words he uttered when he took over as lord. Listening as the old man ranted about the history of the statue, Lillian smiled as she turned to the elder, who turned to her as well despite his disability. After a silent moment passed, Lillian smirked. "I'm sorry, but I don't understand ancient Ker. Oh my apologies due to your mask. I thought you were Ludanese." The old man gave an apologetic expression before smiling. "Let me repeat what I had just said." Lillian shook her head. "You don't have to do that. I assume you were talking about the past Lord Kurosawa. Am I correct? I'm quite well versed in his history." "Magnificent, I'll say. As you should be well versed in history, having knowledge of the past might save you from a sticky situation one day." The old man shook his head. "Most youngsters these days can't be bothered to study the powerful individuals of the past. It saddens me greatly." Raising his hand towards Lillian, the elder introduced himself. "Apologies for my sudden approach and need for ranting. I am Takuro Takahashi, a wanderer. May I know the young lady's name?" Taking off her mask, Lillian met Takuro's hand for a handshake. Smiling at him, Lillian introduced herself. "Lillian Ker. I'm just here to visit some places." As she said this, Lillian couldn't help but stare at the old man with interest. This was the person she had been waiting for, and was also a warning for what was about to happen in Warning. A few seconds. Chapter 529. Outbreak. One warning. The presence of an outbreak located in the steel garden of Kurosawa has been detected. All nearby civilians, please evacuate. Sensing faint but noticeable tremors in the ground, Lillian tucked her hands into her pockets after putting back on her mask. She listened to the warning sirens that alternated between the languages, Ancient Ker and Great Melvin. Looking around, she watched as a few people who were lingering inside the steel garden of Kurosawa scrambled for the exit. Considering that this was a tourist spot, it was safe to say that there were definitely more than a few. Turning towards the old man, Takuro, Lillian found him rooted firmly to the ground, visibly frightened as he reached for the steel sword strapped to his waist. Lillian smiled behind her mask. Takuro Takahashi, an NPC that the player would have to defend for a reward that would assist them, most likely in the future. But that wasn't all. I'll also have to limit the amount of destruction made to the statues around me, and also save people. The more people she saved, the better. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Lillian muttered according to the game's dialogue. "A plain sword 1T be enough to defend yourself." Lillian turned around and knelt down, showing her back to him. "How about you get on my back? I could protect you a lot easier like that." Takuro, hearing Lillian's offer of protection, made some sort of expression before patting her back to get a feel for where she was. With a smile, He hopped on her back and clung to her firmly like a koala. "You have my gratitude, young lady, but please do leave me behind in exchange for your safety." Lillian smirked. "I'm strong enough to ensure both of our safety. I can promise that." Standing back up, Lillian immediately broke into a sprint. The moment that Takuro got on her back, the outbreak must be already begun. "Ah!" Hearing a cry off in the nearby distance, the elder on her back tapped her shoulder. "A cry for help. We must save them." Lillian nodded. Running around a corner, Lillian was met with the sight of a frightened woman on the ground and a man who stood between her and a hulking bipedal monster. It had a barrel-shaped chest with gills on its side and stood at a height of 1.9 meters. Its long, muscular arms ended with uneven bone claws and wet, dark blue skin that secreted a toxic mucus. The monster even had a head similar to that of a blobfish with a gaping maw of sharp teeth that was left lazily open. The monster's body leaned side to side as it walked in an unnatural manner. Its webbed feet made uncomfortably wet slapping sounds. With the sword that was strapped to his waist, the man pointed it towards the monster, visibly afraid to confront the horrid amphibian. The amphibian, detecting another creature behind the two it was walking towards, stopped in place as it rolled its bulging black eyes. Then it unnaturally leaned back, its chest expanding and its neck bulging outwards like a frog as something seemed to wriggle underneath its skin. It bent forward and regurgitated what seemed to be a high-pressure jet of water from its mouth. Right before the couple were to be met with a deadly faceful of water, Lillian dashed past them, raising her manicoated hand and seizing control over the beam of water. Then, with a conscious mind, she negated all the momentum and force it had built up before chucking it to the side. Splash! The moment the water met the ground, Lillian had already summoned her short sword and made her move. However, the monster didn't intend to stay idle. Discovering its attack was ineffective, it raised its hulking arms and bone claws in defense, but then it felt a heavy and invisible force fall down on its body. It stumbled forward, visibly surprised. Although the weight on its body had increased, it wasn't enough to completely restrict its movements. However, by the time it balanced itself, Lillian had already carved it into pieces. "You have slain a dire wretch." Gloomgill, without even waiting to check to see if the couple had any injuries or not, Lillian immediately sped off using her memory and the sounds of cries as her navigator. "You have slain a dire wretch. Gloomgill, you have slain a..." Upon entering the third tier, her physical prowess had increased drastically. She was possibly 1.5 times faster compared to before, and the strength behind her attacks held much more weight. She barely felt much resistance when it came to slicing through the Gloomgill's flesh. Swish! "You have slain a dire wretch. Gloomgill cutting down Gloomgill." Lillian's face twitched and wrinkled as a burning pain was inflicted on her hand. Just earlier, she had accidentally made contact with the toxic mucus of one of them, a biological chemical that activates when it makes contact with other biological matter. Something she had expected to happen sooner, since it was inevitable that it would happen eventually. However, it wasn't life-threatening, especially to someone of the third tier. Washing her hands, Lillian continued her path of slaughter. On her path, she watched as civilians utilized the swords strapped to their bodies to fend off the monsters, albeit in vain, as their swords either shattered instantly or flicked out of their hands. Fortunately, she was swift enough to intervene before anything could happen. And if anything did occur, like grievous wounds, she obviously had a way of reversing that. But sometimes she was a bit too careless, as a few chips and scratches against the statues had occurred. Luckily, that didn't seem to visibly displeasure the old man on her back, who seemed to be having a hell of a time on her back maybe, because of the speed she was moving. Thank you. Having healed someone, Lillian looked up and found a group of mages banding against the monsters that continued to appear out of nowhere. Similar sights like these began to appear as more mages found each other in the mess. It was also one of the reasons why, besides her, there weren't any casualties yet. "It won't be long until the authorities get here. Just gotta hold out." Feeling a tap on her shoulder, Lillian looked back, finding the elder pointing towards a random direction, which so happens to be where the broken gate was. Quickly, "Young lady, I think I heard a cry over there." Just a second after he said this, "Help, please. Someone." A cry resounded. Immediately, getting up to her feet, Lillian leapt into the air, summoning a solid platform of water beneath her feet and propelling herself further towards her objective, which was the very center of the garden. Gliding through the air and above the countless steel statues beneath her, Lillian eventually found herself above a large and open area decorated with beautiful steel flowers and benches. A place of leisure after constant walking. Looking down, Lillian locked onto a group of 4 mages and 3 civilians who were surrounded on all sides. The mages were bloodied and suffering from the effects of the toxic mucus. Fortunately, one of the 4 mages seemed to be of the 2nd tier, which was most likely the reason why they lasted so long. Although that was to say they weren't being beaten around by the monster S-water jets. The Tier 2 mage raised his sword, slashing with all of his might as he clashed with one of the monsters, the others doing the same, but with much greater difficulty. They were trying to buy enough time for the 3 non-mages to escape. Right as they were about to be hit with another barrage of water jets, they felt a sense of calmness and comfort, as though they weren't currently in the battle for their lives. Following that, the discovery of the monsters suddenly falling to their knees became apparent as they were skewered seconds later. Sleek, slender, and narrow-shafted harpoons made of pure water fell from the sky, demolishing the gloom gills with ease as if they were made of thin sheets of paper. And amidst the chaos, a woman with white hair, blue eyes, and a black mask that covered half of her face walked down a flight of translucent steps. It was like there was a staircase beneath her feet. Chapter 5:30. Outbreak? Lillian glanced at the injured mages and waved her hand, spreading her parasitic element across her water harpoons that soon produced a swarm of parasitic lines that latched onto the bodies of each mage. Finding their injuries healing and their pain subsiding, they gratefully thanked their savior before scrambling to their feet upon being told to leave by Lillian. Crack! Crack! Lillian cracked her neck and moaned a bit at the satisfying noise made and the relief in her neck. Looking past the corpses of monsters around her, she settled her gaze on a swirling portal in the distance that continued to spew out more monsters. However, the moment they even leave the gate, they would be afflicted with a heavy, gravity-like force. Having been in a rush to clear out the monsters, Lillian didn't have much time to study her trait, so she might as well study it now. Holding a hand out, Lillian summoned an orb of water, which quickly grew in size. And in relation to its growth, the weight placed on the monster's body further increased. From 1 to 2 meters in diameter, the monsters were already on their knees. Any more than that, and they would be on all fours or completely pressed into the ground. Satisfying her curiosity about this aspect of her trait, Lillian withdrew the orb of water, allowing the monsters to stand. They leaned back, their throats and chests bulging, before bending forward and unleashing a torrent of high-pressure water at her. Lillian stood in place, with her hands nonchalantly tucked into her pockets, watching as the water jets narrowed on her position. But then a meter, the incoming projectiles stopped just a meter before her face. No matter how much water regurgitated out of their mouths, the monster's water attacks wouldn't reach her, and it was safe to say that it wouldn't ever reach her. That's not all. Due to the volume of water currently around her, another aspect of her trait strengthened, causing the monsters to be forced against the ground. After pushing the water out of her way, Lillian gazed upon the struggling gloom gills with a look of disbelief. She felt her trait was a bit too versatile against water users. Yeah, that trial was definitely worth it. With a wave of her hand, Lillian summoned another hailstorm of water harpoons. You have slain a dire wretch. Gloomgill you have slain. Thump! Lillian brushed her hands together, having dropped off another corpse at an organized corpse hill she had put together. By now, the authorities and members of the Mage Guild must be arrived, and were not tending to the civilians that had escaped the steel garden of Kirasaya. It won't be long until they reach where she was. Turning her back to her corpse hill and towards the gate, Lillian found the portal had stopped spewing out gloom gills. Instead, something of much greater size and mass exited the gate. An enormous dark blue maggot with long and scrawny arms crawled out from the gate. It was 8 meters tall, 5 meters wide, and its clawed arms each had a wingspan of around 10 meters. Its segmented body was coated in a thick layer of mucus, crawling against the ground and leaving a trail as uneven bone spikes that grew from its body screeched and scraped against the ground. And just like gloom gills, it too had a head like that of a blobfish and a gaping maw that was lazily kept open. Lillian's face twitched from the smell, even turning away due to how pungent and foul it smelled. And seeing this, the giant maggot's entire body expanded before shrinking like a pump as a tidal flood of water escaped its mouth. Fortunately, Lillian's trait managed to shield her from the attack. Having flooded the nearby area with water that reached 2 meters high, its slimy mucus began to mix with the water, causing the flood to turn toxic. Unfortunately, such a method of attack was useless against the heiress of the drowned king. Bursting out from the flooded area, Lillian leapt into the air and raised her right hand to the center of her left palm, the Achis mark. Lillian pinched the glowing harpoon mark on her left palm and mumbled, "Achis Maris." In that same instance, an imposing and mystical harpoon stretched out from her left palm grasped in her right. The monster quickly looked up to the sky, its throat bulging for an attack, but was suddenly met with an overpowering force that crushed its body against the ground, its bones cracking under the extreme weight. With its movement completely restricted, what happened next could only be described as pure domination. You have slain a dire maw. Gloom Gillian, you have gained shard Tsich. This is a useless shard, sitting on top of the Gloom Gillian who was now devoid of its toxic mucus, its limbs, and had countless puncture holes. Lillian rested Achis Maris against her shoulder, having cleaned it. Despite the Gloom Gillian being the boss of the gate, its shard was something she didn't want. Just like Viesta's wings, the shard she gained from the Gloom Gillian was a feature shard. But unlike sprouting a pair of arms, which she would have been fine with, it caused her to grow another organ inside her body that would allow her to not only cause toxic mucus to exit the pores in her skin, but also throw up a high-pressure beam of water. Lillian's face wrinkled as she read its description. There was no way she was going to use this. She sighed. I'll just sell it later. Moving that thought to the back of her mind, Lillian stared at the gate that soon folded in on itself, disappearing out of existence. This was the last of them. Well, at least that's over. She then turned her gaze down at the squad of mages dressed in uniform, standing beneath her. But I have these guys to deal with now. These were the mages partnered up with the authorities, otherwise known as the members of the Mage Guild. The Mage Guild was an organization made purely of mages that worked to combat outbreaks, monsters, and even out-of-control mages as a whole. Anything that could be considered dangerous was usually handled by either them or the authorities of the area. After the authorities arrived and made sure the surroundings were devoid of monsters, they began to interrogate Lillian a little. Lillian Ker, a Tier 3 mage and Restarian? The interrogating mage repeated, having asked Lillian for her name and nationality. We've heard someone about white hair and an elderly man on her back going around saving people. With what I'm seeing, I assume that you're the person? Lillian nodded stoically, throwing a glance back at Takuro, who still clung to her back. He was so still and silent the entire time that Lillian had completely forgotten he was on her back. Yep, do you need any proof of my identity? I'm also a student. No, it's fine, thanks to you. Everyone is safe with the only loss being a few broken swords. It's rare to find a stray Tier 3 mage. I was kind of expecting the MVP of this outbreak to be Ludenese, though. Lillian shrugged. After she was asked if she wanted the corpse of the Gloom Gillian, Lillian sold it to them. She couldn't really store it inside her ring. 45,000 semis have been transferred into your account. Although it was a little less than she wanted, it was mainly her fault for for the price depended on the quality of the corpse. With all the holes and injuries, the quality wasn't particularly good. As for the shard she received, she'll put it up for auction. Maybe it might be valued highly because it was a feature variant. Are you registered with the Mage Guild yet? The mage asked, discovering that Lillian's name wasn't in any registry he could find. Lillian shook her head. I'm not. I haven't really found the time or need to. You definitely should in the future. The benefits you get would be high, especially with your strength and register reputation. You might even get yourself a publicly declared title. Hearing this, Lillian nodded a bit, her mind going back to a certain pirate. Niarlo is registered with the Mage Guild. ISNT? That's where he got the title pirate of the rickety ship from. Maybe getting a unique title would be cool. After a little while, Lillian managed to escape from any more interrogating questions and walked back to where she had been previously in front of the statue of Akihiro. The elder on her back soon got down from her back and dusted himself off with a chuckle. Wowzers. Young lady, you sure do move fast. I was scared I would fall off at some point. I take it that the situations has now become quieter? If you mean no monsters, then yep. Although, getting out of the garden will be hard, due to all the reporters likely there. Ha ha ha. Well, that is true. But I'm impressed. Even with my poor eyes, I was sure that you didn't let even a single person be killed in your presence. Even the statues were more or less in the state they were before the outbreak happened. The elder tucked his hand into his pocket, rummaging inside it before pulling out a gold coin. With an unusual and mysterious smile, the old man flipped the coin towards her. Your actions and abilities today have my respect. Dink! Lillian, feeling her focus forcefully drawn towards the coin, caught it. She stared down at the golden coin, finding its edges to be of a darker metal. Each of the coin's faces was etched with the number 5. May we see each other in the near future. Looking up, Lillian found the old man to have disappeared. She let out an exasperated sigh. Finally, done with this side quest. Staring at the coin one more time, Lillian pocketed it. Without a doubt, the coin was going to help a lot. Maybe even save her or someone else's life. Chapter 531. Arrival to the Eastern Academy? Sitting on a metal seat inside the train station, Viesta was reading the news on her phone, specifically the ones that happened during her time inside the trial. She smirked at a piece of recent news before glancing at someone who had taken a seat beside her. It was Lillian. However, something was different about her. She was dressed in another outfit. Jean pants and a plain white t-shirt neatly tucked in, as well as a black mask. You finally got here with 30 minutes to spare? Did you finish your call with your girlfriend? Resting her back against the backrest of her seat, Lillian nodded, smiling broadly behind her mask. MHM, although it lasted a lot shorter than I would hoped, it's fine. I see. So, what else with the new outfit? Viesta curiously raised an eyebrow. Went out to do some shopping? Lillian smiled wryly, scratching the side of her cheek. You were checking out the news earlier, right? How do you know? And good work with dealing with that outbreak. I think they were categorizing this one as a C rank. Ha, thanks. As for my clothes, it got a bit dirty. While thanking the cowgirl, Lillian couldn't help but shiver at the number of reporters at the scene. They held her up for so long. If it wasn't for the fact that a person needed a license to utilize their abilities in public, outside of dealing with self-defense, she would disappeared from there. Wait, hold on. Doesn't TMI's student license count as a license for this? Since Lewis Mana Academy was a prestigious institution, they were able to grant their students the right to use their abilities, as long as it was for a good reason, of course. I could left after all. Lillian screamed in her mind before pausing, or not. It's not like it'll do much harm anyway. Now that Lillian thought about it, as long as she was given enough publicity, wouldn't that draw the attention of a certain assassin household? The Roselle family. Her dealing with the outbreak could certainly count as an achievement. As long as she accumulated enough achievements or managed to get enough approval from each main member of the family to where it would overwhelm the opposing votes, then that would mean her relationship would be accepted. But, woken up from her daze, Lillian found herself sitting inside a train. more specifically, inside a roomette. Viesta, who was sitting across from her, smirked while holding a rolled-up magazine, which she used to break Lillian out of her daze. Finally awake? Viesta chuckled, unrolling the magazine before passing over something to her. What do you want to eat? It's been a while since I last ate, besides those dangos, and I take it that you haven't eaten either. They have quite the menu on this train. Taking the black leather cover menu from Viesta's hand, Lillian scoured through the selection. Yes, right? She hadn't eaten anything in the past couple of hours. After ordering, Lillian fell back in her deep thoughts, which soon led her to worry about a certain heroine she hadn't seen in a while. Where was Millis? She hadn't seen her once in the Kurasaya district. Lillian checked the recent news. The airship that Millis was on had already been retrieved along with its surviving passengers, as well as a horrifically large winged creature that was a mix between a hawk and a vulture with horns. She wondered if Millis was still in her trial or was one of those surviving rescued passengers. Lillian scratched her head, visibly distressed over the current situation of her best friend. She is fine, right? Surely, deciding that it wouldn't do her good to worry anymore, Lillian began to dig into the newly arrived meal she had ordered. After roughly an hour of riding on the train, Lillian and Viesta soon arrived at their destination, Luton School of Prestigious Magic. And to say that she was in awe of the place would be an understatement. Walking out of the train station, Lillian was met with a humongous stone gate that was surrounded and patrolled by soldiers armed with Oriental gear. Lillian sensed the aura of Tier 2s on each individual soldier, some even reaching the 3rd tier. Walking up to the gate, the two of them were stopped by a guard wielding a long polearm. Since Lillian didn't speak ancient Carry, it was only natural that she let Viesta do all the talking. Halt! What business do you have here? I don't seem to recognize the two of you even a bit. We're from Lewis Mana Academy, tasked with delivering the spatial code of our machine. Oh! The guard rubbed his chin before calling to his colleague, who walked out from a corner, most likely out of a room inside the wall. Were we told anything about a delivery? A delivery? Guard 2 asked before narrowing his eyes on Lillian and Viesta. He then widened his eyes, recognizing Viesta. Oh, I know you. I remember you came here about a few months ago. After a bit of talking, the two of them were eventually allowed in. Sea Creek. Watching as the metal gate was raised, Lillian strolled in and gaped at what she saw. A beautiful, lush valley of vibrant greenery, perfectly maintained stone roads, and masterfully made buildings similar to ancient Japan's architecture, with the main color schemes being a mix between azure, black, and white, as well as a large sculpture of an azure Chinese dragon that encircled the entire valley. It was even a part of the humongous wall. But that wasn't all, for at the very center of the valley was a humongous floating island, which was tied down to the valley with gigantic chains. What resided on top of it was a grand structure that could only be where the actual academy building was. And beneath this floating island was a large, bustling market that was connected to the exit of the valley. Lillian gulped. She had seen this sight plenty of times, and was even prepared to see it with her own eyes. And yet, she was still taken off guard by how grand and beautiful the entire academy was. She swore, if it wasn't for the fact that her academy's actual headmaster wasn't currently trapped inside a trial, theirs would look just as good. Maybe. Impressive. Isn't it? Viesta bumped her shoulder against Lillian's. My jaw dropped the first time I came here. And my jaw is still dropping to this day, every time I see it. These guys take aesthetics rather seriously. Lillian nodded blankly, wholeheartedly agreeing with her before flinching as someone's voice appeared behind her. They spoke in Great Melvin. That's what over a century of foundations and funds gets you. Both Viesta and Lillian backed away, turning around as they found an imposing man of tall stature standing behind where they previously were, his height seemingly surpassing 2 meters. He had short, messy, black hair and wore a black Asian conical straw hat that casted a shadow over his handsome face, which had a bit of stubble. His attire consisted of a white and azure hanfu, dark blue ornaments as trim, and a black and azure coat that was worn over his shoulders. On the back of the coat was an intricate illustration of rising smoke. Phew, a cigar. With all of these together, he made for an extremely good-looking man who would undoubtedly capture the attention of many. However, that wasn't all that was notable about this mysterious man, for Lillian sensed the aura of a Tier 4 on him. The straw hat-wearing man breathed in the cigar again and blew out a cloud of smoke, gazing upon the entirety of the valley of the academy. Phew, this is one of the best spots in the valley and the easiest to find. Turning his gaze away from the valley, he glanced between Viesta and Lillian, who seemed to have calmed down at the sight of him. I take it you two are the errand girls from Lewis Manna Academy? He asked, already knowing the answer. The two nodded briefly. Lillian obviously knew who he was, and so did Viesta. Viesta smiled and greeted the man. Yes, we are. Sorry about the wait, sir. We encountered some unforeseen troubles along the way. Viesta explained, holding back information about the trial. I didn't think the rising smoke of the east would be greeting us, she muttered, holding a large amount of respect for the man. The man, identified as the rising smoke of the east, nodded casually, breathing in and blowing out another cloud of smoke. He sighed, No worries, you managed to get here, safe and sound, and that's all that matters. As for me, greeting you, it's only right for the headmaster to escort you, especially with what you are carrying. I should, master? Viesta asked in stupor. The man walked past Viesta and stood at the edge, blowing out another cloud of smoke as he looked back and said, I, Insho Kurigane, welcome you to our academy. Chapter 532. Insho Kurigane? In 1948, the time of the Second Great War, it was said that each cardinal nation had powerhouses besides their saints that were capable of leveling an entire mountain on their own. Insho Kurigane, otherwise infamously known as the Rising Smoke of the East or the Lord of Ash, was one of the East's powerhouses. Not only was he a mage of the master rank, Tier 4, but his skills in combat and affinity weren't lacking in the slightest. He had reached the realm of Martial King and the realm of Mana Emperor. His most notable feat was during an attack on the Kaisheim district from the north, which comprised roughly 50 stealth airships. Insho Kurigane, who was the sole powerhouse designated in that district at the time, was able to fend off the entire attack, battling against over 100 first-tier mages, several dozen second-tier mages, and a handful of third-tier mages as a Tier 4 mage. The Rising Smoke of the East was able to lessen the number of casualties of a city comprised of millions of unevacuated civilians down to only a couple hundreds. If it wasn't for the fact that the Rising Smoke of the East didn't have abilities that specialized in dealing with masses, the damage done would been astronomical. Walking down a well-maintained stone path, Lillian stared at the back of the Rising Smoke. If I remember correctly, he is around 90 years old. ISNT? Age really isn't a problem if you're a high-tiered mage. Wait, so you're the new headmaster? Lillian, who was splitting her attention to admire the scenery around her, glanced at Viesta, who had decided to ask about the Rising Smoke's position as headmaster. Insho took another puff from his cigar and nodded. The position of headmaster, if left empty, would give our academy bad publicity. So, Insho breathed out another cloud of smoke. I took it upon myself to sit in the chair and play the role of acting headmaster until he comes back. It was the only logical option since I was his advisor. Until he comes back, Viesta asked, clearly confused. While it wasn't public knowledge why Luton's school of prestigious magic had no one in the position of headmaster, it was more or less obvious what happened to the last one for those who were present during the invasion. Insho glanced back at Viesta's confused expression and nodded. Donatello, or I suppose. Starbringer is not someone weak enough to be done in by that ragtag group of cultists. A mage of the 5th tier isn't so fragile. Thus, he is still alive. But that is just my hypothesis. Walking a bit longer, they soon made their way into the street of the bustling market that was situated right below the floating island. Gazes were drawn, whispers were made, and stars appeared in their eyes as the Rising Smoke of the East walked among them. While some gazes did shift over to Lillian and Viesta, it was mainly out of curiosity and how eye-catching their beauty was mainly Viesta, since Lillian was wearing her mask. The further they went into the market, the more common individuals with a white and azure blue academy uniform became. The students lingered around and partook in activities in between lessons, checking out items that were on sale, getting food and drinks, grouping together to discuss. Some even clung on to each other romantically, making it clear they were a couple. Passing by them, Lillian watched as the students greeted formally and bowed respectfully towards the rising smoke, who merely gave back a casual wave and nod. Lillian glanced at the couple she walked by and couldn't help but feel a bit impatient and even a bit envious. Upon further walking, they soon arrived at a teleportation field that, with proper identification and permission, allowed them to be teleported into the floating island above. Within an instant, they appeared inside a courtyard where the ground beneath them was covered in runic markings and talismans. Stepping over them, they soon made their way out of the courtyard and into a highly advanced facility that was constantly patrolled by personnel dressed in white lab coats. They walked up to a door locked behind an ID scanner. Insho, having thrown away his cigar for the sake of safety, flashed his hand out and summoned his ID. Swiping it against the scanner, he gestured for the two ladies behind him to follow him inside. And upon doing so, they were led into a control room made for what seemed to be a machine similar in design to Lewis Mana Academy's spatial machine. These will be the people who would help with connecting your spatial machine to ours. Insho pointed towards the head technician. Lillian watched as Viesta pulled something out of her spatial ring, which seemed to be another spatial ring, likely containing what was needed to form a connection between spatial machines. The head technician looked inside the ring and nodded in satisfaction. Everything looks to be in order. May I ask what happened to your spatial machine that it needed to reconnect with ours? Viesta scratched the back of her head with a wry smile. The invasion left our spatial machine rather damaged. So, all connections we had with other academies were left unstable. Ah, I see. I suppose it's better to do another reconnection rather than relying on an unstable space channel. While the head technician went off to proceed with the reconnection, Viesta, who was watching him do it, found Lillian sneaking out of the room in the corner of her eye. Having snuck out of the room, Lillian pulled out her phone. Ring. Ring. Unfortunately, the person you are calling cannot pick up the phone. Leave a voicemail after the beep. Click. Hanging up and deciding not to leave a voicemail, Lillian sighed in disappointment as she leaned her back against the wall. Just now, she had tried to call Marionette, but it seemed like she was a bit busy at the moment. I guess that's why she hung up so early. Lillian, piecing it together, felt a bit guilty. Could it be that Marionette was in the middle of a mission during their call? She didn't mess up anything, did she? Giving another exasperated sigh, Lillian placed a hand over her chest. Ever since she got out of her trial yesterday, she couldn't stop this feeling of impatience inside her heart from throbbing against her chest. She wanted to see Marionette. After half an hour had passed, Insho and Viesta exited the room. All right, all done. The mission is finally complete, Lillian Viesta declared with a grin, causing Lillian to perk up and smile as well, before noticing someone come up from behind Viesta. Viesta smirked and stepped to the side, gesturing to the person behind her, and check out who decided to come visit us. A woman with long, flowing blonde hair, blue eyes with a scar over one of them, and standing at a height of about 5'11", taller than Viesta. And they were dressed in the uniform that could only belong to Lewis Mana Academy. I see that you're well, Lillian. You know, it was Beatrice. Chapter 533. Task finally accomplished? With the sight of the beautiful student council president, who was acting more formal than usual, Lillian smiled broadly as she looked up at her, her smile eventually turning into a grin. Hey, Abit. Glad to see you after so long. Oh, what for? Although it's the same here, you know. Lillian giggled at Beatrice as he knows, remembering that they seemed to appear more commonly in her speech when around her for some reason. The rising smoke of the east, Insho watched the two greet each other and coughed, undoubtedly drawing their attention. My job to escort you two is now done. I'll be returning to my office. which I came out to greet you too. With your spatial machine connected to ours, you should be able to teleport back with your academy rings. Insho's body then transformed into smoke before disappearing. His farewell lingered in the air. I've granted you access to the level of students here. You may either continue to stay here to explore or leave. After he completely left without a trace, Beatrice dropped her guard in formal act. Walking up to Viesta and Lillian, she widened her arms and wrapped them around their necks, pulling them in. Yikes. You two gave me quite the scare. You know, I haven't heard back from you guys in days. I thought I needed to write a missing report for you both, you know? Lillian laughed, while Viesta smiled wryly. Well, we're here now. How was your journey to the north, Beatrice? Lillian asked. Beatrice shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. A few monsters here and there, but not anything I couldn't handle on my own. How is being a student council member so far? Fun. Hee. You can say that. Lillian chuckled. Beatrice raised an eyebrow before smiling, thinking nothing of it before turning to Viesta. Lillian, didn't give you much trouble? I hope. You know. Viesta scratched the back of her head and gave a forced chuckle. Not that much. Beatrice nodded joyfully and pulled away from both of them. She then noticed something off about Lillian, but mainly Viesta. Leaning in, Beatrice stared into Viesta's face as she rubbed her chin in deep thought. Viesta, did you do something with your hair? New makeup? You look much more prettier now, you know. Viesta took a step back, startled by the sudden closeness, but already familiar with it. Oh right, well. After Viesta explained what happened along the course of her journey with Lillian, Beatrice's face went through various stages. From curiosity, surprise, excitement, shock, and eventually back to excitement. I see. You guys definitely went through quite a bit. Huh. You know? Beatrice patted Viesta down, trying to see if there were any more changes made to her body. To think you would become a Tier 2 before me, Viesta. I'm shocked, you know. As Viesta jolted from Beatrice's physical contact, she caught a glimpse of Lillian making a face at her. Lillian was smiling broadly as she mouthed, "Don't forget you're into the deal." Viesta, reading the girl's lips, blushed a bit. Her eyes twitched. Turning her eyes away from Lillian, she looked to the side, but found her vision to be obstructed by Beatrice's face, who was only inches away from hers. Beatrice, continuing to scrutinize and find the changes made to Cowgirl, watched as Viesta held a hand between their faces. Personal space. Please? All right. Sorry about that. Beatrice took a step back, holding her hands up in surrender. I was just so curious about the improvements the jester gave to you, you know? Please do forgive me. It's fine. As Lillian watched the two talk, she couldn't help but revel in how shy Viesta was getting. In the game, she didn't act like this usually with Beatrice, but because of her, she now was, and that was something Lillian couldn't help but enjoy watching. All that time Viesta teased about how shy Lillian got when it came to Marionette, this was finally her way of getting back at her. Although, I doubt she'll ask Beatrice out now. It's your turn now, Lillian, you know? Waking up from her thoughts, Lillian found Beatrice staring down at her, gesturing for her mask. Lillian raised an eyebrow, but realized what she wanted. She smiled and sighed as she took off her mask, revealing her face, which caused Beatrice to widen her eyes to an extreme degree. Whoa, now that's a huge upgrade, you know? Beatrice slowly squinted, finding Lillian's face too bright to look at. So what? You wearing a mask now because you want to save it for your girlfriend? Hearing that, Lillian blushed intensely, but made no effort to rebuke Beatrice's claim. Instead, damn right I am. She embraced it, puffing her chest out. Beatrice smirked in amusement, finding Lillian's behavior much more endearing as she pulled on the girlish cheeks. Well, aren't you a girl in love? Beatrice cooed. Let go beat. Lillian squealed. After a while of chatting, Beatrice manifested a portal before gesturing at it. All right, you guys ready to return to Restera? I don't know about you guys, but I want to chill back home and rest up until we come back to a world of studying, you know? Viesta stretched her back, letting out a tired moan. Same here. I've had enough adventures for these past weeks. It's about time I relax without worry for anything. Lillian chuckled, watching as the two walked to the portal and looked back at her. She shook her head. I want to explore this place a little. I haven't been to this place yet, after all. Really? All right. They do prevent you from getting in at the gate. You know. Beatrice nodded and waved goodbye. Well then, we both will be off. If you need anything, do give us a ring, call, or email. Beatrice left first. Viesta, looking back, pinched the rim of her hat and said, well, this is goodbye for now. The cowgirl raised her other hand, shaping it into a gun before aiming at Lillian and firing it. I'll see you around the academy, Lillian. Watching as Viesta fell back into the portal in style, Lillian couldn't help but laugh as she made her way out of the building, putting back on her mask as she popped her hands into her pockets. With this, her first task on the student council was finally done, and more will later come. When one accomplished a task, they would expect a moment of rest. But not Lillian, not now at least. She still had plenty of things to do. Taking off her mask, Lillian walked around a corner and encountered 3 rather familiar students of Luton School of Prestigious Magic. Chapter 534, Call to Brother? Just a few minutes before that, though, Lillian made a call to someone she hadn't called in a very long time. Ring, ring, click. Lillian? Lillian decided to call her family, more specifically, Victor, her brother. The legacy table, the noble meeting marionette would undoubtedly go to under orders of her family, was an event for only strong or influential noble families. If Lillian S. plan to enter the event as an attendant failed, it would be nice to have a plan B. Since Lillian S. family was a Ker, wasn't she eligible? Although she hadn't heard much about the Arias family in the game, surely they were either influential or strong enough to be sent an invite, right? Hearing her brother S. voice through her phone, Lillian unconsciously smiled a bit, and right as she was about to greet him, "Hey, a big bro, Lillian?" she heard her brother scream her name in shock over the phone. "Father, my little sister is calling me. I am going on break." Lillian S.'s face twitched rapidly. She had remembered her brother had some sort of fixation on her, but she didn't know or was aware it was to this extent. Maybe it was because of past Lillian S. naivety about these sorts of things. Or it may be because I haven't called in a while. That may be the reason. After hearing her brother enter a room on the other side of the call, Lillian then became a victim of a seemingly never-ending barrage of questions. "Little sister, have you been well? Eating well? Sleeping well? How about showering? I heard the dorms weren't yet ready. So how is the water in the apartment complex? Have you been studying well? You aren't under any type of stress, are you? How about your memer?" I'm fine. I promise." Lillian chuckled nervously, relieved that her words finally calmed him down. "How are you? And how is Mum and how is Dad and his injuries? Work been all right?" "I've been splendid. The two of them are as lovey-dovey with each other as well. And as for Dad's injuries, they're more or less good now. But don't get me started on work. Those barbarians in the north have been making such ridiculous demands for chimeras and even resources needed to create homunculus that it's becoming an issue procuring everything." The north? At this point in the game, the players weren't given much information about what was happening in Nolstra, Northern Nation. But Lillian had to assume it was preparations for an upcoming VA. After a little back and forth with her brother, getting to know his well-being, how his day was going, as well as their parents, Lillian finally moved on to what she wanted to know. "Huh, the legacy table?" Victor repeated. "What is that again?" "HM, it's a nobles meeting for people to, that thing. Yeah, I've heard about it in the past. What about it? You interested or something? ISNT that place, just so a bunch of arrogant nobles around your age could hook up?" Discovering that this was the impression her brother had of the event, Lillian smiled wryly. If it's views like these, no wonder Marionette didn't want her to go. After explaining what she wanted and asking whether she had received an invitation for it, her brother suddenly bursted out in horror. "Little sister, you wish to go to an event like that? Are you planning to commit the unthinkable act of cheating? Even I want to support you on that dash." "I'm not cheating." Lillian pinched the gap between her brows. "I would never cheat. I just want to get into the event. So did they send an invite or no?" "Well, no, we don't get any invites for that event." "Really?" Apparently, even though her family was a Ker, They weren't really that strong of a family, nor that influential outside of the bioengineering sector. But we do have a badass laboratory, if that has something. You should come back sometime, Lillian. Your big brother misses you. And, Dad too. Hee hee. Sure, I'll visit sometime when I'm with my girlfriend. I'm sure you two would hit it off. Lillian chuckled before saying her goodbyes and ending the call. She then breathed out a sigh before walking around a bit, eventually walking around a corner. She soon found herself standing in front of an open doorway to an empty courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Well, partially empty. This courtyard was actually one of the Academy's many training grounds, more specifically for those wishing to train their martial prowess against others. However, at this time of day, it was unusually empty, but that could be because of the rather familiar people inside. Stepping into the training ground, Lillian was met with the sight of two men clashing. One was dressed in a large black robe, big enough to be flamboyant, but small enough to be viable in close-quarter combat. They had a long black ponytail, blue eyes, and a handsome face as they swung a steel sword. His opponent was a man roughly his height, with short black hair and black eyes. Features that would have been plain on their own if it wasn't for his ridiculously handsome face. Lillian swiftly recognized these two from the time back in the tournament, Kuro Vincent and Jericho Von Blade. But they weren't the only ones here, for there was a third person as well, acting as a spectator. What the dash? Sitting at a bench near the entrance, a man with short white hair, red eyes, and an irritable face was found wide-eyed as he locked eyes with Lillian. This was Cecil Lyon, the Blood Mage. Spitting out the water he was drinking, he stared at Lillian, frozen in place. At first, he was in awe of Lillian's stunning beauty, but as seconds passed, he felt a sense of familiarity with the woman, especially in his lower regions, which suddenly throbbed with pain. Jericho, who was locked in a struggle with Kuro, glanced towards Lillian and raised an eyebrow. His focus split. Because of this, Kuro was able to swiftly disarm him before knocking him to the ground with a low sweep of his leg. Don't lose focus. How many times do I have to tell you that, Mizuki? Kuro scolded in ancient carry. Ha ha, don't be so serious, my friend. We have a visitor, and a rather familiar one at that. Jericho responded in the same language. At his words, Kuro finally spared Lillian a look, his eyes wandering over her face and body as he finally realized who it was. Weren't you the one I faced in that tournament held in Lewis? Chapter 535. Spar with the Sword Genius? Lillian smiled and waved, silently confirming Kuro's assumption, which led him to smile back. Walking over to Sicilian and retrieving his towel, he asked Lillian, Lillian, what brings you here? Surely, it must be something besides traveling the world and sightseeing. Am I correct? You're spot on. Yeah, I was here to deliver one of the duties as someone on the student council. Taking a sip from a bottle of water, Kuro's ears twitched at the word student council. His eyes glimmered with a level of respect for Lillian. Oh, the student council. I, too, am part of the student council here. I take it you were nominated with votes, right? That role has quite a bit of value in our academy. Lillian nodded. You can say that. Remembering how Beatrice just decided to place her in the student council, Lillian smirked smugly internally. Who needed votes when you had someone in a high position to vouch for you? Jericho came up from behind Kuro and rested his arm on his shoulder. He then waved at Lillian with a pleasant smile. Ah, greeting. Miss Lillian, it has been a while, hasn't it? Jericho held out his hand for a handshake. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it you who blew my head off in the tournament? Lillian took his hand. It's a pleasure meeting you again, Mr. Jericho. She then shook her head. And that wasn't me. You're referring to Marionette, the woman with black hair and red eyes. Oh, my apologies. My memory is horrible when it comes to remembering faces. Jericho rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before pausing. Jericho? Who asked that? Kuro elbowed him in the side and whispered, That's the made-up name you decided for the tournament. Huh? Was it really? What was the last name I picked? Blade. Ah, man. That's so lame. What was past me thinking? Lillian smiled wryly as she watched this spectacle. Indeed, the names used and announced back in the tournament weren't actually their real names. They were, in fact, just names used so that those in the South didn't butcher the pronunciation of their real names. It was a silly reason, but one that seemed to cause those with foreign origins annoyance to a degree, especially those from Luton, apparently. Thus, every student from Luton who attended the tournament went under a fake name. Well, everyone but Kuro, who didn't give a damn. Well then, reintroduction is in order. Isn't it? Jericho began to shake Lillian's hand up and down rapidly. I'm Mizuki von Kurosawa, one of the scions of the Four Dynasties. A pleasure to be meeting you. They then looked at Kuro, who sighed and began to introduce himself briefly. Kuro Vincent. I'm also a Kura noble, but you didn't really need to know that. Kuro then pointed at Mizuki. I'm this fool's bodyguard and teacher. So harsh. So harsh. Mizuki shouted, unoffended, before pointing at Sicilian, who was still trying to figure out who Lillian was. And that right, there is Ketsu Ker Kitsuria. Funny name, I know. I already made plenty of jokes about it. Ketsu, overhearing his name being called, finally remembered why Lillian felt so familiar to him and why his lower regions were aching. Wasn't this the woman who kicked him in his nether regions? Springing up to his feet, he lunged at Lillian with clear hostility. So it was you. But with a single glare from Kuro, he hesitantly sat himself back down, grumbling in displeasure. Seeing this, Lillian smirked and sighed. Maybe what she did to him was still lingering inside his mind. Lillian looked away from him and watched as Kuro and Mizuki were about to enter into another spar. Feeling that it would be a good way to measure her skills, she interrupted them. Kuro raised an eyebrow at what he heard. You wish to spar with me? He then looked at Mizuki, who shrugged and sat on the bench with Ketsu. Go right ahead. I'll be waiting here. Nodding, Kuro gestured for Lillian to select a weapon from the stands around the training ground. And what she selected was just a common, plain old sword. She had wanted to use a harpoon, but found it didn't have that option. Not like it matters. I barely know how to use it. All she knew was stab, block, and throw. What else was there to a harpoon? Standing a few meters parallel away from Kuro, she entered into the stance of the deep-sea hunter, which caught the eyes of the sword genius. Kuro had distinctly remembered that Lillian hadn't ever shown this particular stance before in the tournament. It was new, and narrowing his gaze, he felt Lillian's hold on her sword was much more confident, firmer, and more refined compared to before. I sense that you have grown a lot since that tournament. I feel I did too, but you're going to have to be the judge of that. Sure, then I'll allow you to make the first move. The rules are purely physical abilities, by the way. Kuro moved into a stance of his own, the heavy retreating stream combat style. A moment of pure silence passed until Lillian eventually made the first move. With tremendous speed, Lillian leapt forward and held her sword out for a horizontal slash. Kuro, surprised by such speed, raised his sword in response. What he saw next left her even more surprised, as the moment Lillian called out the name of her technique, Tidebreaker Slash, an illusory wave appeared behind her swing. Clang! With the force of a stone-crushing tidal wave, Lillian slashed her sword against Kuro's, knocking him back. Kuro, skidding back, regained himself. He felt a slight tremor in his arms. This was the strength he had remembered Lillian displaying previously. She truly did go through quite a development. Not bad, not bad. With a step forward, Kuro shot towards Lillian like a rocket, before landing an overhead swing on her sword. Clang! What occurred next was a flurry of slashes coming from both sides. Chapter 536. Spar with the Sword Genius? 2. A storm of clashing swords formed within the center of the training ground, rapidly gaining not only in speed, but in force. Clang! 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 In the past, Lillian was no match against the sword genius, even being taught how to better her stance mid-fight by him. Back then, her strength, skill, speed, and dexterity were lacking. But now, clang! With her rise to Tier 3, she was able to close some of those gaps. And Kuro knew that too. Thus, he had begun to step up his game a little. Lillian swung her sword overhead and was instantly parried by Kuro, who then spun on his heel with rapid momentum, transferring the force from Lillian's attack to fuel a flowing stream of slashes. The rabbit stepped back, parrying the sword genius's slashes that continuously flowed into another with such utter elegance and rhythm that it left Lillian baffled. No matter how many times Lillian parried, there was always another strike coming directly for her. With Lillian's speed and reaction time, on top of her parallel thinking from her earring, she was able to hold her own. But, clang, there was a clear gap in skills between the two of them in the martial arts. Since Kuro began to flow a stream of attacks, Lillian had been pushed back several meters away from where she previously stood. Swish! Kuro slashed upwards, clang, colliding with Lillian's sword and knocking her off balance. The rabbit widened her eyes, but quickly moved to regain herself. Taking a step back, Lillian pushed herself forward and immediately retaliated with a slash. However, the moment she slashed at Kuro, she watched him dodge by taking a nonchalant step back. In any other situation, Lillian would have tried to follow up with her missed attack. But in this case, she raised her arms and sword in defense. Kuro saw this and finished his retreat. And the moment he did, he uttered 3 words as mana pulsed out of him. Flow reversal crush. In an instant, Lillian was met with a phantom shockwave that knocked her back, destabilizing her balance. She stumbled, but hurriedly managed to raise her sword as a crushing swing fell upon her. Clang! Kuro's crushing sword collided with her sword, the sound loud enough to be compared to a thunderclap. This was the first technique of the heavy retreating stream, his combat style, that built upon purely for counterattacks and constant pressure. Pushing his sword against Lillian's, Kuro hummed, impressed. You managed to defend that. Even when I uttered my technique's name, you truly have grown. Well, hard to say, when we only fought once. Lillian groaned, pushing back and throwing him off. Kuro stepped back. I suppose you were right to some sense if I were anybody else. Kuro lowered himself into a stance. But when you have wielded the sword for as long as I have, your senses are prone to probing your opponent's capabilities. What followed next was a battle that lasted an entire 3 hours, leading to the accumulation of a few spectators that soon departed upon Lillian's defeat, some staying a bit to admire Lillian's ensnaring beauty one last time. At this present time, the sky was now colored with a warm golden hue. Upon being disarmed, Lillian sighed as she watched her sword fall and clatter beside her. Kuro sheathed his sword and shook his head at Lillian's expression. No need to feel so gloomy. Even if your physical body exceeds mine slightly, a savage brute will undoubtedly fall to a skilled swordsman. Did you just compare me to a savage brute? Lillian's face twitched, having not expected such a response. The sword genius blinked at the rabbit before shrugging. It's but an example. If you feel like comparing yourself to the savage brute may improve yourself, then please do so. Mizuki, who was enjoying the spar from the bench, waved his hand as he yelled, "He always says stuff like that. Don't worry. Don't take it to heart. Or, do, if you want to improve yourself like he said." Lillian nodded at the scion of the Kurosawa family and watched as Kuro returned her sword to her. Although I must say, you lasted far longer than I was expecting, even if I was taking a bit easy on you. Kuro praised, ignorant of how his words may come off as arrogant. It was almost like you were intentionally trying to extend the length of the spar. Lillian smiled wryly at Kuro's theory. He managed to deduce that he was spot on. In the game, the player would only ever spar with Kuro to raise his favoritism affection meter eventually, leading to him being romanced. But Lillian was looking to achieve that one bit. Well, besides gaining a small amount of his respect. Instead, other than testing her swordsmanship, she had another goal in mind. The regular last grasp, otherwise known as her black gauntlets, allowed her to copy the combat style of those she had fought in the past. Granted, it only works if that targeted person had shown their technique to her. Marionette's case was different, as while she hadn't really shown Lillian any of her techniques, the rabbit managed to piece together the assassin using her memory of the game. which surprisingly worked. Since Kuro's combat style was an excellent addition to her repertoire, there was no reason not to try to steal some of his techniques. Unfortunately, I only managed to see 6 out of the 13 techniques of the heavy retreating stream. In theory, Lillian could try to piece together Kuro's techniques together from memory, but unlike with Marionette, she didn't remember them very well. Lillian sighed internally. Well, I'm only human after all, a mage, but human nonetheless. The rabbit watched as Kuro went up to the scion, finding the sword genius not even out of breath or sweaty. He really was taking it easy on her. I know I'm not that good, but I'm still a tier 3. Lillian was in awe of Kuro's endurance, as well as talent for the sword. But I guess he does have that trait after all. Chapter 537. Martial State? Sword Saint, the passive trait Kuro received from his second trial. Not only did it provide him with better mastery and growth with sword-type weapons, but it also granted his body the ability to automatically adjust midway through an attack to avoid unnecessary movement, allowing him to react to an entire situation at once, and made him more familiar with sword-type weapons. With a trait like this, it would be a shocker if Lillian ever won against a man with only swords. That's the sort of trait you'd get when you clear a Tier 4 trial, though. Just like her, Kuro had cleared a Tier 4 trial as well, except that unlike her, he did it while he was still a first-tier mage. Granted, he did do it with Mizuki, so he did have the backing of the Kurosawa family, but still, having access to a trial that high in rank was still rare, nonetheless. The resources these types of families have are no joke. Lillian, breaking out of her thoughts, Lillian looked towards Kuro, who called out to her. Yes. May I call you by your first name? It's easier on me. Oh yeah, that's fine. What did you need? I was just curious on your current knowledge of techniques. Kuro sat beside Mizuki on the bench. You seem to be knowledgeable enough to know the importance of calling out a technique's name. Lillian nodded briefly. In this world, calling out the name of a technique was common and even recommended. The reason? The name of the technique brings out a greater performance. Kuro stated in the past. Researchers all around the world were stumped on the topic of why the humans in Hearth always called out the name of their technique. Logically, something as tedious and unnecessary as that shouldn't bring out any benefits in combat. Kuro stood up and gripped his sword, taking a stance. It's better if I show it through a demonstration. He then materialized a large, dense block of ice in front of him, which was 4 to 5 meters tall. He then began to slash at it. On our world, no matter how many times our people mimicked the way their people swung their weapons, we couldn't bring out the same effect. Kuro slashed at the block of ice normally, carving a meter-long mark across it. The humans of Hearth were able to manifest near-physical illusions with their techniques, something the earlier researchers couldn't understand at first. Kuro raised his sword again. However, upon further research, they finally discovered the reason why calling out the name of a technique was so important. This time, he decided to call out the name of a technique. With the same movement and angle, Kuro slashed down at the block of ice. Falling Stream Hammer. Lillian watched as an illusory waterfall fell upon the block of ice with visible downward pressure, bending the air and causing webs of cracks to form over its icy surface. She could hear the air's whistling scream as Kuro's sword slashed through the air, carving a slash mark over the pre-existing one. Swish! The difference being that the newly created mark was far deeper than the last and was even slightly longer. Following that crush was the shattering of the block of ice as an illusory hammer slammed down from above. Lillian felt the icy cloud from the shattered cube brush against her face, causing her to shiver as she watched the remains of it soon disappear with Kuro's command. As long as you had managed to reach the Night Realm and also mastered the combat style enough, which you already have, you would be able to bring out its expression. Kuro pulled out a rag and polished his sword. However, if you would have been paying attention closely, you would have seen that my sword carved deeper into the ice. Kuro sheathed his sword. Just by muttering the technique's name, you would be able to increase the effectiveness of the attack by at least 10. Lillian nodded, having already known this. It was still a good way to fill in what sorts of gaps in her knowledge she might had, though. Mizuki, watching as Kuro put away his sword, raised his arm. Tell her about the eyes thing, Kuro. Kuro turned back and raised an eyebrow, confused, but soon realized what he meant. He pondered whether he should or not, though soon coming to the conclusion to go over it. Pointing at his right eye, he said, "In battle, especially those with your lives on the line, have you ever seen a person's eyes glow, Lillian?" "Tons, actually." "Then, are you aware of what that state is called?" Kuro inquired. Lillian nodded. "The state is called the martial state, or absolute flow." "Correct. The martial state, or absolute flow, as you said, is an unconscious state where a mage's internal mana harmonizes with their nervous system, creating an almost near-perfect synchronization between their body, mind, and mana, heightening your already existing senses and physical strength to try and maximize your body's performance. This state triggers under either extreme stress or high emotional fluctuation, which commonly occurs in battles where you are most likely to die. You can consider this state the mana version of an adrenaline rush, as it is quite simply your mana core's last-ditch effort to preserve your life. Lillian widened her eyes a bit. She had forgotten about this piece of information. However, it didn't really harm her, even if she didn't know about it. She then watched as Kuro rambled on a bit more, now remembering another piece of information. He was quite the teacher. Granted, his role was being the bodyguard and teacher to a scion, but still. Mizuki, who was keenly listening to Kuro's display of knowledge, pulled out his phone and checked the time. Kuro, the entrance into the underground auction is about to open in half an hour." Lillian watched as Kuro widened his eyes and checked his phone. She then decided to check her phone as well out of curiosity. "Well then, let us see if everything falls into plan." Chapter 538. Dragnestein. Making their way down from the floating island, they walked along the pavement of the town-like market below until they reached their destination. Lillian found the area around them to be nearly deserted. Some stores even closed early for the day, and she definitely knew why. The underground auction, otherwise known more famously as the Academy's luxurious Dragon's Den, only opens once every 5 months. As a way to fund some of their projects or maintenance, the Academy accepted services related to auctioning and selling prized items of worth. And the reputation of the Dragon's Den wasn't small either. The Dragon's Den was also equipped with an underground market, allowing small and licensed vendors to set up shop. The cost of setting up shop was that they only needed to pay a small percentage of what they earned. If I remember correctly, even after being allowed into the Dragon's Den, it would only be 30 minutes after we get in that the auction would begin. Amidst her pondering, she soon snapped out of her thoughts the moment she heard her name. "Will you be joining us on this occasion, Lillian?" Kuro asked, curious whether Lillian had actually bought a ticket for it. Lillian smiled wryly. Since she had planned to enter the Dragon's Den originally, she had already paid for the ticket days prior. Unfortunately, the tickets for the seats sold out extremely fast, so I might need to stand at the back. She had known they sold fast, but she truly underestimated the rate at which event tickets sold out. Kuro hummed indifferently. "That's rather unfortunate." Lillian's face twitched at his indifference. Her attention was then drawn to Mizuki, who spoke up. "How about you join our private box?" The scion of the Kurosawa family suggested, flaunting his wealth. The rabbit nodded gratefully, thanking the man, while ignoring the blood mage, who walked alongside them, clicking his tongue. Upon arriving at the entrance of a rather large building, they were met with the sight of a humongous crowd, parked vehicles to the side, and staff who went in and out of the building. From students, business owners, and tycoon owners, to more prominent figures, it seemed like this Dragon's Den was going to be far more eventful. And Lillian was sure of it. If she remembered correctly, the bodies of either the twin-headed seawater leviathan or the massive bird Millis faced, and hopefully defeated, would appear. Since Lillian was now a part of a VIP group, their group was able to skip the large queue that had built up in front of the entrance that led underground. However, the moment she reached the entrance, she felt a gaze land on her, not one of malice or any kind of hostility, but of interest. immediately turning back. Lillian looked around, trying to discover where the gaze was coming from, but ultimately failed. Could she have imagined it? With not much time to linger or ponder about it, Lillian followed after her group and traveled several dozen meters underground by glass elevator. Lillian leaned against the metal railings inside the glass elevator she was in and gazed beyond the glass walls, taking in the sight of a glamorous world beneath the surface. Organized stalls, bright lights, expensive and gold decor mainly of Eastern dragons. Even the pavements had some level of detail to them. Lillian leaned her forehead against the glass walls, taking in the jaw-opening sight before thump. Oh wow, hitting her head against the glass. The elevator ride was now over. While rubbing her forehead, she and everyone stepped out of the elevator. The first thing they did was explore the Dragon-S Den Market. Compared to a rugged place like the Black Market in the underworld, this place was far better. Mizuki discovered Lillian's childlike awe of the place, and couldn't help but tease her about it. First time here? Igriga, I could tell. You have the same reaction as Kuro did when he was a kid, and might I say, his face was priceless to say the least. It's one of the few faces I can remember vividly. The ponytailed man laughed, drawing the attention of the sword genius, who rolled his eyes. Back then, apart from your home, I've never been in a place as large and lavish as this. With time to spare, they continued to walk around, looking over the sorts of things that might seem worth buying. In the end, they didn't find anything of value. What else with this feeling? Lillian asked herself. The entire time she was wandering around the market, she felt a constant scrutinizing gaze on her. It was an eerie feeling, as if she were being targeted by some kind of spy or ninja. Shaking her head of the feeling, Lillian and her group moved towards the auction theater, which by the time they arrived was already open. Standing in line to enter the theater, Lillian took a look at the very front of the queue, finding it to be surrounded and filled with staff and security guards. One by one, she watched as people showed some form of evidence that they had a ticket to a staff member before entering. Pulling out her phone, which was still wrapped in a white bunny-themed phone case, she pulled up the email of her ticket receipt. When she and her group finally got to the front and showed their ticket, they made their way in. I swear there's even more people than last time. Ketsu, the blood mage, mumbled relieved to have gotten into the theater finally. Kuro nodded. You're right. I believe I heard a rumor that this auction might have some more rare items compared to the last, but rumors are rumors. Oh, I think I remembered hearing about a rumor about some corpses of prime husks in this one. Those are definitely some high-valued things to get. Mizuki exclaimed. Seriously? How many? Kuro inquired. 2, I believe. One is of what may have been a two-headed leviathan, while the other was some sort of large avian. Mizuki answered. Lillian, eavesdropping on their conversation, paused. Two-headed leviathan? Wasn't he that the twin-headed seawater leviathan? And large avian? That should be the monster Millis, should V.E. faced while on that blimp. I really should give her a call. Lillian internally muttered before deciding to do that after this entire event. After going up a flight of stairs, they stopped before the entrance of their group's designated private box. Watching as the entire group entered, Lillian took a step forward to follow. But the moment she did, the mysterious gaze returned. However, that wasn't all. Thump! As the gaze also came with a black-gloved hand that fell upon her left shoulder from behind. Chapter 539. Unexpected? This might be bad, Lillian thought to herself, standing inside a room filled with luxurious furniture. This was what the interior of the private boxes was like. However, unlike what she had planned and expected, she wasn't in the scion of the Kurisaya's private box. No. So, you're my niece's lover. Am I correct? Why yes, sir. She was instead in a room with a tall masked man, who was currently sitting on a wide red couch in front of her with his legs crossed over another, staring through a wall of one-way glass. The man's attire consisted of a black plague doctor's mask, thick black gloves, a leather belt around his waist, and a long, dark, tailored hooded cloak. And woven on the back of the man's hooded cloak was a large, red insignia of a rose. More specifically, the insignia of the Roselle family. The person sitting in front of Lillian was the gardener of roses. Lillian gulped. So, the gaze she had been sensing all this time wasn't a figment of her imagination at all. My plan is already going off course. She had known that the gardener of roses would be attending the auction, but she hadn't thought that he would suddenly bring her to his private box. And what worse was that? This wasn't part of any route inside the game. What happened onwards would be out of her control and plans. The gardener wouldn't suddenly kill her if she said anything wrong, right? Apart from killing, he is a person that is inclined to obey rules. In other words, the law. So, as long as Lillian didn't do something that is obviously against the law and says anything offensive, she should be fine. That should be easy, right? While Lillian was deep in her thoughts, she flinched at the sounds of knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Glancing at the door, Lillian froze as the gardener's voice resounded loud enough for the person on the other side to hear. Come in. The door gently swung open, revealing one of the event's staff, who announced, before the auction begins, do any of you esteemed clients wish to auction off any items you may have? The gardener waved his hand, clearly uninterested in auctioning off any of his items. And seeing this, the event staff nodded before looking towards Lillian, who nodded with a small smile. Walking over, Lillian held her hand out to the man, who seemed to understand what her intentions were. While Lillian didn't have any physical items to auction off, she did have something that she doubted she would ever use. The feature shard she gained by slaying that gloom Jillian, the one that allowed her to secrete a toxic mucus from her pores and throw up water. Once she had handed over the shard, she was then given a number for it so that she could retrieve her earnings afterwards. When that was done, she returned to stand behind the gardener, who she found to be reading through some kind of news article on his phone, although it was rather difficult to tell, due to his phone having some kind of privacy screen protector. Deciding not to try to intrude any further into his privacy, Lillian turned away before stiffening as she heard him speak. There's plenty of room left on the sofa. Come sit down. Don't mind me, and enjoy your time at this auction. Lillian gulped again and nodded, deciding to do as he asked, and sat beside him, albeit with a bit of a gap in between. When she took a seat on the cushion, she almost felt her entire rear side sink into the seat. It was just that soft. Lillian leaned back, enjoying the softness of the couch before perking up at her name being called. Lillian Ker. That's your exact name, correct? The gardener asked softly. Why, yes, sir. Is it possible I may know the reason why you called me into your private box for this auction? Lillian inquired. I merely wanted to meet my niece's lover. That's all. The gardener responded casually, as though it was obvious. I see. As much as Lillian wanted to believe the gardener's words, it was rather hard to with the aura surrounding the man. She was having difficulties talking properly. With time still left to spare, the gardener decided to initiate a conversation with Lillian. Pushing his hand out for a handshake, he introduced himself in a polite manner. The gardener of roses, I'm the one in charge of all the medical activities in the family. Do forgive me for my late introduction, young Lady Arias. Lillian nodded, hiding her nervousness as she met his hand and shook it. But then, grip. It's quite rare that my niece would voluntarily socialize with others, even going as far as getting interested in the concept of love, which hadn't ever happened. The gardener gripped Lillian's hand tighter, pulling her in. Now, I wonder what makes you so special for her to find interest. The gardener leaned closer, stopping right before his beak met Lillian's face and stared dead into her eyes. Lillian shrank a little under his intense stare, finding his aura suffocating within close proximity. His intense gaze soon subsided as he let go of her hand, pulling away. Interesting, he whispered. I sense the aura of a Tier 3 mage on you. That's quite a surprise. Our documents on you only detailed that you had only ascended into the 2nd tier quite recently. Lillian smiled wryly. They had documents on her? Taking off her mask and setting it aside, Lillian responded. I had only just become a 3rd tier just recently, so it's not surprising that your information on me isn't T100 accurate. How long did it take for you to clear your trial? And what rank was it, do you know? About a week. And it was a B rank trial, sir. I see. That is quite the accomplishment. Congratulations, Champion Lillian, for your ascension. The gardener congratulated Lillian, calling her by her Tier S title. Ah, I must also congratulate you on clearing out that outbreak earlier today in the Kursaya district. The witnesses on that day are labeling you quite the hero, if you aren't aware. The gardener commented. Lillian rubbed the back of her head, clearly sheepish at the praise. Thank you for your praise, but any sane person with power would have done what I did that day. Well said. After the gardener's response to her words, a booming voice erupted from within the auction theater, specifically at the stage where the biddable options would be shown. Welcome all to our second Dragon S Den for this year. Chapter 540. Auction time? Phew, back here again, Mizuki muttered, leaning back into the comfy red couch as both Ketsu and Kuro sat beside him. He then thought back to earlier. I wonder who that man was that took Lillian away. You two think the girl knew him? Mizuki asked curiously. Ketsu snorted, resting his arms behind his head. Why should we care? It's not like she's a student in our academy or Ludanese by that matter. Wow, I sure can trust you to be racist, huh? Ha ha, Mizuki laughed. Or can't you take your eyes off her? I must say, she is quite the stunning lady, even for a mage. I have heard that some people tend to appear more unapproachable to their crushes. Ketsu's right, I twitched violently. I'm not racist, and I don't feel that way about them for that reason. I was merely stating facts dash. Oh, so you do feel that way about them. It seems our hot-headed Ketsu is finally experiencing what it's like to love. Shut it. Ketsu snapped, clearly irritated and annoyed by Mizuki's teasing words. Mizuki gasped loudly, leaning towards Kuro while pointing at the blood mage, feigning an offended look. Kuro, did you hear what this man just told me to do? As my bodyguard, shouldn't you do something about it? Kuro sighed as he crossed his arms, listening to Mizuki's ranting, whatever he had heard going through one ear and out the other. He soon responded with, You're the one who started it. As for your question, I believe that Lillian does know that man. To a degree, possibly. Oh, and how do you know? Kuro's eyes narrowed a bit. Thinking back and recalling with greater focus, I remember the clear image of a rose on the back of that man's cloak. While it could either be an aesthetic or fashion choice, I believe that the rose was actually an insignia belonging to one of the 4 dark pillars of the underworld, the Roselle family. Mizuki's eyes widened for a moment before squinting. He then began to scratch his head a little, rather puzzled. I've heard of the dark pillars before in great detail, but I feel like the name Roselle brings much more. What's the word? Familiarity? That may be because the woman who you fought in the tournament and lost with a bullet through your skull belongs to that family. Oh, no wonder. It truly amazes me how well you can remember names and faces. Kuro blinked at the scion. Right as he was about to make a satirical response, a commotion was made outside the door to their private box. Halt! You aren't allowed to enter. Shouldn't you all know who this is already? Move out of the way for the scion of Hyasetsu. The 3 of them, having turned around in their spot to gaze at the door, watched as it was kicked open by a woman in a black suit. She had black hair cut into a bob cut, dark brown eyes, and a pair of short swords strapped to her waist, which shouldn't be allowed exposed, especially in an event like this. And following behind her closely, after apologizing to the staff guarding the door outside, was a gentle woman dressed in the white and azure academic uniform. She had long, pale blue hair and eyes, and had an air around her that exuded elegance, but also care with the tinge of frost. Mizuki perked up at the sight and waved flamboyantly. Ah, Yuki Hana, what a pleasure to see you here. The woman, identified as Yuki Hana, was the scion of the Hyasetsu family. She smiled slightly and gave him a small wave back. Greetings to you too, Mizuki. As they exchanged pleasantries, the 2's close subordinates were locked in an intense staring contest. Kuro's eyes narrowed on the bob-cut woman, huh? Kazan Kermira, what a surprise to see you here. I could say the same thing to you, foreigner. Kazan snorted back with a smirk. You say as if you didn't intentionally burst in here. Kuro fired back. And I was born in Luton, not in Ulster, which makes me still a native idiot. Doesn't he matter? You're from a foreigner family, so that still makes you a foreigner, Kazan responded before pausing at the sound of a soft sigh behind her. Yukihana, the scion of Hyasetsu, sighed as she watched her bodyguard. Please rest it for today, Kazan. We aren't here for squabbles. Yes, my lady. Kazan bowed instantly at her scion's orders. Kuro saw this and rolled his eyes, turning back around, while Mizuki just laughed at the hearty atmosphere. So, what brings you both here? Mizuki asked, looking towards Yukihana. Our box felt too empty, so we came to find you, after hearing that you were here as well. Yukihana responded, sitting down in a seat prepared for her by Kazan. Oh, I see. The more the merrier, I suppose. May I ask, don't you feel this Dragon-S den to be much more packed compared to the last? I feel that it is. Compared to the last one, this has around 200 people. Although I'm not sure why that is. As the two engaged in chatter, with Kuro and Kazan still locked in a cold staring contest, the auction finally began. Welcome all to our second Dragon-S den for this year. Inside the glamorous theater, which had roughly over 200 people, the auctioneer stood on the stage located at the very front. With dramatic gestures, he greeted everyone with a manner similar to that of a stand-up comedian. How was everyone's trip here? I hope it wasn't too rocky of a journey to go through this massive valley. And if it were, then just consider it nature's way of preparing your wallets for an uphill battle, huh? Get it? Although he wasn't especially good with it, as only a few people in the back gave a chuckle loud enough for him to hear. He whistled, lampooning. Whoa, tough crowd. Well, no matter. I'm sure you all aren't here for me. So how about we get on with the main event? However, if you are here for me, then I'm pleased to say I'm not part of the selection tonight. The auctioning of people was abolished back in 1923, after all. And seeing as there are quite a few foreigners in today's auction, I'll be speaking in Great Melvin. So hopefully you all are well studied on that. The auctioneer then gestured for the first item to be brought in, rolled in on a trolley. The auctioneer watched as the staff walked away before standing beside what seemed to be a crown of mystical flowers under a glass casing. We'll start off small as usual. This, everyone, is the Band of Sincerity, a grade C accessory in the form of a charming band of flowers shaped into a crown that once belonged to one of the three sky sisters of the flower goddess. Not only is it a beautiful and heartfelt gift for a loved one, but it is also an excellent accessory for mages with the ability to fly, granting them excellent stability in the air, protection against both plant and air-based attacks, and even the lovely ability to communicate with flowers. After ranting about the surface-level abilities the Band of Sincerity had, the auctioneer announced the starting bid. With an item with history like this, and most definitely a collector-esque item for flower lovers everywhere, the starting bid shall be 6,500 semis, with an increment of 300. Hearing the starting bid and summary of what the item can do, the gardener of roses hummed for a moment of interest in flowers before snorting. Trash. Lillian, who was about to share the same sentiment, thought for a moment, repeating the auctioneer's earlier words in her mind, a beautiful and heartfelt gift for a loved one. Her mind began to stir, imagining Marionette wearing it, before shaking her head rapidly. While it may look good, she doubted Marionette would like it that much, and it may feel a bit too materialistic of a gift. Deciding to pass up on this, Lillian watched as several paddles from those in the theater began to fly up, placing bids. The auctioneer watched as a paddle went up. 6,800 semis. He then watched as another went up. Oh, 7-1. Is that a 7-4 I see over there? It is. How about you, sir, in the back? Don't you want this for your wife right beside you? As the auctioneer shamelessly convinced people in the crowd to bid, he soon ended the bidding war as no one went any higher. 9,000 semis. Going once. Going twice. Sold to that young lady in the back. Afterwards, the auctioneer began to go through a selection of items, and each one that he went through, the wand of avarice, said to inflict great suffering when used. Trash. The charm of the bestower allows for the wielder to bestow a portion of their power onto others. Useless. The unforgiving puppet, a puppet with a deep hatred for the organic. What is the purpose of this one? One by one, the gardener of roses insulted the variety of items that came, feeling displeased. That was Viridian gem flower, a flower said to grow on the bark of a tree made purely of crystals. It said that once this flower is reduced to a fine powder, it would make a great ingredient for medicinal substances. That was until it got to this item. Mildly interesting. Lillian smiled wryly. So, things with medicinal properties really does interest him. That's good to know. Chapter 541. A deal? The auction continued to go on. Countless items of interesting shapes, sizes, history, and enchantments went by, all of which sold for a high price. A bidder from Priv Box number 3 has placed a bid of 20,000 semis for the mystical golden bough. Can anyone go any higher? Lillian watched as the gardener pressed down a button and whispered into the mic attached to it. The mysterious bidder from Box 3 was actually the gardener. Every now and then, the man would place a bid for an item of medicinal value, even going as far as winning the bidding wars. But any other item outside of medicinal purposes wasn't given more than a glance. Congratulations on your mystical golden bough, sir. Lillian smiled genuinely at the gardener, who seemed to appreciate her kind gesture. Thank you for your congratulations, young Lady Arias. The gardener replied politely before asking, You have yet to bid anything. Are you merely here to enjoy the view? Lillian chuckled sheepishly, scratching the side of her head. Nothing here had interested me yet to bid. Although she was close to placing a bid for a few previous items, they weren't special enough for her temptations to win over her. I see. Well, I do hope the item of interest to you would come, and you would succeed in winning it. The gardener replied respectfully, returning to watch the next items go by and insulting their purpose. Lillian nodded and did the same, albeit without the insults. Eventually, it was time for her auction shard to arrive, the one that created a special organ that produced a toxic secretion. And it was safe to say, Box 4 has placed a whopping bid of 50,000 on the Gillian gland. It did rather well. Box 4? ISNT that the one, Kuro, and the rest are in? Lillian pondered. While it may have repulsed the non-mages inside the theater, it definitely attracted the attention of some of the mages. After all, it was a feature shard, which was one of the rare varieties right below monster shards. Although what the feature shard provided was a bit off-putting, it still managed to bring in enough for Lillian to say she definitely earned. I guess they just wanted it for something random. After that, it was an item she was waiting for. At the very center of the stage, the floor opened to reveal a dark square hole beneath. But then, the floor closed once an item of considerable size rose up from the bottom. Let us step up tonight's items up a notch. The auctioneer danced on stage, flamboyantly pointing to the newly appeared item. The arcane bombardier. To call the arcane bombardier just an item would be considered an insult. Linked together and melded on either side of a thick leather saddle were 4 moderately large cylinders, each 4 meters long. They were covered with stripes and circles of runes, suggesting it was enchanted. The arcane bombardier, an impressive creation of a young engineer, hoping to use the money gained from this auction to fund his other projects. Just by imbuing your mana into this bad boy, it would manifest a near-endless supply of ammunition that, once fired, would give even a tank a run for its money. Cough, albeit an older model. This Grey Bee item is perfect for any medium-sized mount that is lacking in firepower. What? It can't reach a monster flying over it. Just shoot it down. Even dragons can fall to this beast. Even the starting bid will be 100,000 semis. With an increment of 10,000. Let the bidding begin. As the bidding began, a wave of hands shot up. Compared to the last items, they were now a lot more willing to put down a bid. And Lillian was no different. Speeding over to the button and mic, Lillian began to place her bids under the gardener's curious scrutiny. One by one, bids were placed down. Is that our first bid over there? Oh, 150 over here. Oh, my 200. You all sure are rowdy now. Most of those who bid on the mount accessory didn't even have the thought of equipping a mount with it. They were more interested in the actual artillery aspect of the accessory. The bidding war began. Box 3 placed a bid of a whopping 400. Oh! The auctioneer placed a finger on the earbud inside his right ear, only to be outdone by Box 4, and their 450. Better luck next time, 3. Lillian scowled, having been outbid again. Irritated by the auctioneer's mocking words, tried to incentivize her to bid higher. But it's getting way too expensive now. I only have around 700,000 in my account. Anymore, and I'll officially go broke. Lillian bit down on her nail, still scowling. But then, never mind. Lillian decided to give up. Going broke over some item would do her more harm than good, probably. Sitting back down on the couch with a crestfallen look, she glanced to the side, meeting the gardener's gaze. Have you given up? You seemed rather determined to acquire it. Yeah, but there is not much point in draining every penny in my bank account to get it. I just have to accept I won't get it. Watching as the gardener turned away, Lillian watched as the bidding war continued, the bids eventually reaching the cusp of 700,000. Auctions are truly just where the rich can flaunt their wealth. Lillian sighed deeply, listening as the auctioneer called out the bids before stiffening. Box 3 has joined back in the game with a grand 750. Does any wish to go any higher? Lillian's ears twitched. Box 3? Wasn't he that her box? Looking to the side, she watched as the gardener leaned away from the button and mic. He placed a bid. The gardener noticed Lillian's gaze and muttered. Upon my niece South returned to the estate, I had noticed a big change in her behavior whenever we uncommonly meet. A big enough change to where a group of humans she had been torturing were left alive afterwards, even able to leave with their lives. She had even felt more social and more alive. Turning to Lillian, he said, my niece had even commented how you appeared different in her eyes, unlike those around her. Thus, my interest in you as a potential specimen has been furthered. As a Roselle, money is not an issue. However, this act of kindness won't be free of cost. A moment after he said that, going once, going twice, sold to Box 3, Lillian watched as the gardener pushed his hand out. You must provide me with an item of equal or higher value for this mount accessory in the near future. Do we have a deal? The rabbit blinked. That's it. Unless you wish to give me M.O. Lillian grinned broadly, clutching his hand before he could add any more to the deal. You have yourself a deal. As a bustling auction was happening, deep below the theater was an underground operation transporting items of various sizes. There was even the corpse of a gigantic, dismembered bird being carried around by a large metal claw moving around on the ceiling. A man with a hard hat stared at his clipboard, scratching his scalp with the back of his pen before looking up at the event manager standing in front of him. 4 monster corpses, both around 20 to 30 meters big. And you expect us to somehow fit both of them up that small hole to the auction that may be 8 meters wide? He asked in ancient Kerry. Just stuff them inside a spatial ring as usual. Why are you complaining? We lose a lot of money on those rings. Don't you know how much storage they can hold? At least 300 cubic meters. Of course, I know that. But the Academy is paying you for your work, so do it. As the event manager was about to walk away, he watched as one of his employees rushed over to him, heaving as he held up a spatial ring to him. Yes, sir. We have a last-minute request to put this up for auction. What? Last minute? But it had already begun. The manager shouted, taking the ring out of his employee's hand and looking into it. What is so special about this that you would run and look like a soaking wet dog afterward? The manager froze as he looked inside, spotting the sight of a mysterious-looking stone eye that seemed to slowly turn in his direction. Instantly pulling himself out from the spatial ring, he looked towards his employee. A gate. What rank do you know? The client said 4, sir. A grade 4. The manager repeated. These sorts of gates were incredibly rare and highly valued. That is because if a tier 4 mage were to get his hands on it and complete it, they would be able to ascend to a tier 5, ultimately becoming one of the strongest individuals on the planet. Quickly get this to the team managing what goes out, and tell that fool Derek above to try and auction this out as soon as possible. Chapter 542. Gasps in the auction? Once the last paddle for the current product fell, which was the monster shard of a precariously large tortoise, it was time for the main products of the evening. Skipping on stage and twirling around, the auctioneer danced, still clearly jubilant from the amount of bids made for the last product. He then stood still and gestured towards the red curtains behind him that began to be pulled open. Well, everyone, I'm sure that you've been waiting for this specific product for a while, and it's rather rare we get products of this rank and quality. Behind the curtains was a terrifically large screen that flashed on, displaying a poorly recorded video from what may have been a phone. The video revealed that the holder of the phone was on the deck of a large airship, a blimp to be specific, that was stuck in horrific weather. They were also shown to be hiding around a corner, struggling to balance themselves as the blimp shook constantly, before recording the appearance of a dramatically large monster resembling a multi-winged hawk with horns that was surrounded by a spinning storm of wind. With two pairs of wings that glowed with an iridescent light, wind bursted out from beneath its feathers as its horns channeled the streaks of electricity zigzagging around them, almost like they were lightning rods. Lillian, who was keenly watching the video, squinted as she spotted something in the corner of the screen. Millis. Within a split second, Lillian managed to catch the top of Millis's head, her purple hair fluttering violently as she launched an attack against the gigantic avian with a group behind her. Before Lillian could watch more, the screen turned off. The auctioneer, switching off the screen, spread his arms out dramatically. The monstrous assailant of the recently attacked blimp, a creature seen to wield both air and electricity, the storm-rendering winged tempest. A terrifying B-rank beast of the skies that had managed to form, not 3, but 4. You heard it, folks, for mana shells. He then gestured for a trolley to roll in, carrying a glass cage that held a luxurious-looking ring that was encrusted with gems. It was carefully placed onto a small red cushion. Standing in front of the trolley, the auctioneer yelled, since the corpse of this beast was too large to fit on the stage of this theater. Surprisingly, I know, it shall be held within this spatial ring for easier portability. Now then, the starting bid shall be 1 million semis with an increment of 20,000 semis. Let the war begin. With the auctioneer's roar, a wave of both paddles and hands flew up energetically, the bidders roaring out their bids to try and claim the corpse for themselves. It wasn't every day that one would be able to find the corpse of a rank B monster, and if they were, it would usually belong to the front lines, immediately repurposed for tools for soldiers. Lillian looked towards the gardener and found him rubbing his chin or the area closest to it. It was rather difficult to tell with his plague doctor mask in the way. Aren't you interested? Lillian asked. The gardener glanced at her. Potentially, but I feel as though I am in no need of anything that could be created with its body. Nor am I sure whether or not it has its mana core, which is a key defining factor here. The gardener thought for a moment before shaking his head. The need to waste any further money on something I didn't come here for would be pointless and illogical. Lillian nodded slowly. So that must mean he must be here for the Leviathan's corpse. Although Lillian wasn't quite sure why he might prefer the Leviathan over the hawk. Thinking for a moment, Lillian thought about what the gardener said. The mana core is the key defining factor. Lillian's eyes then widened. Could it be that the Leviathan I killed still had its mana core? If so, how does the gardener know? Connections, I suppose. She then thought about one more thing. I wonder when they're going to bring out the gate. When the bidding war finally came to an end, with the winner going to box 5 at the price of 3.3 million, the auctioneer was about to announce the new product, but was suddenly contacted through his earbud. At first, he was annoyed that he had to pause his auction for a moment, and so was his audience, but his face soon transitioned through countless expressions as he was told something that caused him great shock. Suddenly, the ground behind him opened as something ascended carefully. Seeing this, the auctioneer nodded and began to announce the newly appeared product. It appears we have a newly added product in our auction roster. Everyone's eyes shifted towards what seemed to be a marble stand for a glass cage that held a singular plain ring inside. A spatial ring, to be exact. Lifting the glass cage and taking the ring out, the auctioneer held it up for everyone's confused gazes to see. This, my friends, is a spatial ring. But not just any old and boring one, but a spatial ring that holds a gate inside. What rank, you may ask? It's actually the most rare, the most valued and attainable rank B. Gasps escaped the audience's mouths as they whispered amongst each other. A rank B gate? What on earth is it doing here? What kind of fool wouldn't use it for themselves? I know, right? Think of the abilities you can get with that if you complete it. I heard you would automatically shoot several leagues in your tier, depending on what the ability was. Hearing the gasps and whispers of the audience, the auctioneer grinned widely inside. He was currently holding a ring that was worth millions. 2 million? 3 million? No, possibly. Even 4 million. And he was sure it would sell for that much. As the auctioneer was about to start the bidding war, bang! A gunshot resounded. Having been shot from God knows where, it traveled over the heads of the people, eventually reaching the auctioneer and colliding with a ring that was pinched in between his fingers. Without even being able to react, the auctioneer felt the bullet fly past his cheek, causing a shallow cut to appear before realizing, that the ring, thunk, had flown out of his hand. Watching as the ring landed on the ground, fear flashed across the man's face as he took an immediate step back. Everyone also prepared to get out of their chair in fright. But then, nothing. The auctioneer muttered, unconsciously in ancient carry, before wiping the sweat on his forehead. False alarm. Everyone, it seemed this ring is of quite the higher quality. Watching as the guards of the auction left to go search and apprehend the mysterious shooter, the auctioneer sighed as he walked, leaning down to pick up the ring until, he found a stone eye looking at him, having coincidentally escaped from the ring when he neared. He stared at the stone eye, shock taking over him as he was too paralyzed. He watched as it gradually glowed a deep and concerningly bright red. Then, in a matter of seconds, the eye exploded out into a swirling, gaseous portal of a deep grayish color. Everyone immediately got out of their seat, screaming as they rushed to the exit. Contrary to their earlier thoughts about it, they didn't want to be sucked into a trial. The auctioneer fell onto his rear, his legs going completely weak as he tried to crawl back, his body shaking as fear gripped his heart. He felt the world go cold and the air brushing against his skin. Goosebumps appeared all over the surface of his body. He didn't want to go into a trial. He was but a Tier 1 mage. He was far too unprepared for a rank B trial. And even if he was prepared, he doubted he could even last a day in there. As he was crawling away, he discovered something. Why was the portal pulling anything in? The remaining audience inside the theater discovered this too. Where was the powerful suction from the open gate? In their moment of confusion, eruptions of both stone debris and an outbreak. Screams resounded. From the portal, spears made of pure stone exited with immense speed, crashing into the walls and causing an explosion of sharp debris to fly everywhere. Not only that, but they had also managed to skewer countless people, some even being able to skewer 5 people at once. And just like that, around 30 people had lost their lives in that instance. The red carpet that decorated the flooring was now stained in a dark red gradient, which grew ever so slightly as the blood from the people's bodies leaked out of them. The mages that were within the room, having broken out of their shocked stupor, immediately leapt towards the swirling gray gate, manifesting their abilities and weapons. But then swoosh, pwaff, X10, they were skewered by stone spears that appeared exactly the same as the ones that were thrown out of the gate earlier, with blood dripping over them. The spears began to nudge and move ever so slightly forward from the gate, revealing the hands that wielded them. And slowly but surely, the boots of the attackers emerged from the gate, stomping and marching forward heavily. Stone soldiers, each around the height of 6 feet to 6 feet 5, emerged with absolute bloodlust in their glowing red eyes. Chapter 543. Stone Soldiers? Stepping out from the grayish mystical gate were stone soldiers, each around 6 feet to 6 feet 5 inches height. They had thick and block bodies that were made of a material similar to basalt and granite. On top of their thick and blocky bodies was another layer of thick medieval stone armor that had visibly been affected by age. Their glowing red eyes gleamed with utter bloodlust. Mana swirled and shrouded their stone bodies. The spears that had skewered the mages were now coursing with mana, which, in turn, generated a violent vibration that sent waves throughout the insides of the mages. The mages, with their already pale and half-dead faces, felt waves washing over their internal organs. They felt their organs invert, contorting inside out before, inevitably rupturing. Blood exploded out from their pores. Unsealed wounds, and every single orifice they had. They were dead, instantly. Unbothered with the blood stains on their stone bodies, the soldiers marched out of the gate in a single uniformed unit. The soldiers, who had skewered the mages, then lined up side by side and held their spears over their shoulders, entering into a throwing stance. Their eyes then glowed with a deep red as they laid their gazes on the private boxes along the back walls of the theater. Then, with cold and taciturn resolve, they threw their bloodied spears that still had the mages skewered on them. One by one, every one-way tempered glass window used to hide the identities of those in the private boxes was pierced through with ease, the windows that were made to resist bullets. Holes continued to appear, increasing in numbers on the reflective surfaces. Soon enough, the glass windows gave way and crumbled into countless glass shards shattering. The soldiers who had thrown their spears magically conjured new ones from their mana. They then began to march forward, intending to chase after the crowd that escaped. The auctioneer, who had just watched both the deaths of normal humans and mages in mere seconds, was left utterly shocked. He needed to run. With a fearful shriek, he hurriedly pushed himself back onto his feet, trying to scurry to safety before being surrounded. The stone soldiers, like cold-hearted machines, systematically raised their weapons to eliminate him in a single blow. Frightened, the auctioneer raised his hand out of fear, conjuring a ball of fire in hopes of it doing anything before immediately losing that hand. Surprise overcame the man as he found his hand to be missing. Shock numbing his sense of pain before eventually allowing him to feel it. And when he did feel it, HHUH, my hand, Ash. His voice erupted, louder than ever, even in his career. Buckling over and falling onto his knees, unable to bear the searing pain, he clutched his bloody stump, his body shaking violently. His voice now a mix between out-of-breath wheezing, pain-filled hissing, and muffled cries muttered shakily. It hurts. It hurts. The auctioneer bit down on the collar of his white shirt, tears streaming down his face as he held his bloody stump close to his chest, his blood staining his clothes. The stone soldiers, watching as the man fell, raised their weapons again without a shred of conscious thought or empathy. As they were about to land a killing blow to the back of the poor auctioneer's skull, a translucent rope of water whipped through the air. With elegance, it glided through the air, managing to wrap itself around the auctioneer's waist and pulling him out from the encirclement. Lillian, having managed to survive the volley of stone spears on her private box, tugged on the other end of the liquid rope. The auctioneer then flew into her private box, thump, crashing onto the red couch and knocking it over, all while groaning in pain. Then, using the deceased corpses of the mages that were pinned to the walls, Lillian injected the man with her parasitic lines, regenerating his missing hand. Fortunately, due to the auctioneer being a mage, he was slightly more resilient to pain, thus allowing him to remain conscious throughout. After telling and watching him escape, Lillian glanced towards the gardener to find him peering over the broken window, staring down at the stone soldiers that glared back at him. The Lithic Legion, he muttered, what a troublesome enemy. His red eyes narrowed on the enemy's glowing red eyes before looking back at Lillian. I recommend you step back. Hadash. Right as Lillian was about to ask why, they watched as several stone soldiers leapt towards their private box, crashing through whatever remained of the window and charging at them. They did the same with the other private boxes. Stumbling back, her rear pressed up against the bottom of the flipped couch, Lillian hurriedly summoned her black short sword. Clang! With a charge and overhead swing, a stone soldier swung down its sword at her, its strength surprisingly able to contend with Lillian, even when she was of the third tier. Looking around, Lillian identified four, including the one against her, inside the room. The other three surrounded the gardener, who didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. Lillian watched as it raised its right leg and immediately slipped out of the way, watching as its kick caused a hole through the backrest of the couch. The stone soldier then tore apart the couch before swinging its sword through the air in Lillian's direction, causing slashes of compressed dust from its sword to fly out at her. Lillian stepped out of the way, dodging the slash that left a deep mark against the ground and wall behind her, before flashing her hand at it. Within a second, several water harpoons manifested themselves around the stone attacker, piercing and skewering it to the ground, its body crumbling apart before slowly reattaching. An entity made to endure. Lillian rolled her eyes at its regeneration before swiping her finger down, manifesting a harpoon of water behind it. Then, with careful precision and positioning, Lillian pierced through where its mana core was leading to its destruction. You have slain a dire maw, Gravelborn. I may have one overkill on it. Lillian rubbed her chin, staring at the several water harpoons that still remained before vanishing. She then turned to the gardener, finding him to have already disposed of the enemy. With just his fists alone, he shattered through the Gravelborn's weapons, their limbs, and lastly, their mana core. He made it look like he was punching through styrofoam. He then dusted himself off. Lillian leaned and peered out the broken window, looking towards the other private boxes, specifically the one Mizuki and Kuro were in, and caught sight of a fierce brawl happening within. Ketsu summoned a plastic bottle of blood before chucking it, causing an explosion of blood that coated the nearby Gravelborns, which destroyed them. There were a total of 9 Gravelborns inside their room. He then scowled as he watched them reform. What the hell are these monsters? Mizuki shrugged calmly, standing inside a barrier of swords as he watched Kuro do all the work for him. They're called Gravelborns. Just destroy their mana cores, and their bodies will crumble apart. Mizuki responded, sending one of his swords and skewering it through the chest of a Gravelborn, destroying it. Kuro later confirmed this by severing 2 separate Gravelborns into 5 different pieces with his sword within a single second. He then dealt a finishing blow to its mana core and was notified of his kill. Yukiana, the heir of the highest Setsu, waved her folding fan and caused a wave of icy wind to wash and freeze over 2 different Gravelborns, her bodyguard later disposing of them with swift strikes of her dual short swords. After they had destroyed the remaining Gravelborns, they looked into their identities. More specifically, they looked towards one person who might know about them. Yukiana coughed, feeling 4 separate stares on her. It's rather rude to stare so intently at a lady. You 4. Kazan, her bodyguard, bent over and apologized instantly. My apologies, my lady. Seeing as only her bodyguard apologized, she sighed and said, The Lithic Legion born from their master Aru call. The Stone Sovereign is an army made completely of stone or a variety of it, the higher density material they are made from. The higher rank they are in hierarchy. They are a force renowned in Hearth as the protector of the 5 peaking mountains and came about in the 3rd epoch. She then paused and muttered, I fear that this outbreak may not be just any kind of outbreak. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. Why may that be? Is it because of the gunshot earlier? Yukiana nodded slightly, her face darkening a little. Yes. But there's another factor that I believe may be the reason to this outbreak being orchestrated. And that was no regular gate. The gardener muttered out loud for Lillian to hear. With folded arms, he leaned his side against the broken window and looked down. The Gravelborns that had escaped the gate had now begun to march their way out of the theater. They most likely had already entered the underground market by now. The security of this auction is poor. For an academy of such wealth, you would expect it to designate and provide better than this. Shaking his head, the gardener continued with his earlier words. Gates do not lead to an outbreak immediately upon appearing. They're designed to drag humans into their trial first before committing to an outbreak if they were to fail. However, this one was different. The gardener rubbed his chin before coming to a final conclusion. This is an orchestrated terrorist attack. The coincidence that this gate could bloom into an outbreak immediately is one. But the fact that it's an outbreak of these lithic soldiers is another. Listening to him, Lillian nodded in agreement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't these monsters grow stronger within rocky or underground terrain? As the gardener was about to respond, a volley of spears was thrown at them, followed by another wave of enemies to deal with. Chapter 544. Danger? It's an outbreak. Everyone run dash. A man screamed an ancient carry before being impaled on a stone spear, killed instantly. Chaos reigned amok as everyone fled for safety as a ridiculous number of stone soldiers exited the theater like it was their factory. Some fled for the exit, only to be blocked off by the stone soldiers who had managed to discern their intentions. Some decided to hide, but were soon found with the help of the Gravelborn's glowing red eyes. Some tried to call for help with their mobile devices, but found something was preventing them. It was like something was interfering with their connection. The mages, Tier 1 and Tier 2 alike, fought to the very best of their abilities. But due to the seemingly limitless regeneration of the Gravelborns and the mage's low capacity and regeneration for mana, they soon fell brutally, sliced and skewered by swords and spears alike. The number of casualties was quickly rising. Lillian, who was to face several Gravelborns, tore them apart with her magic and swords, while the gardener used only his hands, finding that the use of anything else would be deemed unnecessary. The gardener was in no rush to assist anyone. In fact, he wasn't obligated to assist anyone. This nation's people weren't his own. They weren't people of the Roselle's territory either. So what if they died? Their deaths would barely affect him in the slightest. The only one he might need to look out for would be Lillian. If she were to perish today, and the heirs were to somehow find out about this, then he would be on the end of never-ending hate. It would be counterproductive if he were to lose a family member's support for whatever large project he may have in the future. Shooting Lillian a brief glance, the gardener scrutinized her abilities in battle. Protection may be unneeded. She seems rather capable of surviving through this ordeal. Not only were her movements refined and filled partially with experience from life-or-death situations, but he was certain she had more up her sleeves than what she was displaying currently. His interest in her tingled a little bit more. Maybe she was a bit special. Upon breaking through the wall of stone soldiers before her, Lillian dashed forward and leapt out of the window, landing in the middle of a fray between both mages and Gravelborns. The mages were a mix of the security and customers. Kuro and the two other signs were here as well. The sword genius, having finished carving through a group of Gravelborns with a plain steel sword, glanced towards Lillian, who had landed right beside him. Ah, so you're fine, I see. Finally decided to join the battle? Kuro huffed, clearly in a joking way. Lillian smiled wryly, swinging her sword. These things are persistent. All right, I definitely agree with you there. Mizuki cut in, sending a storm of swords that sliced through both chairs and soldiers alike. These things just keeps on coming. With the combined effort of everyone there, besides the gardener, who seemed to remain idle in the chaos, they were able to rebel against the waves of stone soldiers. Lillian, having finally healed the last injured mage from the battle, looked up at the gate that had momentarily ceased its spawning. Is it over? Mage 1 asked, clearly fatigued and nearly out of mana. Should we go and try to kill off the remaining Gravelborns? Another mage grunted, shaking his head. The boss hasn't come out yet. Unless we deal with that, this gate will just continue to spew out more of them Gravelborns. With their conversation, fortunately being in Great Melvin, Lillian was able to eavesdrop on them. She smiled wryly. We're not close to the boss yet. In the corner of her eyes, she watched as those from security pulled out their mobile devices, hoping to contact the academy about what was going on. Unfortunately, something is interfering. They were met with interference. And the reason wasn't that they were underground, so it had to be something. The cult of jesters. Lillian sighed. The infamous terrorist group that prayed to the jester was behind all of this. The modification of the gate, the choosing of the gate, and lastly, the one who fired the bullet. Getting up, Lillian rolled her shoulders as she walked over to Kuro. Just a few more waves. Although she had lost track of how many waves had occurred by now, all she knew was that by the 5th wave, the more powerful enemies would begin to come out. I think we're on the 4th wave now. So hard to tell with everything going on. Kuro was currently sitting off to the side on one of the few good chairs left, polishing his blade with a cloth and later sharpening it. He looked up from his steel blade and at Lillian, who was slowly approaching him. He smiled slightly. Did you need something, Lillian? Nice work out there, by the way. You are rather skilled with your magic. Just checking up on you is all. Don't you think that you're taking things a bit lax? Not necessarily. I'm merely just taking care of my equipment. Kuro responded indifferently, splitting his attention between his sword and Lillian. Lillian hummed before glancing at the gate, watching as its grayish body continued to swirl. She wasn't sure why, but she felt like there was something off about it. With a tug of her shirt, Lillian looked down at her necklace. It had been a while since it did anything. While narrowing her eyes, she heard someone scream. Pointing at the gate, a mage drew everyone's attention to it. Everyone, more is coming. With their call, everyone immediately got into position, their weapons raised and their mana circulating. Even Lillian was cautious. Raising her sword, Lillian narrowed her eyes keenly on the gate, waiting. Then, what she and everyone had been waiting for finally came. However, something was off. With steps far lighter compared to the Gravelborns, something marched out from the gate. A sleek, crystalline black body made completely out of obsidian stepped out, standing at an imposing height of 9 feet tall. Across its smooth obsidian body were magma-like orange cracks that glowed beneath the obsidian platings of its armor. It also wore an angular and sharp helmet that revealed its sharp jaws and eyes hidden behind a single narrow visor. And strapped to its back was an obsidian long sword with runes carved into the blade. It was like a dark night that climbed its way out of the deepest insides of a volcano. Lillian widened her eyes, feeling the moisture in the air evaporate. Her lips instantly went dry. He wasn't supposed to come out yet. Even if she wasn't completely sure, this was definitely the 4th wave. This type of monster should only come out in the 5th. The legs of everyone around her wobbled as they experienced the pressure of the dark night as a predatory aura. Their faces paled near instantly as their blood seemingly ran dry. There was no way they could win. Before Lillian could fully react, the dark night had already charged at her with its fist raised. She hurriedly raised her sword and arms in defense, but was get out of the way, swiftly kicked out of the way by Kuro, who then went on to take her place. Raising his mana-covered steel sword in defense, he prepared himself. The fist shot through the air with profound speed, narrowing in and colliding powerfully against his sword. Kuro's steel blade resisted for a split second before rapidly bending inwards with a groan and shattering. With barely enough time to construct a chest plate of ice, Kuro was launched far back, crashing into the wall and causing blood to spill out of his mouth. Pwaft! The dark night's magma-like veins pulsed with light as he quickly turned his body to the side. Clang! Swiftly raising his hand, he caught Lillian's blade, shocking the girl, who was then subjected to a fierce glare by the dark night. Lillian, watching as the dark night raised his other hand into a fist, pulled back her sword into her spatial ring and crossed her arms. Kuro, who had managed to recover from his slight daze, charged back into the fray. The dark night, clenching his right hand into a fist, slammed his knuckles into Lillian's forearms, causing her to wince and hiss in pain. But that wasn't where it ended. For once, Kuro got close enough the Dark Knight shot its other hand and grabbed onto the Sword Genius's entire face. And without any warning, the Dark Knight slammed them both into the ground thud, with a force strong enough to crater and crack the ground, ultimately breaking through it. Its hands, which began to send out waves upon waves of seismic energy, caused the ground beneath them to crumble and open up. Cracks of magma crawl outwards and catch the surrounding mages off guard. The Dark Knight would then proceed to drag both Lillian and Kuro downwards into a pitch-black hole, dozens upon dozens of meters down into the earth. Countless large and small debris crashed into both Lillian and Kuro's bodies, eliciting a pained and stifled groan. How far doing are we going to go? Lillian panicked inside her mind. Soon enough, the ground below them gave up, opening up into a bright underground warehouse of workers preparing to send up the next product to be auctioned. With spin in the air, the Dark Knight tossed both Lillian and Kuro into two separate cargo containers like they were mere toys. Crash. X2 Chapter 545. Dark Knight. The workers of the underground warehouse, who were originally minding their business, became startled as the ceiling above suddenly cracked and broke open. Their startle eventually led to a paralyzing shock as three humanoid individuals fell. With a rapid spin, the Dark Knight tossed Lillian and Kuro into two separate cargo containers, their bodies flying their cannonballs as their backs crashed into the cold, hard metal containers. At the sight of this, the workers below quickly dropped what they were doing and immediately ran to the nearest fire exit, their panicked screams resounding. Crash! Lillian's body crashed into the cold, hard surface, which bent inwards due to the force. She let out a groan, her mind partially dazed. Well, that essay first, Lillian muttered quietly. She hadn't ever been dragged underground before. With her back stinging with pain, but without much damage, she looked down at her forearms that were, fortunately, protected by her black gauntlets. If they weren't, Lillian feared she would have gotten away with more than just a throbbing numbness in her arms. The strength behind the Dark Knight's punch was comparable to the Jungle Lord's. Its speed may even be close to the Wendigo's as well, or even more, pulling herself out of the deep indentation in the cargo container. Lillian fell to her feet before looking across from her, seeing Kuro doing the same. Unlike her, Kuro's body didn't have the sturdiness that a Tier 3 mage would have. However, as someone destined to be revered as a sword saint in the future, he was born with a far more resilient body. Besides a few bruises and cuts, Kuro's body was still capable of fighting. Spitting out a glob of spit and blood, Kuro looked upwards coldly, Lillian doing the same. With their gazes turned upwards, they followed the quick descent of the Dark Knight, who landed on the ground. A small crater ruptured beneath him as a waterfall of dust and debris fell over it. Summoning back her short sword, Lillian moved into a stance, Kuro doing the same as he drew out a rather broad oriental sheathed sword, chestplate, boots, and gauntlets. The Dark Knight, with a single swing of its arm, swatted away the cloudy pillar of smoke masking its body before purposefully reaching for its long sword tied to its back. Its eyes were glowing a foreboding red as it gripped its sword. The runes etched into the blades were slowly radiating. As the magma-like veins on its body crackled with heat, the Dark Knight swiftly swung its blade in Lillian's direction, blocking the water harpoon aimed directly for its head. Following that, it raised its long sword and parried Kuro's strike from its blind spot. With no intentions of letting up, Kuro swung his unsheathed sword again. Lillian was unwilling to let up as well, appearing in the Dark Knight's other blind spot. What ensued was a high-speed battle of clashing swords that traveled across the entire underground warehouse. Their bodies were thrown, knocked back, and tossed into countless cargo containers, which may or may not have been tumbled over because of them. With supreme mastery, the Dark Knight juggled and spun its long sword in its hands, enabling it to defend against the combined rapid attacks from the two. Frustrated, the two backed away from the Dark Knight. And in that brief moment, Kuro whispered as he eyed the destroyed surroundings. "The workers here are a liability. My abilities aren't suited for rescuing the workers around the warehouse. So could I leave that up to you?" Lillian gave him an odd look before smiling in realization. He wasn't wrong. The still unevacuated workers were indeed a liability in this situation. But that wasn't the only thing she realized. I remember he was the type of person who didn't like help. I wonder if this is the side of him. Seeing as Kuro was confident in handling the Dark Knight solo for a while, Lillian immediately leapt away, thus leaving Kuro to deal with the enemy for a while, trusting his abilities wholeheartedly. Clang, clang, clang. Engaging in another fierce clash, the Dark Knight parried Kuro's swift attack before counterattacking. Kuro managed to skillfully duck under the swing and retreat, knowing that parrying would do him more harm due to his weaker strength in comparison. Upon dodging, the Dark Knight immediately moved in to deliver another downward swing at him, chasing after his retreat. But then Kuro muttered, "Flow reversal crush." With the air rippling around him like water, the Dark Knight was suddenly met with a deafening pressure clap that should be knocked it back, only momentarily stunned it. However, that would be corrected the moment the runes on Kuro's chest plate shone before erupting with a high-speed shockwave, successfully knocking back the Dark Knight 5 meters back. But that's just enough. With a swing of his sword, which began to freeze intensely, the ground beneath his swing erupted with an avalanche of ice, forming a gigantic glacier. Machinery, metal cargo containers, and including the Dark Knight, all that was in front of Kuro was encased entirely in ice. Ragged, icy breaths escaped Kuro's lips. With this attack, he concluded that, "I must conserve my mana." His mana was what was enabling him to keep up with a high-speed enemy. After all, without it, he would only be left with his senses to survive. Sea crack. Shifting his attention back to the glacier, Kuro discovered a webbing of cracks crawling all over the sharp, icy hill. And not even a second later, the entire glacier shattered into snowy dust as the Dark Knight broke free. It would then swing and stab its sword into the ground, with seismic energy pulsing through its sword. The ground around the Dark Knight ruptured, exploding outwards as lava erupted from the ground, covering several dozen meters in diameter. Kuro swiftly leapt to high ground, pulling himself up on a cargo container before feeling himself lifted into the air. The ground beneath the cargo suddenly erupted upwards with a remote upward swing from the Dark Knight. Displaying a catastrophic level of damage, the Dark Knight continued its destruction inside the underground warehouse. With each swing it made, an area would be destroyed, leaving no trace of what it used to be as a blanket of lava began to coat everything. Lillian, who wasn't idle the entire time, hurriedly got the nearby workers to safety before quickly joining back into the battle. Kuro dashed around, dodging the Dark Knight's destructive attack, his body blurred with immense speed due to the buffs provided by his equipment. However, that wasn't to say he was without damage. Covered in severe burns, which he could only treat with his ice magic, he leveraged his ability to create icy platforms midair and freeze the ground to prevent scorching himself. Like an elegant ice skater, he slid and glided across the icy surface he created and managed to close the distance with the enemy, who swiftly raised their sword. With a powerful swing, the Dark Knight swung down, then watched as Kuro dodged out of the way as usual. And when Kuro did, he muttered, "Heavy retreating stream S6 technique, retreating wave rebound." Holding his sword up, the Dark Knight swung horizontally and found the edge of his blade colliding with an illusory shell wrapped around Kuro. The sword genius, instantly clashing his sword against the Dark Knight's, caused the shell around him to implode, detonating with an omnidirectional shockwave. Boom! Amplified by Kuro's chest plate, the Dark Knight was knocked several meters back, far more compared to last time. Kuro would then reappear, slingshotting into its blind spot with the help of his technique. He would then land the first decisive blow on the Dark Knight. SKRR. And with the quality of his sword, he was able to leave a noticeable mark, but only barely. Kuro's eyes shone with a brilliant light as he entered the martial state. Then, without any time to hesitate or spare, he unleashed a flurry of blows. Employing several other techniques he had yet to show, Kuro's body blurred around the Dark Knight, his muscles straining as several mirages formed from his movements. 7th, backflow pressure strike. 8th, low Ebguard shatter. 9th, drown momentum shift. The Dark Knight, enduring all the blows made on its body, raised its sword, managing to catch Kuro off guard. Or did it? Pale Spirit Ward. Erupting from Kuro's sword, the spirit in the form of an Eastern dragon appeared, blocking the attack that would have been fatal and reflecting it back, stunning the Dark Knight. Upon the dragon's return into his blade, Kuro immediately raised his sword with fire in his eyes. Then, with speed imperceptible to the normal human's eyes, heavy retreating stream, 10th technique, receding stormfall cascade. Kuro swung his sword dozens or even hundreds of times in under a minute, his blade flashing in his blurring hands. And as he did that, a vertical streak of mirages rose behind him like a towering wave, crashing onto the Dark Knight and scattering into a rainstorm of razor-sharp blade mirages. The Dark Knight's highly durable body, which was several times tougher than steel, was chipped and slashed repeatedly in short intervals. And the more it tried to follow Kuro's sword, the more lost it felt as it watched an illusory Eastern dragon coiling around his. With each slash inflicted onto its obsidian body, a thick layer of ice froze over, causing its body to slow down and freeze as its magma-like veins went dark. Seeing this, the sword genius immediately took a step back before chucking his sword into the air. With determination in his eyes, Kuro flashed his hands out, summoning 2 identical oriental swords in his hands, followed by another, before swiftly stabbing them into the Dark Knight's body. Then, with burning intensity in his gaze, Kuro caught his sword before entering into a stabbing stance. He then began to chant, each line causing one of the swords to glow. The wind that dances, the thunder that roars, the moon that reveals the unseen. May these 3 harmonies converge into one, tri-blade resonance. Mana swirls began to form around the 3 blades, forming into rings with pure energy as they slowly converged towards the sword Kuro held. Gripping his sword that began to clearly resonate with the glowing swords, Kuro stabbed forward with profound strength and speed, which had visibly been increased. He would then go on to manifest the spirit of his sword, except in much greater size, as the spirit's body was covered in a white flame. Shatter. The Dark Knight, finally escaping its ice encasing, raised its longsword in defense as Kuro's blade flashed forward, colliding with a soft but resounding ding. Chapter 546. Great Harpoon of the Sinking Abyss and Oceanic Collapse. The wind represented the dragon's free movement in space. The thunder represented the spark of ignition for the dragon's flames. And the moon represented the purity of the dragon's soul and body. With all these harmonies converging into one essence, what came about from the tri-blade resonance was the pale dragon of 3 harmonies, forming around Kuro's sword, which was named the Harmonious Dawn, was a pale white dragon bathed in white flames, which soon spread across Kuro's shoulders. Stabbing forth, Kuro's eyes narrowed with glowing intensity, his muscles straining as he stabbed his sword forward. With all of his gear combined, his armor, sword, and hidden accessories, the speed and force he stabbed at was now bordering on near supersonic speed. Ding! Kuro struck the Dark Knight's longsword. The sound generated far louder than any gong bell in existence. And relative to the sound generated, the Dark Knight was launched hundreds of feet back, more than it had expected. Flying back with ridiculous speed, its body slammed and pierced through several towers of containers, toppling them over. The Oriental Sword of Wind caused the Dark Knight to fly back at much greater speed. The Oriental Sword of Thunder caused the Dark Knight's body to remain in a state of paralysis. And lastly, the Oriental Sword of the Moon caused the Dark Knight's internal mana circulation to run rampant. Huh. Kuro breathed raggedly, watching as the flaming spirit dragon returned into its metal vessel that was now limply pointed towards the ground. Due to his attack, his sword arm was now seriously damaged, his blood vessels most likely ruptured. Although he was a mage, he was still human, not an enhanced human. Unless he were to find treatment that would quickly repair his arm, he doubted that he would be able to use the arm again for the remainder of the fight. Summoning a paper talisman, the sword genius placed it on his injured arm, watching as the paper slip expanded and wrapped around his limb. But that was fine. Even if he wouldn't be able to use this arm for now, it was fine. He wasn't expecting to take from the moment he sent Lillian to rescue the remaining workers in the area. He had actively kept a mental note of her current location. By now, every worker inside the warehouse should be evacuated. And right currently, you should be in position now. The Dark Knight flipped through the air, eventually landing in a pool of its own lava. When it climbed its way out, it rolled its shoulders. The chips and slash marks across its body were rapidly repaired. And just like that, all damages that had been inflicted on its body mere seconds ago were completely healed. After taking a look at its long sword and noticing a crack on it, the Dark Knight raised its right hand towards the swords embedded in its body. But to their surprise, FWIP, X3, they flew out of his body, shooting back to Kuro like heat-seeking missiles. Seeing this, it took a step forward, the lava beneath its feet forming solid ground. The moment it was about to chase and enact its revenge on Kuro. Oh, you dare forget about me? It was suddenly hit with a weight so profound it even caused its mind to reel. Staggering, it looked upwards, finding an orb of water several dozen feet above its head, magically floating. It was safe to say that the sea consisted of thousands of liters of water, and it was growing exceptionally quickly, to the point that it looked like a sea. This caused the Dark Knight to kneel down. Unwillingly, its body now frozen under the sinking pressure. Lillian, sitting cross-legged on a flat platform of water, leaned her head to one side, resting her cheek on the knuckles of her fist. She smirked. 20. Let us be a little flamboyant with this one. For an elite fighter of the prime rank, you dare to neglect another foe? Lillian raised a finger towards the sea above her. Suffer from a sinking sea that hovers above you and perish under its weight. 40. With a gesture of her finger, Lillian caused the sea above her to poke out with countless slender pole arms mimicking harpoons. Due to the sea taking more mana than she had expected, she resorted to using the sea as fuel for her attack. What followed next was a rain of harpoons that fell upon the Dark Knight like a waterfall. Flashing his hand out, the Dark Knight raised its hand towards the school of harpoons before slamming its knuckles into the ground, causing the lava around it to erupt and charge towards the waterfall of harpoons, leading to the collision of two rivaling elements. Clouds of steam exploded outward periodically from the collision. Lillian watched the reaction between their attacks and went on to shift towards a new path of assault. But the moment she did, the pillar of lava fell, closely followed by a blanket of heavy pressure exuded by the Dark Knight in irritation that began to bend and crush the metal cargo containers around them. Its purpose was to drag Lillian down from the air. However, much to its dismay, Lillian seemed unaffected by it. Holding up her left hand, Lillian showed the Dark Knight the Achis mark, which periodically glowed. She was immune to any form of pressure. Lillian grinned menacingly as she stood up and raised her arm, causing the sea above her to converge into a massive swirl. All this time, since coming to this world, Lillian never once had what can be considered her ultimate attack. Why not begin with something simple to get her going? Then, with a purposeful glow in her eyes, Lillian commanded the swirling sea to stretch into a gigantic and slender harpoon that was 50 to 80 meters in length and 6 meters in diameter. But the true terror had yet to begin. for in the next moment, the colossal weapon collapsed onto itself, shrinking at a violent, yet controlled pace, burning through Lillian's mana at a ridiculous rate as well. What became of the gigantic harpoon was now just a mere vessel to house the concentrated water. Lillian watched as the harpoon took a darker shade of blue, followed by a bubbling heat coming from its core due to the compression. She smiled broadly. If Lillian remembered back, the Drowned King did something similar to what she was doing, although to a much greater extent. But let us put my own spin onto this. Grabbing onto the harpoon and imbuing her parasitic element into it, Lillian took a throwing stance before declaring grandly, "Rejoice, Obsidian Warden of the Lithic Legion, and bear witness to what will befall you shortly. For your death has brought upon the birth of my first greatest attack." 20. With a powerful hurl, Lillian roared out, "Great harpoon of the sinking abyss." 20. The dense harpoon shot through the air, piercing through whatever obstacle the Dark Knight may employ to defend against it. But all fell before sinking density. Albeit struggling under the weight of the invisible pressure, the Dark Knight managed to grab hold of its long sword in defense. However, it seemed to underestimate the severity of the situation. The harpoon collided with the flat side of the Dark Knight's longsword, clashing and pushing against it. Although the Dark Knight's strength was grand, it struggled to force the harpoon back. It would then feel as though the mana it was transferring into its blade was being sucked away. And in turn, it felt the weight on its body increase dramatically. The harpoon had even begun to take an even darker shade of blue. The ground below the Dark Knight cracked under the weight of the ongoing clash, the lava suddenly radiating steam as moisture separated from the harpoon. Upon seeing the Dark Knight block her attack, Lillian raised her left hand that bore the mark of Acus Maris before clenching it into a fist. She then whispered mysterious was an emotionless face. Oceanic collapse. What followed next was an explosion from the harpoon, which erupted with a flooding sea of parasitic water that ate away at the Dark Knight's obsidian body. Much to its dismay, its body was a great source of mana for the parasitic sea, allowing it to grow further in size and flood more of the surrounding area, leading to the Dark Knight being further suppressed under the water. With its back completely pressed against the ground, it could only watch as its body was eaten away by the parasitic waters, and eventually its core. But it didn't intend to die alone. "You have slain a prime husk." Obsidian Warden Lillian breathed a sigh as she slowly dropped to the sea below and began to drain away, expending even more mana. After doing that, she slowly walked over to the Obsidian Warden with gentle steps before stepping on a crack on the ground, which suddenly lit up. Several cracks around it began to light up as well, catching Lillian off guard, and before she knew it, the ground erupted into a pillar of lava that was over 20 meters in diameter, a last-ditch effort from the Obsidian Warden to take Lillian with it. Chapter 547. A gardener-esque weeding of living stone? Lillian clenched her fist as she muttered oceanic collapse, causing the harpoon to explode with fierce bubbling intensity. Her gaze swept across the entire area around her and watched as the parasitic waters from her harpoon flooded the underground warehouse. Watching as everything began to erode. Oceanic collapse, an idea she had in mind by detonating the great harpoon of sinking abyss. Through imbuing her water with her parasitic element, she had coded in a specific purpose for the parasitic water: to attack and leech off of anything that held even a sliver of refined mana and multiply. With this piece of instructions embedded into it, Lillian had effectively created a sort of self-sustaining acid that would continue to grow under the condition of nearby sources of refined mana. And she doubted that the tough and rigid obsidian body of the Obsidian Warden below would endure the attack for long, even if its body was highly durable. "You have slain a prime husk." Obsidian Warden. Upon getting the message, Lillian fell into the sea of parasitic waters below and drained the warehouse of it. Unfortunately, this action did lead her to use up more mana. Lillian gave a deep sigh. "The mana within my mana core has dropped significantly." I'm at around 40, maybe 45 now. Sensing the evaporation of her mana, Lillian briefly recalled the battle of the Obsidian Warden that acted as a mini-boss in the game. Its body was even capable of resisting her water attacks, which were empowered by her earring by double. These rank B monsters are no joke, and the amount of mana shells it had didn't help either. Stepping towards the crumbling remains of the Obsidian Warden, Lillian discovered that nearly everything about it was destroyed, even its precious sword. Although, it didn't do much besides acting as a wand. If I didn't have my trait, I certain this battle would been much harder. Granted, she didn't use either the Black Maw or the Acus Maris, but still. Sighing again, Lillian placed her hands inside her pockets, only now realizing the slight burns on them. TSK. She clicked her tongue. Turning away, she walked away from the remains. She should meet back up with Kuro. Upon stepping away, Lillian accidentally stepped on a crack, which seemed to have a negative effect on the surroundings. The cracks glowed intensely, the air rising dramatically in heat as the ground shook concerningly. Then lava quickly bubbled out before boom, 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 erupting upwards from the cracks. Several pillars of lava erupted from the ground consecutively, leaving Lillian startled as she became completely blocked off. A trap? Looking back at the remains of the Obsidian Warden, which abruptly fell into a large crevice that opened beneath it, Lillian scowled intensely at it. Was the Obsidian Warrior so sore about its loss that it still stubbornly wanted to take her life even after death? This is absurd, Lillian shouted, panicked. She then felt the ground beneath her tremble, followed by the feeling of her body being lifted up. Then, heat. Burning heat. The gardener watched as the Obsidian Warden dragged both Lillian and the Kurosaya heir as bodyguard deep underground. He thought about making his move, but still remained in place. It didn't look that strong. I shall still place countermeasures. Subtly sprouting from his feet, a barbed vine drilled into the ground with rapid speed, already catching up to the Obsidian Warden and surpassing it. With this, he would be able to keep tabs on Lillian and would intervene if necessary. He was serious about keeping her alive in hopes of gaining future support in the family. Now and then, what to do about those? The gardener muttered quietly, leaning aside against the wall as he watched 3 more Obsidian Wardens exit the gate. 2 wielded long swords while 1 wielded a spear, their strengths equal to the one that dragged Lillian underground. Shit, everyone get into. The combined predatory aura from them immediately trapped the mages below in a net of fearful paralysis. With cold indifference, the gardener watched as the Obsidian Wardens slaughtered the mages below, his arms crossed casually. Obsidian Wardens, the rank above the Gravelborns, were known for their great destructive capabilities rather than their ability to kill. They were typically used as cheap siege weapons by the Stone Sovereign. The gardener analyzed. These monsters had a threat level of 8 each, enough to be classified as city killers. Given enough time, they would achieve that title. And if they spent long enough underground to grow their power, the time to reduce a city to ash would be decreased dramatically. Fortunately, these monsters seemed to be starved of that particular empowerment. The gardener's eyes narrowed, reading the mana emitted from the Obsidian Wardens before attracting their attention. He felt the temperature of the air rise, the ground trembling and cracking. Lastly, he watched as lava erupted into a pillar that continued to widen its diameter. It would eventually devour the entire theater, including the gardener, who remained still. This is a poor matchup with my element. Once the entire theater was reduced to a hellish landscape, and the ceiling of the underground was forced open, the Obsidian Wardens swept their gaze across the area. After detecting nothing remained, they ignored the humans that still remained underground before raising their heads towards the sky, settling their gazes on the floating island above. As they were about to leap out of the underground, a bud bloomed in the middle of them, its petals opening to reveal a dark-cloaked man wearing a plague doctor's mask. And held in his hands were 2 sickles, one a crimson red, the other a bone-white color. The Obsidian Wardens immediately took a stance at the sight of him and attacked, but were too slow as the mana around them began to be incredibly active as the gardener uttered one phrase. Rosarium terminus. In the blink of an eye, the hellish landscape that had plagued the area where the theater once stood was now a flourishing, runaway garden of flora and roses. Then, silence. Step, step, step. The gardener slowly walked past the obsidian wardens before stopping and clinking his sickles together. What followed was the crumbling bodies of the Dark Knights as their bodies were dissected apart along with their mana core. I despise facing monsters like you, he muttered. If they had only left him alone, he would have spared them. The bodies of inanimate materials are far less valuable and insightful than flesh. The gardener turned back and looked at the remains. Such a shame. I would love to figure out a way to concoct medicine out of you. The sense of disappointment welled up inside the man, but he could do nothing but sigh. Such was inevitable. There will always be times when he can't delve into his hobbies. Turning towards the portal, the disappointment in his red eyes disappearing instantly, the gardener of roses gazed at the gate with interest. With marching stomps, an obsidian warden, followed by an army of gravelborns, escaped the hostile gate. The gardener of roses sighed. What a waste of mana. Clinking his sickles together, he began to walk forward. He then began to read out a quote from his mind in a way that it was a biblical revelation. The rules of the world dictate that those who bear the crest and identity of monsters would inevitably fall under the heels of humanity. Forever inferior and forever unable to win as humanity ascends. And by the time he finished speaking, the fight was already over. No matter how tough the stone and crystalline bodies of the Lithic Legion-esque troops were, they would fall under the gardener-esque sickles. For that was the strength of someone with the Roselle family-esque blood. Sensing a twitch from the vine he sprouted earlier, he hummed. HM. It seemed his vine had detected that Lillian sustained moderately heavy injuries. He immediately did something about it by connecting the vine with the floral landscape around him. As he did so, the gate beside him was reacting strangely. It began to glitch out, warping and spinning before eventually collapsing in on itself. Was it finally over? HM. So this is one of those outbreaks. How rare. The ground trembled violently as cracks as large as small chasms formed in the landscape of flora around him. With swiftness, the gardener merged into the flora beneath his feet and appeared somewhere far away from the location, which suddenly exploded open, rising deep from the earth. A humanoid entity made entirely of stone, surfacing to the marketplace on the surface and standing at a towering height of 100 feet. Its body was carved out of special stone that seemed to resonate with the nearby rocks and was etched from head to toe with runic symbols. And held in its right hand was a colossal stone spear tipped with a diamond-like material. And with only a mere action of climbing out onto the surface, it had already laid waste to a quarter of the entire marketplace. The gardener appeared from a blooming bud and gazed up at the towering living statue. With a grunt, he held both sickles out from his body. A mountain seeger, the aura that he sensed from the colossal felt, threatening to him, something he wouldn't expect to feel at an event like this. He let out an exasperated sigh, already calculating the amount of mana possibly needed for the battle. But then, he heard noises from the underground market. Looking over, he suddenly found heavily armored soldiers destroying the Gravelborn with great efficiency and skill, saving the civilians and supporting the injured mages. They bore the crest of the academy. Oh, then, he must be notified already. The gardener put away his sickles as he turned to the colossal standing on the surface. You must be aware of this situation now, aren't you? His eyes then narrowed onto something high up in the sky. Rising smoke of the east. Chapter 548. The demon that carried dawn on its back? Kuro looked down with a concerned, yet still taciturn expression on his face, a mixture of shock and surprise as he gazed upon Lillian's body. You lost your legs? Only parts of it. Lillian chuckled. Resting her back against a half-destroyed metal container, Lillian sat with the lower half of her legs completely burnt off. The trap that had ambushed her was incredibly fierce. If she hadn't had mana at that time, she feared she wouldn't be able to escape with more than what she had currently. Unfortunately, she did lose the boots, the kelp striders in the process. Other than some burns, which she treated with some of her water, Lillian was partially all right, albeit now less than 20 of her overall mana. The reason why she hadn't drunk a health potion yet was that she feared that the regeneration might cause her stump to be sealed. Well, more than it already was. Kuro eyed her strangely, continuing to stare at her burnt stumps. Doesn't it hurt? Surely, the experience of having half of your legs burn off must be excruciating painful. Lillian laughed at that, not out of mockery, but one where she could only smile wryly to herself. It hurts a lot. But me squirming because of the pain won't help me any bit. Although, if you do have some pain-killing talismans, they would help. Blinking at what she said, Kuro glanced at his severely injured arm. The talisman that had wrapped around his limb like bandages was actually a talisman to numb the pain. I do. I suppose you would like some, yes? Kuro inquired, already knowing the answer as he summoned 2 talismans. Your injuries are incredibly severe. The cost of treatment would definitely not be little. He muttered, slapping the talismans on Lillian's stumps. Fortunately, as long as the Academy still remains after this, they would be happy to cover the cost, seeing as you did help. The rabbit gave her thanks and gratitude for the pain-killing talismans, feeling the throbbing and burning pain subside slightly, before shaking her head. It's fine. I have another way to heal my injuries. Oh. Lillian summoned a reflective glass shard from her mana realm, which faintly displayed the skull of a wicked, crowned Wendigo. Although it may not be morally ideal, by using the Jungle Lord as a source of vitality, Lillian would definitely be able to recover her legs. As she was about to summon him, she watched as Kuro suddenly flashed his sword out from his sheath towards a speeding vine shooting from the ceiling. The vine quickly evaded his swing before embedding itself into Lillian's neck, causing her to blank for a moment. A dash. In that instance, she felt the vine inject something into her bloodstream, and in a matter of seconds, she felt the burns covering her body disappear, followed by the recovery of her legs. Lillian's nose twitched as the vine emitted a floral scent. A flowery smell? Vine. Regeneration. Lillian pondered deeply before coming to a shocking revelation. Is this the work of Rosarium Terminus? Rosarium Terminus was an ability trait that, at the cost of a large portion of the user's mana, would create an overflowing garden of flowers that provided regeneration on allies on par with someone with an element of healing. It was rumored that the allies that fought in it were effectively immortal unless either the garden was destroyed or the user was killed. And the owner of this ability was none other than the Gardener of Roses. So the end of this outbreak is drawing near. After the two got back up to the underground market, they immediately set out to destroy the remaining Gravelborns that plagued the civilians. Lillian leapt forward and slashed her sword at a Gravelborn, clashing against its sword. They had gotten stronger, but even so, that wasn't an issue for her. While simultaneously clashing with the stone soldier, Lillian summoned a water harpoon behind it and sent it to destroy its core. She repeated this action, receiving the kill messages and the gratitude of the people saved by her. Crumble. Having destroyed another Gravelborn, Lillian wiped the sweat off her brow, feeling her mana core reaching its limit. But it wasn't in vain. Stepping forward, Lillian looked down at a frail, short, and rather familiar old man. The old man she had met back in the Kurosaya district that went under the name, "It's nice to see you again, Takuro." Takuro Takahashi. Lillian smiled as she watched the blind elder look up at her with realization spreading across his face. It really was like he could see her. "Ah, is that you, Miss Lillian? To think we would see each other so soon. I see that you've been helping out around here as well. Well, it's only right that I would help." Hee. The two then froze as the ceiling to the surface above them suddenly bursted open. Lillian quickly grabbed the old man and ran away, dodging the large chunks of falling debris that were hidden under the curtains of dust. Once getting to somewhere safe, Lillian looked back at that particular spot on the ceiling and found a colossal diamond-tipped spear through it that was pulled back up soon after. Standing on the surface, the colossal mountain seeger lifted its spear from the ground, using it as a crutch to stabilize its balance before looking over the landscape. It would then be bombarded with heavy artillery turrets planted all over the academy, mainly on the stone body of the Eastern Dragon that circled the entire perimeter of the academy. Heavy bombshells crashed into the colossal stone statue with enough firepower to pierce through and destroy 20 modern tanks in a row. Even monsters that had undergone 3 whole evolutions to increase their defenses would fall miserably to these shells. They were called HPA, heavy piercing ammunition, shells, and dozens upon hundreds of these bombshells fell upon the mountain seeger, colliding with a force field that had magically appeared around its body. Boom! 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 The HPA shells did little to no damage. Once the artillery paused to reload, it was already too late. With cold and robotic indifference, the mountain seeger raised its spear, adjusting its grip until its hand was situated near the butt of its weapon. The spear would then go on to transform into a majestic longsword. Tightening its grip around the sword's hilt, the mountain seeger began to spin in place. With its spin, the air around it spun as well, picking up speed along with the mountain seeger and becoming something akin to a tornado that gradually began to rip the buildings from their foundations. Then, with a swing of its longsword, it caused space to crack and explode outwards, an omnidirectional attack of pure destruction. The turrets that were placed all across the academy were destroyed instantly. The entire marketplace was destroyed. The great statue of the Eastern Dragon that circled around the beautiful, lush valley was destroyed, as well as the mountains in the far-off distance and the chains that tied the floating island down to the earth. Standing in the center of desolation, only the mountain seeger remained, unmoved and unimpressed with the defenses of the area it was sieging, transforming its long sword back into a spear. It aimed upwards at the floating island above, which began to slowly ascend. With the chains that once tied it to the ground now gone, it was free to escape to the heavens. The mountain seeger saw this, but found no reason for it to escape. With a powerful stomp forward, the colossal statue hurled its spear towards the floating island, its throw cracking and rupturing the ground beneath it. The spear shot towards the floating island with the speed of boom, 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 Mach 3. With 3 consecutive air cones erupting behind it, the spear sped towards the floating island. And when it was about to collide, ding! A soft but resounding ding occurred, followed by a sweeping shockwave that spread outwards in the form of an air ring. The island, as though drawn in by the ding sound, ceased its ascension and remained in place. And under the glistening light of the pure moon, the appearance of a faint fog of smoke could be seen shrouding the entire island, holding it in place as if it were a hand that belonged to a deity. Sigh. I didn't account for such an event happening today. Clang. The mountain seeger stepped to the side, dodging the spear that was reflected right back at it with the same speed. It would then gaze up at the sky, staring at the figure hovering below the floating island on a small cloud of smoke. Ensho Kurigane, the headmaster of the academy, stood on a cloud of smoke of his own creation, holding a long naginata in his right hand that resembled a flagpole due to the large cloth attached to it. Slowly lowering from high above the sky, the rising smoke of the east gazed upon the desolate terrain. His eyes reflected sadness as he swept his eyes across the land. However, that was all. No anger, no annoyance, just sadness for the scenery he had loved ruined. And the reason? Upon picking up its spear, the mountain seeger was soon met with a golden formation that appeared above the entire valley. Then, one by one, the buildings that once made up the marketplace began to be reconstructed. The ancient statue of the Eastern Dragon was repaired. The chains that tied the floating island to the ground were repaired. It was as if time had reversed everything that was destroyed. Ensho spun the naginata in his hand. It had a long and crimson scaly shaft, a long curved blade with wavy crimson patterns forged into the metal, and a deep red cloth tied to the weapon. And covering it from blade to shaft were runes. This was Ensho's signature weapon, forged from the remains of a crimson volcanic dragon. Its name was Kajiro. The reason why he didn't feel anything beyond sadness or gloom was because of this particular reason. For besides the lives lost during the auction, those that still lingered on the surface were promptly evacuated, watching as all that had been destroyed was restored. The rising smoke of the east muttered this as he assumed a fighting stance. The world teaches us that structures can be rebuilt, wood regrows, stone endures, and hands learn their craft anew. Before the mountain seeger could even react, the force field that was built into its body sparked back to life as a roaring attack landed, shattering through its once impenetrable barrier. Having stuck the mountain seeger with his naginata, which glowed intensely, the rising smoke of the east launched the heavy entity far into the sky. And when a mountain seeger reached the peak of its flight, it was then slapped away by a dense fog of smoke, carrying it far away from the academy and slamming it into a mountain far away. Yet no forest, mountain, nor master can return a life lost through haste or indifference. Then, with a single leap, the rising smoke chased after it with blurring speed that caused 3 air cones to erupt behind him. Rising from its landing site, the mountain seeger raised its spear and transformed it into a sword. Then, with a large upward sweep, it caused yet another chasm-inflicting attack on the terrain, which charged towards Ensho's location. However, its efforts were futile in the face of the rising smoke. Dodging all of the mountain seeger's attacks and clashing with it again, the rising smoke launched it farther away from the valley. Each strike left lasting wounds on the mountain seeger as it was sent farther and farther, even being tossed through stone hills after hills. Afterwards, when they reached far enough, the rising smoke slowly made its way above the colossal statue with cold indifference, watching as the colossal statue healed its injuries in mere seconds. Its body was like an entire mountain, both in endurance and toughness. But not only that, the mountain seeger's strength was quickly rising the more it fought within the rocky areas, especially in valleys and between mountains. Because of this, their mountain-splitting battle lasted for several hours, for to be exact, leading to the break of dawn of the next day to appear from over the mountaintops. Well, the mountaintops that weren't completely destroyed. The rising smoke was now facing the mountain seeger that had more than doubled its original strength. Its attacks were now to reach dozens of miles. Enough was enough. Hugh, after taking another puff from his cigar, a specialized cigar made for him that would last for hours, he raised his naginata. He then went on to move into another stance, one which exuded a much more powerful aura. He was going full force now. To see the true foundations of any home, country, or nation is to see the breadth of their people and residents. On this day, you have committed the greatest sins of putting my students in danger. In the past, if only he had been there to accompany the previous headmaster to that tournament that happened a month ago, he had been tasked with something that prevented him from going. But if only he were there, pay it with your body so that we may construct stronger foundations from your remains. The rising smoke growled, anger finally seeping through his indifferent facade. If only he were there, he might been able to reduce the number of casualties. The smoke that was emitted from his body started to undergo a rapid transformation. Its murky and suffocating appearance began to ignite with fury and glow bright orange. His eyes began to glow brightly as well. Soothe art ignition, volcanic overdrive. Ensho's veins glowed a bright and volcanic orange, leading him to take on a fiery appearance as his smoke magically transformed into ash. He would then raise his naginata towards the sky, which slowly manifested 2 rings of mana around its blade. This phenomenon was called mantra. The mountain seeger watched as the rising smoke took off high in the sky before diving down towards it. It didn't remain passive, transforming its sword back into a spear. It stabbed upwards, its mana causing the space around it to crack and warp. Diving through the air, the rising smoke began to emit black smoke from his body, mixed in with the ashes that ignited around him. He would then take on a colossal beast form made of black smoke that was comparable to the mountain seeger in size. His Naginata took on the form of the horn of the beast. Rising Smoke of the East was one of the many titles he gained, but there was another, one he wasn't too proud of, the Demon of Black Smoke. Diving downwards, his voice roared out thunderously as he collided with the mountain seeger-esque spear like an orbital strike. Dive of the primeval smoke demon. Their clash left the world, coming to a standstill as, at the point of collision, a volcanic explosion occurred with enough force to be comparable to a small hydrogen bomb. Boom! What happened next, you may ask? Well, chirp, chirp, chirp. The light of dawn came, along with peace, as the outbreak finally came to a close. Chapter 549. The Golden Array that reversed destruction. With the break of dawn, the chirping of birds whistled from the trees that were left untouched from the catastrophic battle between the rising smoke and the mountain seeger. Their chirpings were like an opening choir. Everyone who was involved in the incident was either rushed immediately to a medical facility by the academy staff or left, no longer wanting to stay in a place where their lives were so recently threatened. But there were always exceptions. Some people decided to stay back at the academy, ogling at the newly repaired buildings that were reconstructed with the help of the Golden Runic Array. What was that phenomenon, you may ask? The Golden Runic Array was called the Hidden Array of the Golden Hour. Kuro muttered quietly as he climbed up the stairs to the surface. Not once did I imagine that I would be able to partially witness it in action during my time here. The Hidden Array of the Golden Hour was a powerful, mystical formation created by the first headmaster of the academy. Back when the academy was first built, it would constantly be destroyed time and time again, even with the help of the finest mages. So, when they had relocated to this urban area, he had erected an array of time that would repair all the damages caused to the academy, but only to inanimate objects. This was an array that could only be activated 3 times per year, needing to recharge by absorbing the ambient mana. If one had to describe what an array was, it would commonly be referred to as an enchantment that was applied to reality and the world itself. This method was able to construct the realm in which the Lewis Mana Academy was currently hidden. Only those well-versed in the language of enchantments and beloved by mana can truly pull off this feat. Lillian marveled at the buildings before turning to the gardener, watching as he caressed the side of a wall, trying to discover any flaws or differences with it. It's the same, he muttered quietly. They truly hadn't changed a bit. The dust on the window sills, the rubbish in the bins, and even the webs without their spider had been recovered. Anything that wasn't breathing was returned to their rightful place. That's so cool, Lillian thought. She then tried to locate Takuro, the old man, amongst the crowd that still remained here, but found her to be non-existent. He was gone. Lillian's face twitched, remembering back to the countless people she saved in this mess while he was around to witness it. She then thought, what, no going? Sighing, Lillian shrugged. It's not like she should feel disappointed that she managed to save people. It'll go towards her reputation, after all. Pulling out her phone, Lillian tried to turn it on, but then found it to be dead. It's dead? Since when? Did I not charge it on a train? Lillian pushed the power button several times in rapid succession, expecting it to turn on any moment, but then stopped soon after. Wasn't this the definition of insanity? She sighed deeply. Great. Who knows how long it's been dead for? Lillian frowned, visibly frustrated. What if Marionette had called her, but had no way of picking it up because her phone was dead? Subtly distressed, Lillian began to rummage through her spatial ring with dramatic movements, hoping to find somewhere she could charge her phone. She might need to invest in a power bank. While Lillian was doing this, the gardener felt his pocket buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Pulling out his phone, he went silent as they stared at the caller's name. If one were to be able to get a glimpse under his mask, they would find his eyebrow raised high. Accepting the call, he placed his phone to his ear and began to talk. What is the purpose of your call, niece? Yes, I'm fine. How about you? Have you been taking your medications? After a short chat of formal pleasantries with the person on the phone, the gardener's eyebrow raised again at what he heard next. Attendant? Have you decided which of the few you would like to compete for the role, yet dash? Find? The gardener, having been shortly cut off mid-speech, decided to look past it as he snuck Lillian a brief glance. How fortunate, that girl is actually with me as you speak. He then paused, being cut off again. But this time, watch your tone. I didn't do anything to your lover. Then, do explain why she is in such close proximity to you. In fact, you might as well explain the purpose of why you're even anywhere near her. Marionette hissed through the phone, knowing full well what her uncle was like. Aren't you supposed to be at the Dragoness Den? Her uncle was a man who, once interested in a creature's anatomy, would try to dissect and concoct a medicinal substance from their remains. And with the fact that he was aware that Lillian looked normal in her eyes for what she said, she felt far more cautious about him. I was and still am. An outbreak had occurred, which led to the night ending. Rest assured, your lover is still alive with all of their limbs intact thanks to me. So, show your uncle some respect. Now then, what is this about making her your attendant? Overseeing the crowd of people below, a man stood at the peak of a tall building that was several hundred feet above the ground. His body was small, old, and frail-looking. A lot of them managed to survive this. The elder muttered, stroking his chin as he looked down with blindfolded eyes. It was Takuro. The corners of the elder's lips curled upwards as he settled his gaze on Lillian secretly, fidgeting with a coin hidden inside his pocket. Almost, little girl, you almost earned yourself another contract. After muttering that, he took a single step off the edge of the building he was standing on. Chapter 550. The frilier the appearance, the stronger the revelation. Stepping onto the air, he magically vanished, teleporting into the underground market below that was unfortunately unaffected by the array. With his arms wrapped behind his back, he slipped through the patrol guards of the ruins, his movements so quiet and skilled that he would be mistaken for an assassin or ninja. Despite being able to see, he would always be able to sense a patrolling guard ahead of time, always shifting his direction of movement in microseconds. He would then find himself standing in front of a deep hole that led to the underground warehouse, at a time when there were no guards surrounding it. Dropping himself down into the underground warehouse, which felt more like a sauna, he landed softly with injury, as if he didn't fall hundreds of feet down and merely stepped off a step on a stair. After walking and wandering around a bit, he finally stumbled upon a group of masked men. They wore gray and jagged cultish masks, and they seemed to be, have you all looted everything yet? Looting the items that would been given away. Well, whatever items remained after Lillian and Kuro's battle with the Obsidian Warden. One of them clicked their tongue in frustration and mockery. One would think the containers they placed them into would be durable enough to protect whatever is inside. But I guess not. Another laugh. Keck. I know, right? It's like 80 of the things here have already been destroyed or taken before we got here. Another man turned back to look at Takuro, whose form began to wobble and change into something else. The man ignored this and instead addressed the true identity of the old man. Ryozen Arinder, without you, we wouldn't have been able to intrude into this underground vault. What was previously a frail and short elderly man was now a tall man who appeared to be in his 20s. He was a lean man with a thick black fur coat draped over his shoulders. His muscles were like they were modeled after a chiseled statue of a demigod. The outline of his muscles seemingly screamed power. He had a sharp and chiseled jawline that complemented his incredibly handsome face, which would leave even the most faithful of nuns to rethink their faith and oath. And wrapped around his eyes were blindfolds, which seemed to act more as a fashion accessory due to how accurately he could see with them. Ryozen Arinder, that was his name, and the man who proudly held the title of the strongest mercenary. He shrugged at what he heard with a nonchalant smile. I'm sure you guys would be. But then, his face shifted to a grim expression. But to use such an underhanded method, like a modified gate, for a purpose like this. The face he was putting on then cracked as he cackled loudly, while pointing condescendingly at them. You lot are sickening. Cowards. Weaklings. And undeserving of my help. One of the cult members sneered, too bad. You signed a contract with our Messiah. non-believer. So, do your job or feel the backlash. Afterwards, they went on to loot more containers before leaving. But before they could do so, appearing from behind every corner, stone soldiers began to appear, seemingly multiplying by the second, as over several dozen surrounded them. These were the Gravelborns that still remained from the outbreak, having escaped the guards in a market and traveled through the ground. Their strength had risen after their prolonged time underground. "Ah, Seat," a cult member muttered, quickly drawing his blade, the others doing the same except for Ryozan, who remained with his hands behind his back. The Gravelborns scrutinized their group before walking forward. Clearly, this wasn't part of the group's plan. They hadn't thought of the possibility of this scenario. Besides Ryozan, they were all Tier 1s, one of them a Tier 2. They were the lowest-ranked members of the cult. Thus, they were dispensable. Shit, Ryozan, do something about them, or else the contract them. Who asked them? Ryozan inquired, smiling playfully. The man, quickly angered, pointed towards the Gravelborns. Them dash. But once he pointed at the Gravelborns, he found nothing. His finger was pointing at thin air. He was left in shock. He had sworn that he saw the stone soldiers surrounding them mere seconds ago. Even his companions thought the same. They then slowly turned their heads towards Ryozan's back. The man hadn't even moved an inch since they stopped. He was the cause of the Gravelborns' strange disappearance. Ryozan, feeling a group of horrified and admiring stares on his back, tilted his head and looked back creepily. He then said, "What else with the hold-up? You all looked as though you've seen a ghost. Let us not dawdle like children and get going now. After all, as you said, I wouldn't like to be hit with the backlash of my own contract with the Messiah now, do I? Now then, let us prepare for the legacy table in a few days' time." While that was happening, "Look, I didn't steal them." "All right," Lillian exclaimed, holding a handful of spatial rings. "These rings just holds the items that were seen in the auction." And after the battle with the Obsidian Warden, Lillian had been looting the underground warehouse of items. She would be a fool to let them be destroyed. And yet, they're in your hands, having not been paid for. The gardener narrowed his eyes with crossed arms, his eyes reflecting the look that made it seem Lillian committed the worst sin on earth. Lillian's face twitched rapidly in irritation. Was this guy serious? At this moment in time, the two of them were in a limousine. The reason why? Well, get in the car. Lillian paused, frozen in place as she stared at the gardener, pointing towards the inside of a black limousine that had appeared out of nowhere. Why on earth was he telling her to get in? Was this a kidnapping? Do I have to? Am I telling you to get in? Yes. Then that's your answer now. Get in. The gardener pressured her, leading Lillian's lips to break out into a wry and unnerved smile as she slowly climbed in. This was definitely a kidnapping. Chapter 551. Stubbornness towards stolen gifts? Lillian's original plan before the kidnapping was to take advantage of Kuro's injured state. Besides just his arm, he had suffered a much graver wound inside the game as he had faced the Obsidian Warden by himself, only being able to stall until the guard arrived. If he had been left with grave injuries, that would be taken more than just potions to heal. Lillian could substituted him, taking over his position as the attendant for the Scion of Kurosaya. But unfortunately, it seemed fate had something else in store for her as she was dragged down along with him. She could only sigh. There wasn't any point in getting upset about it now. After all, there's no use in crying over spilt milk. I'll think of some other way to get into the event. But now, she was in another mess. She was stuck in a car with the Gardener of Roses for no reason. Slightly unnerved and anxious, Lillian decided to remove the awkward silence by pulling out a handful of spatial rings, those that were used to hold the items displayed on auction. She was planning to gift some of them to the gardener. Unfortunately, he didn't accept them for one simple reason. "Look, I didn't steal them, all right? These rings just holds the items that were seen in the auction," Lillian exclaimed, frustrated as she stared at the stubborn gardener. "And yet, they're in your hands, not having been paid for." The gardener snapped back, folding his arms. "I may be an assassin with infamous reputation, but I am no pathetic thief. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh, rubbing the back of her head. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to give them the rings. She had even warned herself that she shouldn't do something like this in front of him. Look, it's not really stealing if they belong to you, right? What are you implying? Holding up a ring, pinched between her fingers, she waved it. Inside this one is the mystical golden bow, which you won fair and square. All that I managed to take from the underground warehouse before it was destroyed were the items you so happened to win. If you believe it is stealing, you could just forward your payment to the academy afterwards. Lillian lit. Well, partially. Everything she had stolen from the warehouse wasn't just the things that the gardener won, but also some others. But she was going to tell him that. The gardener scrutinized her face. With his years of experience in interrogation and torture, he figured out Lillian was partially lying. However, he decided against speaking about it. After a bid and forth, the gardener decided to take a glance down at her hand, finding 4 rings held in her palm. He then asked, I recall I only won 3. The Viridian gem flower, the mystical golden bow, and lastly, the arcane bombardier. What is the last? Lillian smirked smugly. The corpse of the monster you came to the auction for. The corpse of the twin-headed seawater leviathan, the rank B monster that is currently hidden inside this ring. So, you stole that too? The gardener responded, taking the 3 rings he won off Lillian's hand. The rabbit gave another exasperated sigh. Does this man love the law that much? Well, it's not really stolen if it belonged to me in the first place. The gardener raised an eyebrow under his mask, obviously skeptical about what she said. He then watched as Lillian turned her head and gestured towards her serpent earring. This is the item that I got from killing it. Is that enough proof? Narrowing his eyes, the man held his hand out to her, gesturing for her to hand it over. Let me analyze first before making my judgment. There are consequences of lying. Without hesitation, Lillian took off her earring and handed it over to him, allowing him to analyze it with the help of the jester. Soon enough, he was able to confirm that what she said was correct. Impressive. I apologize for doubting you. For my information on it, it was a monster that had escaped from the front lines. Even if it was most likely severely injured, judging by your story, you weren't a Tier 3 mage at the time you defeated it. Could you clear up my suspicion? The Leviathan was definitely wounded the time I got there, with its missing eyes and such, but I was only able to defeat it with the help of a Tier 3 mage at the time. Niarlo Farland, if you are curious. The pirate of the rickety ship? The gardener inquired before rubbing his chin. That's rather surprising. I've heard of rumors about him being a recluse and quiet person. To think he would socialize with others. Seeing that he was in thought, Lillian smiled broadly inside. There was a reason she gave out Niarlo's name, and it was so that the gardener would know that she had connections to a powerful and well-known mage. That should make me look a bit more favorable. Exiting out of her monologue, she watched as the gardener reached for the ring that held the Leviathan. With a playful glint in her eyes, she moved her hand away, dodging the gardener, who was visibly confused by this. Looking up at Lillian, he watched as she held it in between her fingers with a bargaining look in her eyes. You want this, correct? I'll hand it over under 2 conditions. You don't have much of a bargaining chip, considering just that ring will be enough to cover the debt you have to me. Oh, I know. And that's one of the 2 conditions. Lillian slowly held the ring towards the gardener. The last condition is that, the moment you take this ring, you have to wholeheartedly support my relationship with your niece. Simple, right, Dash? Just as Lillian was about to finish her word, the gardener had already snatched the ring out of her hand. While scrutinizing the ring, the gardener spared Lillian a single glance and said, My requirements are much lower compared to the others. You have shown me you're capable in battle and displayed that you have connections. That's enough for me. Lillian blinked. Was it just that easy? She barely did much to gain his approval. She had expected to argue and even face him in some kind of court setting. Were his requirements really that low? It doesn't matter. With 1 down, she only needed 2 more supporters. She assumed Marionette was voting for their relationship, so she should aim for either the aunt or the grandparents. Just a little bit more before she yes mine, Lillian thought, holding her chin as she looked out the window. Her eyes looked over the scenery. The limousine seemed to be driving on a road through a dense and dark forest. Where were they? The Roselle family has countless estates spread over the world. The gardener noticed Lillian's confusion. We are nearing one of them now. That would be where you will train to be an attendant, assuming you know nothing about the job. Ashul? Attendant? She was going to be an attendant? Chapter 552. Roselle Mansion with a stain inside? Lillian stared up, wide-eyed, at the gargantuan mansion she was standing in front of. After she and the gardener had passed through the metal-fenced gate that wrapped around the entire estate, they had exited the limousine and watched as it drove away to be parked. The mansion was close to 2,800 square meters, while the entire estate was around 25 acres. It was covered and decorated with all sorts of roses. Lillian didn't know much about real estate or the money it takes to maintain and pay for it, but she knew this would cost millions. As Lillian continued to marvel at the grandiose mansion, the gardener of roses expanded his senses across the entire estate, a precaution. And once he did, he sensed two vehicles parked in the driveway. One was the limousine that he and Lillian rode on, while the other, it has the Roselle branding. He mentally noted, this other vehicle belonged to their family, but why were there two? Was someone else, besides them and the servants here? He stroked his chin, but pushed the thought to the back of his mind. Walking over to the double doors of the mansion, he opened them. The quicker he gets the servants to train Lillian, the quicker he can go experiment with the items he just recently acquired. Ah, welcome back to the estate, Sir Gardener. Good morning, Houston. Upon opening, the gardener's eyes landed on a formally dressed elderly man who exuded the aura of a Tier 3 mage. This was Houston, the chief butler of the estate and the one who manages this estate in the family's stead. Houston shifted his gaze from the assassin and onto Lillian, who slowly appeared from behind the gardener's broad back. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, a guest? Yes. This is Lillian Ker, Arius. I would like you to designate some servants to her, so that she may be well-versed in maid work. The heiress found a liking in her. A liking? Houston gasped quietly, visibly shocked. The heiress of roses found interest in others? That is a jolly surprise, sir. So maid work. Was it? I'll personally show her the ropes after I had finished up this mess over here. Clapping his hands, Houston summoned a maid, who was around the corner, to show Lillian upstairs to her room. Lillian, hesitant, glanced back at the gardener before slowly following after the maid. Her eyes then shifted to the bandage that was wrapped tightly around the girl's arm, which was soaked in blood. It was fresh. Watching as Lillian disappeared from his line of sight, he glanced back at Houston before lowering his gaze to the item held in the chief butler's hands. It was a mop. Mopping the marble ground, which was temporarily stripped of its red carpet, Houston dignifiedly attacked a dark red and viscous liquid. Momentarily eyeing that detail, the gardener raised his eyes and inquired calmly, "Was there an accident here? And where is the culprit?" She raised an eyebrow at that, but dare not speak up about it. An accident? The accident was very minor, Sir Gardener, as there were no lives lost. As for the culprit, she is currently in her room, having just arrived under half an hour ago. She? The gardener inquired, "Is the Thorn of Roses here? If she is, do tell her that I will meet her personally later, after I have rested a few. As for whether it's the Veil of Roses, please tell me what room she is in, so I may meet her." The chief butler's face remained taciturn and emotionless, but a slight twitch and curl of his lips could be discerned. "Ah, well, here's the thing. Sir, it is neither the veil nor the thorn. It's actually the heiress of roses." "The heiress is here?" The gardener repeated, visibly confused. He glanced around the spacious room and looked for traces of darkness. Eventually, he found them amongst the faint damage around the room. They were like termites, digging into the walls of the mansion, try to live inside their burrowed holes like moles. The gardener became greatly annoyed. A patient like her, who was essentially a bomb, shooting TB out and about with her current conditions. With a wave of his hand, he sent a large portion of his mana in hopes of purifying it. He watched as the darkness fought back before eventually shrinking, then disappearing like a cursed spirit. This act of purification had drained 10 of his overall mana. And where's her room now? We have placed her in one of the guest rooms. The first one, to be exact. I do apologize if it seems either disrespectful or inappropriate towards your esteemed selves, but we found it to be the most reasonable to prevent any furthermore possible damage to the estate. While the two conversed downstairs, Lillian was quietly being led through a corridor of minimalistic decorations, most of the decorations being sharp weapons. She was a bit lost, to say the least. I haven't been here before. Inside the game, the entrance into any estate belonging to the Roselles would always lead to a hostile outcome, and you wouldn't usually be able to enter them unless through force, since any member of the Roselle would show hostility towards you. A bit nervous, Lillian continued to walk, but then found her surroundings suddenly darkened to an intense degree before going back to normal a moment after. It was as if the world momentarily powered off before turning back on. Frozen in place, Lillian glanced around before settling her gaze on the double doors to a room next to her. A dark and sinister aura exuded through the gaps in the doors. It was also strangely familiar. Raising an eyebrow, Lillian took another couple of steps forward before accidentally bumping into the maid. Saw thee. After apologizing and taking a step back, Lillian watched as the maid turned around and gestured to the room next to her. It was next to the room Lillian was previously looking at. This is guest room 2. This will be your temporary residence for your time here. It is equipped with a large king-sized bed, a bathroom, etc. If you need any assistance, please look for the nearest servant. The head butler will be with you shortly. Like a robot, the maid systematically told everything that Lillian needed to know before leaving. Watching as she walked away, the rabbit scratched her head awkwardly, but found herself appreciating the woman's straightforwardness. Lillian then took a step towards her room. Chapter 553. Closed but separated? After giving one last look at the strange room beside hers, Lillian entered her room before throwing herself onto the bed. Thump! She and T slept for 2 days straight. Although she could probably go on for much longer if it wasn't for all the things that happened today. Lying on her back, Lillian pulled her phone out and turned it on. She had charged it inside the limousine. 10:56 a.m. Saturday, March 3rd. There were still 4 days left until the legacy table. Swiping over to her notifications, Lillian saw a list of missed phone calls, all from Marionette. The rabbit's eyes shot wide open. While her heart ached dearly, she felt like she wanted to cry inside. I should charge my phone much earlier. Saw thee. Lying on top of her bed, still dressed formally in her family's uniform, Marionette woke up groggily as a familiar voice echoed from behind the doors to her room. Is she here? Marionette internally asked expectantly. Just earlier, she felt her darkness react, causing her to stir and rein it back in. With her journey to Luton and to this estate, the corruption within her was behaving quietly. Well, even. But that was until she arrived at the estate. Her darkness lashed out at one of the maids. Slowly sitting up, she popped the first 2 buttons of her uniform, allowing her chest to breathe. Her face was partially covered in sweat. She then looked towards the doors to her room. Should she leave to confirm that it was Lillian who was outside her room not long ago? And if it was, who was she apologizing to? Lillian? Marionette muttered yearningly before looking toward her phone. Just earlier, she had been trying to call to inform Lillian of her idea. Unfortunately, she didn't pick up. Was Lillian ignoring her now? She was upset that their call ended abruptly. Was she? Because of the cursed corruption inside her body, these thoughts sprang inside her mind, reproducing rapidly like rabbits in mating season. It was only after she had called her uncle that she knew a possible reason why. An outbreak. She knew the Eastern nation had a ridiculous problem with outbreaks, but to think it would involve Lillian twice. She was able to repel the first. Marionette scrolled through her phone, reading the articles about Lillian she had saved the links to, and found herself smiling as she read them. Mysterious Tier 3 Mage saves a tourist attraction from destruction. A water mage that is superior to aquatic monsters. Identity of the mysterious, white-haired maiden. She continued to scroll through, her eyes glistening as she found blurry pictures of the mysterious mage. Medium length, white hair, bright blue eyes as sparkly as sapphires, and a black mask that covered the lower half of her face. Marionette knew this was Lillian, but for some reason, she felt the girl looked different. She remained the same to her flaw, but something about Lillian was different. Even with the mask that Lillian wore, Marionette was able to gauge that the girl's beauty had definitely increased. Feeling her chest tighten, Marionette pressed the insides of her legs together, fighting the curiosity inside her chest. If the person outside really was Lillian, then she wanted to see her. She wanted to see how much more beautiful her girlfriend could get. Marionette's face became unusually red. Was this a fever? As Marionette felt her body burn up, she found her phone vibrating in her hand. Her screen switched to a different one, which read, "Lillian is calling." The assassin's body tensed, her breath hitching as her heart momentarily skipped a beat as she accepted the call and held the phone to her ear. "Lillian? Lillian?" Lillian couldn't help but smile happily as she heard Marionette's voice through the phone, unable to sit still as giddiness took over. "Hey, Marionette. Sorry for not being able to pick up. My phone died." Lillian giggled sheepishly. "Oh, I see. Yes, that was the same for me as well." What do you mean?" Lillian tilted her head. "I meant when our call was cut short abruptly. My phone died at that time." Marionette responded. "Oh, that's no problem at all," Lillian exclaimed, giggling. "Here I thought you were playing a cruel joke on me. Had me all pouty and such." "I apologize. I didn't plan for that to happen," Marionette said regrettably. "My phone now has a full battery, so we can talk for much longer." Lillian, momentarily surprised by her girlfriend's apology, laughed at what she heard next. No need to apologize, it's fine. And yeah, I'll like that very much," Lillian shyly muttered, answering Marionette's last sentence. Marionette, who was in the next room, placed a hand over her chest as she felt her heart beat quicker. The two then engaged in back-and-forth chatter, talking about their day, but mostly Lillian, as Marionette tried to avoid letting Lillian know about her current condition. And then, this huge stone monster appeared from the ground and destroyed the entire academy, except for the floating island. I tell you, Marionette, that thing's aura left me shaking terribly. Luckily, the acting headmaster took it away and killed it, although Lillian didn't see everything that happened. With her knowledge of the game, she was able to spin up something. Marionette listened keenly to Lillian's narration, gripping the sides of her phone tightly. That outbreak definitely wasn't normal. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere still? Oh, I'm not. But I did lose half of my legs when I fell into a trap, though. Lillian laughed, not knowing that her words caused Marionette's expression to darken. But that wasn't the only thing that darkened, as her veins did as well, albeit incredibly slow. I see. I suppose you had recovered them. Yes? Marionette asked. Your uncle was kind enough to help with that. My uncle helped you? Sensing that Marionette was stunned by what she said, Lillian nodded at her phone. Yeah. Even I was surprised. And get this, your uncle has even agreed to support our relationship. Isn't that great? He did? Are you certain? Marionette widened her eyes. Even more so from what she heard next. That's what I got from him with what he said to me. With one thing after another, she was left stunned. First was the mountain seeger, then it was her uncle helping her. Then it was the fact that her uncle was now supporting their relationship. Did Lillian manage to impress her uncle that much? If so, maybe she could do the same to the others. Have you arrived at the estate yet? Marionette asked. Yeah, actually. When I got to my room, I immediately went to call you. You could say I missed you a lot. Lillian responded shyly. Marionette shuffled in her bed, unconsciously pressing the insides of her legs together, her heart beating quicker. The assassin felt stuck, contained, imprisoned inside her room. I miss you too, Lillian. Could you tell me which guest room you've been given? The number, I mean. I believe one of the servants here should be told you. Oh, sure. I remember it was guest room 2. Guest room 2. Marionette repeated, but then realized. ISNT that one next to mine? Chapter 554. A Wall Between Love? Marionette looked towards the wall on her left, her eyes widening slightly as realization appeared. ISNT that one next to mine? She was in guest room 1. So, if Lillian was in guest room 2, carefully getting out of her bed, Marionette stumbled and walked over to the wall, placing her hand against it. She then caressed it with her hand, her fingers gliding over its surface as a look of longing appeared in her eyes. They were so close. After so long, just one wall. If she just tore down this wall, then she would be able to see Lillian. As her thoughts of seeing Lillian distracted her, the veins of her wrist began to become a tinge darker. I can't. Much to Marionette's disappointment and dismay. If she were to meet Lillian now, she would risk the rabbit getting hurt because of her. She would be more confident if Lillian were stronger. But, right now, she was confident that Lillian wasn't strong enough to evade and repel the attacks of the true darkness lingering within her body. Clenching her fist, Marionette could do nothing but find peace in Lillian's voice. At this current point in time, she was even certain that she would be well enough to attend the legacy table. Slightly upset over her situation, all Marionette could do was sigh and endure. The quicker she got better, the more likely her father and her family would accept Lillian. As she was deep in thought, she was soon pulled back into reality by the sound of Lillian's voice resounding from her phone. Man, it's so bright in here. Hold on a second, Mari. I just need to close these WWOH. Thump. Marionette recoiled back, sensing something had hit the other side of the wall she was leaning on. She then leaned back in again, placing her phone against the side of her ear. Lillian, who had stood up from her bed to close the curtains, had accidentally caught her foot on the blanket and tripped, causing her to roll and slam her forehead against the right wall. She hissed in pain, rubbing her forehead and the tip of her nose with a pained expression as the charm of her necklace dangled from her neck. How did I even trip? So embarrassing. With her phone still in her hand, Lillian listened through her pain as Marionette's voice resounded softly from the speakers. Are you okay? I heard something. Ugh, yep. I'm all good, just a bit of a trip, but nothing serious. Lillian groaned with a crooked smile as she turned around. Deciding it wasn't worth it to close the curtains, she sat on the ground and leaned her back against the wall, while throwing hateful glares at the window as if it were the cause of her sudden accident. With her back resting against the wall, Lillian leaned her head back, resting it as well as she placed her phone against her ear, ignoring the ray of sunlight falling onto her face. Hey, Marionette, are you willing to do a video call? I want to see your face. Marionette, who was on the other side of the wall, turned around and sat on the floor. She then leaned back, her head and back completely resting against the wall behind her, just like Lillian. Marionette answered with regret. Sorry, but currently might not be the best of times. She didn't want Lillian to see her in her current state, and she doubted that Lillian would be able to, as the entire inside of her room was filled with a miasma-like darkness. Oh, I see, Lillian whispered dejectedly. On the other side, Lillian twirled a lock of her white hair around her finger, having now forgotten completely about the matter with the curtains. With a soft and quiet voice, the rabbit then asked, I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you at all. Are you currently out on a mission? Something like that, Marionette answered vaguely. And you aren't disturbing me in the least, Lillian. Don't worry. Lillian nodded slightly with a warm smile. I see. Then, are you on a mission in the underworld? Or are you currently in an estate? Inside an estate. Marionette then paused before adding vaguely again. Inside the guest room south of an estate. To be exact, Lillian nodded, but found herself raising an eyebrow slightly. She thought back to the room next to hers for a split second before dashing the thought away. Why would she be here? If Lillian recalled, she had told Marionette that she was staying at this estate. If the assassin really was here, the two would have been wrapped in each other's arms by now. Lillian felt her heart clench a bit at the thought. She then pressed her phone closer to her ear. Marionette, who was on the other side, continued to rest her back against the wall while drinking down her medication with the help of her metal canteen. The darkness in her veins receded, allowing her comfort as the pain from it subsided slightly. It was like her veins were flowing not blood but molten lava. When she finished, she heard Lillian speak. "Marionette, when do you think we can see each other again?" Lillian's voice gradually became quieter. "I miss you." Upon hearing her words, Marionette found her heart to squeeze and ache, her muscles tensing as she gritted her teeth in frustration. She was now experiencing conflict in her resolve. On one side, she knew that by enduring this trial, she would gain the approval for her relationship with Lillian. However, she was now starting to regret this. Maybe she shouldn't have let her emotions take control of her at that time. If she hadn't offered to undergo the surgery sooner, then maybe... "Soon, Lillian. Soon, I promise," Marionette uttered, hiding her regret. Then maybe she could seen Lillian by now. Perhaps this was what I've been trained for. This must be the reason why she was trained to regulate and control her emotions. It seems her skills had gotten rustier when Lillian came into her life. Marionette smiled softly. "It doesn't matter." Chapter 555. Preparation of an attendant. Afterwards, the two of them would talk for the next half an hour until a maid of the mansion knocked on Lillian's door and handed her a set of uniform. A maid uniform. After saying goodbye to Marionette and hanging up, Lillian stared down at the uniform that lay spread out on her bed. She couldn't help but feel her dignity might take a hit by wearing this. Lillian sighed deeply as she took her clothes off and tried them on. Surprisingly, they fit well, especially when she stood in front of the mirror to gauge how she looked. It was safe to say that she looked rather well in a maid's uniform. But I can't say whether or not I like it or not. Lillian smiled wryly as she soon heard a knock on her door. "Young miss, are you finished dressing?" An elderly voice resounded from behind the door. It was Houston, the head butler. After giving him permission, she watched as the doors to her room were pushed open by a tall, elderly man who exuded the aura of a Tier 3 mage. He bowed slightly. "Sir Gardner had insisted that I begin your training. I hope you do not mind, miss." Lillian shook her head. "I prefer it that way, actually." She smiled. "But could I ask what we will begin with?" And before Lillian knew it, "Take these and begin cleaning the entire ballroom by yourself." She was tasked with every job the servants of the manor would do, from cleaning, polishing, laundry, trimming bushes, cooking, and cleaning again. "You're the one bringing me these?" She would even be tasked to fetch items for the gardener from time to time. "Huh, it seems so." Lillian chuckled with a crooked smile as she handed over a tray of materials. In the game, she was given the idea that an attendant was more like a bodyguard who personally assisted their clients. Being the attendant of a scion didn't require much, so was cleaning of this size truly part of the job? Taking a peek inside the room the gardener was in, Lillian found an entire chemist's lab inside. Interesting. Well, hurry it on. As an attendant, you don't have all day to linger. Lillian snapped out of her thoughts and glanced back at the head butler behind her. After the gardener closed the door, the head butler quickly ushered her back to work. Tasks that would be taken more than one servant to do were handled by her solely, all while under extreme scrutiny by the head butler. "Too dirty. Clean this spot again." The head butler pointed towards a spot after wiping his glove finger. Lillian's eyes twitched rapidly as she stared at the spot that was claimed to be dirty. She wasn't sure if she was visually impaired or something, but the area was polished to the point that Lillian could see her reflection. With frustration, Lillian cleaned the spot again. Only after a few more times was it considered acceptable. Although cleaning was easier with her magic, she felt that this is so much more difficult than fighting. Lillian internally groaned, wiping down a surface. Only when the clock ticked 6 p.m. would she be allowed to rest. Lillian slowly limped back to her room, her arms sore and her eyes sunken with tiredness, leaving the head butler to assess her work. The head butler walked around the mansion, looking over Lillian's work and checking off boxes from his clipboard. Misplaced item. This spot still has a sign of dust. The task he laid out for Lillian was more of a test for him to gauge Lillian's current skill level. He continued to mutter a bit more. From time to time, he would be impressed with Lillian's handiwork. But under his decades of experience in butlership, he was able to grasp the smallest of errors. Some may even call this nitpicking. But to become the attendant of a member of such an infamous family required the hardest of work. As he continued to walk around, he then stumbled upon the gardener who had left his lab. "How did she do?" the gardener asked. The head butler looked over his clipboard. "Well, we can definitely check off the laziness aspect to her. It seems she knows her way around cleaning, but not enough to match our standards." Saying that, Houston placed a hand on the right side of his chest and bowed. "I shall do my best to mold her into an excellent servant for the young mistress. That guy made me clean out everything," Lillian ranted, holding her phone close to her ear. Exiting the showers, Lillian was now dressed in a new pair of pajamas, wiping her hair down with her towel as she strolled over to the side of her bed. Marionette hummed through the phone. "Even if all that you did may seem unnecessary, an attendant is a servant at the end of the day. And a servant of mine, to be exact." Lillian pouted and sighed. "Yeah, I understand. But anyway, I suppose it'll be worth it in the end, especially in the future." "Could you please expand on that last part?" Marionette inquired. "Eh?" Lillian smirked smugly before opening her mouth to answer. Marionette, who had the speaker of her phone pressed closely near her ear, shivered a bit at what she heard next. "Oh, cleaning, cooking, housewife stuff, Lillian's voice turned seductive as she cooed. "You want that from me, wouldn't you?" Marionette blinked at what she heard, and she then answered without hesitation. "Absolutely. Is this confirmation that you would like to get married?" Marionette asked with a straight face. "Vuvuka avuel. I suppose it is. I senti it." Lillian responded shyly. "It's not like I would want anyone apart from you." Marionette felt her spine shiver in ecstasy as goosebumps appeared on the surface of her arms, her cheeks subtly turning pinkish. She then went silent, becoming shy as well. And for the next 2 days, nothing, apart from Lillian's attendant training, her talk over the phone with Marionette, happened. It was nearing the time of the legacy table. While Lillian strolled through the corridors of the mansion, holding a basket of dirty laundry, she discovered something upon walking around a corner. Hiding, Lillian watched as the maid who had shown her to her room on the first day stood in front of her room with a tray. More specifically, the room that was beside hers. The maid seemed to be of much better health compared to before, with her arm now fully healed. Lillian wasn't sure why, but the moment she first laid eyes on the woman, she felt familiar. Incredibly familiar. "I'll be leaving this outside, young mistress." The maid lowered herself to the ground and placed the tray down. It was a metal tray of food. After the maid left, a moment of silence passed before the lights on the ceiling began to flicker. Suddenly, Lillian's surroundings were flooded with darkness, causing her to go blind. Then, her vision returned a few seconds later. Shocked by what happened, Lillian stepped around the corner she was hiding behind and walked over to the closed room. The tray of food that was placed in front of the door had completely disappeared without a trace. Standing before the door, Lillian placed the laundry basket down. She was curious. Was there something behind this door? Or someone? With slight hesitation, Lillian held the back of her hand to the door, intending to knock on it before. "What are you doing?" Chapter 556. Evidence Towards a Mystery? Over the past 2 days, Lillian had walked by the door countless times, either for an errand or to get back to her room. Whenever she asked one of the servants what was in that room, they would always turn and leave. She felt a sense of familiarity with what was behind the door, but she wasn't sure why. And her necklace seemed to be hinting towards it as well, considering she had begun to trip over more often, especially in front of the mysterious room. Lillian was very curious. What was behind this door that would make her feel so familiar with it? "What are you doing?" And that was when she found out the reason why. Lillian quickly turned her head to the right, finding a tall maid looking directly at her with arms folded. The maid stood at a height of 5 feet 11, had dark hair that was tied into a bun with the help of steel hairpins, yellow eyes, and scars that were neatly hidden under her clothes. She also had a near-perfect posture that every highly disciplined servant should have. Alara Voss. This maid who stood before her was someone she recognized very much. She was the person who had managed to win the role of attendant for the Roselle heiress. She was also a person of the third tier. It was stated that she was a servant of the main estate, unable to leave her post unless asked. So, why was she here then? Lillian quickly backed away from the doors and picked up the laundry basket before bowing. Apologies. I had just assumed there was a guest in here that needed their laundry done. Du forgive-me. After saying that, Lillian walked away, thinking. She looked back over her past errands outside. Whenever she needed to trim the trees or bushes, hang clothes, etc., she would pass by the garage of the estate, which was regularly being cleaned by other servants. Standing outside, Lillian used her magic to trim a tree's leaves. She then took a sneaky glance back at the garage behind her, watching as the servants in the garage cleaned it out and wiped the vehicles down. Every now and then, whenever she was tasked outside, she would catch a glimpse of the two vehicles. The first was the limousine that she and the gardener rode in, but the other she wasn't too familiar with. Lillian knew that the Roselles weren't a group of people who were extremely interested in cars enough to keep a collection of them, and she doubted the second vehicle was for the servants' personal use, as anything they needed was either in the perimeter of the estate or was shipped here. Alara Voss is here instead of the main estate. She brings food for something for the room next to mine, and the rest another car. Putting the evidence together, Lillian came to the final conclusion that there must be another Roselle here. While Lillian was deep in thought. Correct your posture. Why, yes, sir. She was quickly reminded that she was in the middle of a lesson. After finishing her task outside, Lillian was immediately put through another errand, specifically a lesson on dancing. Holding the wooden body of a living puppet close to her, Lillian spun slowly and danced in the center of the ballroom, which she had cleaned 2 days ago. While she was a bit rusty, there was one thing she had to thank past Lillian for. It was that she was someone who loved to dance, especially with other noblemen. Because of that, she was around a stage above that of a beginner. Luckily, nothing went further than dancing with them, but I think I did have a few suitors. Lillian smiled wryly. Now that she thought about it, why was she having dancing lessons? Was this not an assassin family? With all the lessons and errands she has been through, cleaning was the only one Lillian thought made some sense. While holding a straining position, Lillian asked, "May I ask, why would I need to dance?" "Dancing is a test of flexibility," the head butler exclaimed, correcting Lillian's posture. "A servant must be flexible with their work and adaptable to all situations to better serve their masters. You don't want to disappoint the heiress, do you?" "Wait, all right, fine," Lillian groaned. A couple of days ago, the head butler had figured out that if he mentioned anything regarding Marionette, Lillian would put in a tad bit more effort. "TCH," Lillian quietly clicked her tongue. "What was that?" the head butler asked with a glare, causing Lillian to stiffen and smile nervously. Afterwards, Lillian would be allowed to rest. Lillian sighed, tired, as she walked through the corridor, gazing out the windows and at the black sky. The stars were out this night. Patting down her uniform, Lillian slowly stopped in the middle of the corridor. She then turned her body to her left and stared at a pair of double doors. Behind these doors leads to a chemist's lab, the gardener's chemist lab, to be specific. Over the past 2 days, Lillian had been coming over to the gardener's lab for a favor. She needed his help to create the medicine she had been planning to have created for Marionette. In the game, to create a medicinal consumable, the player would need to be high enough level in the alchemy skill. Or if they weren't, they would need to seek the help of an alchemist. Originally, she would seek the help of the Kurosawa family's alchemist, but unfortunately, she couldn't due to an obvious reason. Thus, she had turned to the gardener for assistance. Although she did have to pay the price of around 100,000 semis, she found the gardener to be more than happy to assist her in the creation of the medicine. Could be because the materials she gathered weren't that easy to find. Knocking on the door 3 times, Lillian watched as the door was opened by the gardener, who was expecting her arrival. "Are you here to check on the progress?" Chapter 557, Concoction of Medicine. Are you here to check on the progress? If you don't mind. The gardener moved out of the way to allow Lillian entry. Lillian took a good look around her surroundings, taking in the sight of the room as polished, clean, white surfaces. Glass beakers and vials were arranged orderly on the shelves of the room, tools neatly stashed away inside cupboards and drawers. Lillian then slowly passed by a massive test tube filled with an odd green liquid that bubbled with heat. Eventually, both of them reached what seemed to be a large black cauldron that exuded an impressive aura. Lillian could see the mana around the cauldron react intensely to it. Looking inside, Lillian found a strange and viscous black liquid that periodically turned white. It had an earthy, dark, and potent smell to it, and Lillian doubted it would taste good. The gardener, ignoring Lillian's reaction to the smell, said, "I must say, to have such expensive and rare flowers like a verdant veil lily or a umbravine bloom is rather impressive. Even I would find difficulty in retrieving these myself. And with the other materials you gave over, which increased the compatibility between the two, I don't doubt that the success of this medicine would be large." It was a secret between him and the Crown of Roses that the medicine he had been supplying to Marionette did indeed have the greatest effects in stabilizing her condition. The supplied medicine would only relieve Marionette temporarily, but not for long if she didn't focus on containing the true darkness with her magic. Sensing the gardener's awe, Lillian puffed out her chest. In the game, by acquiring these materials, the player would be able to concoct a dampener to dampen Marionette's abilities, a sort of non-lethal poison or debuff, you might call it. But what if the materials she acquired were used more towards the positive side of things instead of the negative? By having the gardener concoct a medicine that would only dampen the negative effects the true darkness had on Marionette instead of her overall abilities, that would be a much better solution. "Could you put this over there?" the gardener asked, handing her a used knife before turning away. Lillian nodded and turned, but suddenly, she dropped the knife. Lillian hurriedly tried to catch the knife, but found it bouncing away from her grasp. She was now unintentionally juggling it. It was like a fish out of water, trying to flee from being caught. The gardener, who was unaware of Lillian's trouble, rummaged through a drawer with his back turned. With her hands flying about, her necklace somehow escaping from under her uniform, she finally caught the knife that was right above the cauldron. She sighed in relief, finally, but when she was about to pull it away, it somehow slipped out of her hand again, slicing through her palm and allowing her blood to leak out. Drip! Flinching back with a hiss, Lillian finally caught the knife and glared at it. She then looked down at the cut on her palm, wincing at the pain. This might need a health potion. Shifting her gaze away from her palm, Lillian gazed at the inside of the cauldron, her eyes blinking between her injured palm and the cauldron. She watched as the black and viscous liquid inside transitioned into a whitish color periodically. Concern flashed through her eyes. Hopefully, my blood didn't fall in there. It didn't look like her blood fell in there. I should probably ask, "Sir, I think my blood might fallen into the cauldron." "Excuse me?" Turning back around with a different kind of knife in his hand, he quickly rushed over to the cauldron, bending over and peering into it before grabbing Lillian's hand and inspecting her palm. Lillian then watched as he twisted his head back and forth from her hand to the cauldron, making it a somewhat comical sight because of his plagued doctor's mask. With his eyes enhanced with mana, the gardener leaned back with a loud and exaggerated hiss of frustration. "You fool! You absolute fool!" he shouted angrily. "Your blood has now fused with the contents of the cauldron. This is unusable now." He gripped the rim of the cauldron, staring at the cauldron's viscous contents, which underwent a subtle change. When the black liquid goes white, one would be able to notice a subtle pinkish tint to it, symbolizing that her blood had indeed affected the substance. "Ush! Lillian exclaimed in shock. "Be but surely just a single droplet of my blood isn't enough to tamper with it, right? Maybe just a little impurity, but still impurities, yes. But don't you know the blood of a person is used in alchemy?" Lillian racked her brain, trying to find the answer, but couldn't. Lillian never went too deep in studying the recipes of the game to the point that she would know them by heart. The gardener scratched the side of his head, frustratedly, as he asked, "Do you have more of those flowers? Materials?" With hesitation, Lillian answered, "I gave you them all." The gardener paused and muttered, "And I used them all." He turned back at the cauldron, watching as the contents of it continued to bubble with heat, mixing itself together with the help of the cauldron. The gardener then gritted his teeth. He refused to allow such rare ingredients to go to waste due to incompetence. Turning his entire body towards Lillian, he inquired, "If you had to risk your life for my niece, would you?" Lillian, stunned by the question, unconsciously nodded. "Why, yeah, I would." "May I ask why, Dash?" "Imbue the contents with your mana. This instant," the gardener ordered, moving around the cauldron. Lillian, who was surprised by the sudden order, began to filter her mana into the cauldron, mixing her mana with the black, viscous liquid. Just as she was about to ask for the reason why, she found the gardener to have suddenly dashed towards her. She flinched back, but was immediately caught by the arm, which was swiftly brought above the cauldron. And in the next second, swish, the gardener slit her wrist. Chapter 558. Medicine? The gardener flashed the blade towards Lillian's wrist, pressed the edge against her skin, and swiftly slit her wrist, causing a stream of her blood to fall into the black liquid below. Lillian unconsciously tried to retract her hand at the pain, but when she realized what had happened, she became stunned. "What just happened? Were you Dash?" When Lillian was about to finish her words, the gardener intercepted and said in a strict voice, "Continue imbuing your mana into the mixture. You 1 die of blood loss." Seeing that the man had seemingly gone mad, Lillian continued transferring her mana into the cauldron. The gardener measured the volume of blood that fell into the cauldron, his mind making a quick and mental calculation. The black and viscous liquid below, which would periodically turn white, swallowed Lillian's blood like it was a hungry slime. Its body slushed about inside the cauldron, spinning and transitioning from black to a reddish white as subtle and horrific noise began to resound from within the cauldron. After a while, Lillian began to feel numbness in her wrist. She frowned, but before she knew it, Lillian was freed from the gardener's grasp. She would then catch a health potion that was magically thrown to her by the gardener, who then began to dash around the entire laboratory. He pressed buttons, turned switches, twisted, and stared at dials. Everything that was around the chemistry lab seemed to have some form of relation with the cauldron as Lillian watched as flames erupted out from beneath its metallic body, rapidly increasing its temperature. "Give me some tools," the gardener hurriedly ordered Lillian, causing her to spring into action. Since she had no reliable knowledge of chemistry or alchemy, she remained silent as she handed him a variety of instruments and glassware. She watched as he did his magic. The flames of the cauldron reduced and increased periodically, and the gardener tossed and mixed in other ingredients from his spatial rings. Soon enough, the end of the process came near once he pulled on a lever. The contents of the cauldron were suddenly drained, disappearing into a tube found at the bottom and being transported into the large tube of green bubbling liquid that Lillian saw earlier. Stunned and silent throughout the entire process, Lillian turned towards the tube it was transported to and watched as the contents of the cauldron had an immediate reaction when it came in contact with the green liquid. Lillian watched as the green liquid and the viscous black mixture clashed against each other inside the tube containing them. They both looked seemingly incompatible, but then they mixed. A gas began to appear inside the tube, clinging to the ceiling of it. The contents within it began to decrease slowly. The liquid was reduced to 75 of what it used to be, then to 50, all the way down to 10. Over time, the liquid became extremely concentrated. And that wasn't the only change, for the black viscous liquid had now completely transformed into a pure white and reddish substance, with no evidence of corrupting into black again. Lillian then watched as the gardener walked over to the tube and inspected it, gauging the percentage of completion before summoning a glass bottle and holding it under a tap attached to the glass tube. With a twist of its handle, the liquid quickly poured into the glass bottle, no longer having a trace of its once viscous trait. Lillian stared at the bottle that was held towards her. Blinking back into consciousness, Lillian nodded and bowed her head gratefully before reaching out to it. But then, the gardener pulled her in by the shoulder with a menacing glare at his eyes. "Tell me, what is the relationship with your family?" "Ushul? Gee good, I suppose," Lillian stutteringly spat out, feeling the gardener-esque grip on her shoulder tighten. "Good. So, let me tell you this, and listen well. If you were to go against the Roselle family in any way or take advantage of us, I'll see to it that your entire family is exterminated. Killed. Slaughtered. Do you understand?" Staring down at her, the gardener exerted an outward pressure on the surroundings with his mana, especially on Lillian. Fortunately, with the help of the Achis mark, it was rendered useless. However, Lillian was able to feel it nonetheless inside her heart. Lillian nodded, understanding his words. She was then cast out of his chemistry lab with a glass bottle of Marionette-S medicine in her hands, with a heavy feeling inside her chest. "Huh," she sighed. Lillian shot a look back at the doors to the room with a look of resentment for what he said, but then sighed again. There was most likely a reason why he was so angry, but Lillian had yet to figure it out. With slow steps, Lillian began to walk back to her room, storing away the bottle inside her spatial ring, hearing Lillian's footsteps echo further away from his lab. The gardener stood in front of his cauldron, cleaning it out from top to bottom, inside and out. When he finished that, he looked down at his cauldron before taking off his mask, revealing the face of an incredibly handsome man who appeared to be in his 20s. His once stoic and cold face then cracked a smile, a large and devious smile, as with a wave of his hand, he summoned ingredients from his spatial ring. Ingredients that looked closely similar to what Lillian provided, with the sole exception of the Umbravine bloom, the Umbra light pearl, and the coral spire orchid. He had lied earlier when he said he used up everything that Lillian handed over to him. Why would he? A seasoned alchemist used everything he had for a singular batch when it could possibly fail. With a raise of his hand, he caused a flower closely similar to the Umbravine bloom to appear in the center of his palm, though not of equal potency to the original. The coral spire orchid is unneeded, he whispered as he prepared another batch, using other ingredients as substitutes. What he was preparing wasn't the medicine that he had created for Lillian to give to his niece. He was going to create a poison that would act as a contingency. This wasn't considered theft, since the ingredients that Lillian gifted him were on the condition that he would prepare her a medicine. But not only that, he had succeeded in another task. When he first met her, he had his suspicions about her loyalty towards his niece. While his threat wasn't a foolproof way to ensure her loyalty, it was good enough to act as a deterrent. Half an hour passed. Then he got a call. Pulling out his phone, he held it to his ear. The caller was his niece. As he was about to ask what she needed, "Medicine. I ran out 30 minutes ago," sitting on her bed. Having yet to prepare to shower, Lillian held her phone to her ear as she talked with Marionette with a tired look on her face. And that was my day. She had just finished telling Marionette what she did today, only leaving out the part about Marionette-S medicine and what her uncle told her. "I see. Seems quite eventful." Marionette answered with a strained voice, causing Lillian to worry. Since the beginning of their call, Marionette-S voice had become concerningly hoarse. "Are you all right, Marionette? Have you been drinking well? Your voice sounds rather cough." "Fine." Marionette, still in her room and lying down on her bed, looked down at her black veins. The darkness inside her veins had suddenly quickened and spreading. Gulping down another pill, Marionette waited as the medication took action, causing the darkness inside her veins to retract. But, unlike the previous times where her pain would subside, the pain remained, still burning. Soon after, the darkness inside her veins returned, as though it hadn't just receded. The medicine that had worked near flawlessly in the past was failing her. This caused her to worry. She hadn't ever encountered something that had managed to beat her uncle's near-perfect concoctions. He was a master in his field, after all. Cough, cough. Marionette coughed uncontrollably as she held a hand to her mouth. Only after a while did the coughing finally subside. Once she took several deep breaths, Marionette took a look down at her hand and found it to be stained in her blood. She was coughing blood. She grimaced. Marionette? Hey, Marionette, are you sure you're okay? You're not fighting someone right now, are you? Lillian inquired worriedly, figuring the coughing was due to a heated battle that Marionette was possibly in, something that Marionette herself would preferred instead of what she was experiencing. With a frown, Marionette watched as the dark veins continued to spread up her neck and across the entirety of her body. She opened the pill bottle again and began to consume pill after pill. Marionette wasn't too sure if this was possible, but she felt as though the corruption inside her had begun to grow a resistance towards the pill. Clicking her tongue, Marionette watched as her dark veins barely receded after another consumption of her pill. She scrounged inside the pill bottle again, but found that she had run out. Seeing this, Marionette's eyes narrowed. She then looked through her spatial earring and found another pill bottle that felt light. Rattling it, Marionette heard nothing and immediately tossed it away to look for another. One by one, each pill bottle she found. Not a single rattle could be heard. Marionette widened her eyes. She was shocked. How could she have run out so fast? She had at least several weeks of supply stored inside her earring. She knew that she had been taking them rather much lately, especially when she interacted with Lillian over the phone. But, impossible. She needed to get more. And fast. With an upset look in her eyes, she stared at her phone, which fell by her side, and told Lillian, "Apologies, but cough. I'll have to call you back." Ushu. Before Lillian could realize it, Marionette had already hung up on her and called her uncle. Chapter 559. Mansion Undermined by Darkness. Ring. Ring. Click. Picking up the call, the gardener held it to his ear in the middle of stirring his cauldron. As he was about to inquire about the purpose of this call, his eyes immediately widened in shock at what he heard. "Medicine. I ran out." "Excuse me?" Despite being shocked, the gardener did not pause his stirring even once. Instead, he continued to concoct the medicine, throwing in a few more ingredients from time to time, multitasking. "How have you run out?" "By my calculations, I had created just enough for you to last 3 weeks. More than enough to last you until we arrived back at the main estate after the legacy table. There were unforeseen occurrences where my condition would spike uncontrollably. I believe the corruption had somehow built a resistance to your pills." Marionette's revelation caused the gardener to finally pause, dead in his tracks, freezing his mind from multitasking. "Preposterous. Corruption building a resistance?" The gardener exclaimed. "It is no pathogen. How could it possibly build a resistance?" These words that he spat out, which may seem like ridicule towards his niece's revelation, were actually verbal questions he was asking himself. He had anticipated that the corruption would have the ability to build resistance to his medicine like bacteria towards antibiotics. The gardener scratched his head, clearly agitated. No papers on the corruption told him that they were capable of this. Even the most detailed papers only spoke about how the corruption would just flood its host's body with negative sensations, with hopes that its host would give up or die, allowing it to take over. He glanced back at his cauldron that was still in the process of preparation. He was only 3/4 of the way done with the poison. No matter. Holding his phone close to his ear again, he muttered. Marionette bit down on the end of a long piece of string. Currently, she was strangling the darkened veins in hopes of preventing them from spreading any further. With her other hand holding her phone, she listened as her uncle whispered something over the phone. "Listen here, niece. At this moment in time, your lover is carrying a potent medicine that should relieve you for a while. How long? I'm not quite sure, as I'm not fully aware of what it's capable of. She should be in her room by now. Order her to give it to you." "Lillian?" Marionette whispered through her gritted teeth, stunned, biting down harder on the string and pulling it tighter. Marionette couldn't help but think about Lillian. Her girlfriend was carrying a potent medicine. Since when? When was it created? And why was Lillian holding it? While she was deep in her thoughts, Marionette felt the darkness inside her veins become agitated at the obstruction, the string, in its path. And before Marionette knew it, the darkness diffused through the walls of her veins, through her muscles, and eventually through the pores in her skin. The true darkness inside her veins exploded outwards in a flurry of tentacles, lashing out and striking at every hard surface inside the room with uncontrollable fury. How dare the humans try to contain it? How dare its host try to contain it? How dare its host try to resist it? The sounds of the dark tentacles lashing were silent, yet the results from their lashing were devastating. Surfaces that were victims of its attack were left distorted and warped. Large and smooth grooves now decorated the entire room, growing in number. The wooden desks were split into two, splintering as the wood began to corrode instantly. The glass tables were completely destroyed in a single swing, completely shattering and dissolving. The true darkness that took control of the dark tentacles faced no resistance when it struck. Marionette gritted her teeth as she watched this. Letting go of the string, Marionette grabbed onto the bouquet of tentacles sprouting from her wrist, using her magic to the fullest to try and contain it. "Calm down," she ordered with a strained voice. The assassin would then watch as one of the tentacles turned on her, stabbing towards her head with speed she was barely able to dodge. Tilting her head far to the left, she dodged the tentacle that shot right past her head, only receiving a small nick on her cheek. The true darkness, seemingly infuriated by what she was trying to achieve, decided to expand its destruction. One of the tentacles from her wrist lashed at the right wall of the room, causing Marionette to widen her eyes in that direction. Was Lillian S' room. She hanged up. Lillian stared at her with a raised eyebrow, slightly surprised. Then, she sighed as she lay down. "I guess I caught her a bad time." As Lillian muttered this, she found her ears twitching. Slowly sitting up, Lillian turned towards her left, staring at the wall in that direction. At this moment, she was currently hearing the noises of something falling apart in the room beside her. Lillian tilted her head at this. What was going on? As Lillian was about to get up to report the noises to the head butler, she watched as her wall began to show signs of cracking, then corrosion, then the leaking of a dark gas. Without any other warning, Lillian watched as something pierced through her wall, charging towards her with blurring speed. Falling back on the bed, she watched as a dark tentacle flew over her. Lillian widened her eyes. What the? Before she could even fully comprehend what was going on, several more tentacles pierced through her wall and darted towards her position. An attack? Lillian immediately frowned and rolled off her bed, narrowly dodging. Once the tentacles flew over her, that was when she finally stood up close to the window. The rabbit eyed the tentacles warily, feeling a mixture of dread and death exuding from it. What was going on? Was this another test laid out to her by the head butler? If it was, Lillian could only smile as it was finally something other than made work. Summoning her sword, Lillian shot the darkness another glance, smiling a bit as she was reminded of Marionette's darkness. Unfortunately, she was unable to dwell on the thought for long, as the right wall of her room was completely destroyed, revealing the inside of the room she was oh so curious about all this time. The room was completely dark, dark enough that she was barely able to see through it. It was also extremely cold, causing Lillian to shiver as its temperature leaked into her room. As Lillian was about to take on a stance, her electric aura from her sword radiating off of her, Lillian heard something that caused her to freeze in place. A voice, a familiar voice. "Lillian, run away." The voice was hoarse and strained, but there was no way Lillian could mistake it for any other. Marie-Honnête, frozen in place. Lillian watched as the darkness inside the mysterious room shot towards her like an enraged mist. Lillian was startled, but with her quick thinking shatter, Lillian leapt out of the window beside her, falling amongst the glass shards, which left not even a scratch on her skin. Lillian fell, swiftly pursued by the darkness that flooded out of her shattered window like a small tsunami. Using her magic to cushion her fall, Lillian landed on a large bead of water, which she bounced off of. Thump! Lillian bounced and elegantly moved into a roll, landing safely on the cobblestone ground before quickly getting up. She then leapt back, dodging the crashing wave of darkness that slammed into the ground, swallowing the bead of water that saved her. Leaping into the air, Lillian created a platform of water underneath her feet, saving her from being devoured by the darkness. She then continued to rise higher and higher into the air, just enough to where she was able to get a good bird's-eye view over the entire estate. Lillian then grimaced. She watched as the entire terrain on which the estate was built was flooded with a mote of darkness. The vehicles that were parked in the garage were swallowed and corroded near instantly. The roads began to erode along with the metal fence gates. Even the bushes and trees she had worked so hard on were not spared from the devouring sea of darkness. Lillian watched grimly as the entire mansion shifted downward slightly, as though it was sinking. The true darkness was attacking the foundations of the mansion. Continuing to stay up in the air, Lillian looked down with a dark expression. What is going on? Had there ever been an event like this in the game? And why did this darkness hold the characteristic of true darkness? Lillian scratched the side of her head, but immediately sprang into action as dark tentacles shot towards her, trying to skewer her out of the air. And after a dozen minutes of dodging, Lillian soon got a call. Chapter 560, A Flag That Began a Race to Darkness? 12 minutes before a maid held up her hands, summoning a wide barrier large enough to cover the width of the corridor. It had the durability similar to steel. But that fact didn't seem matter to the true darkness as it skewered through the barrier with ease. Before the maid was about to suffer the same fate, the air beneath her feet swept her away, bringing her back to a tall, elderly, posh man. The head butler shook his head, watching as the true darkness ate through the barrier. Simple defenses like yours are useless in the face of corruption, my dear, especially in the face of true darkness. Every corruption had a uniqueness that separated it from the others. True flames had the ability to burn intangible concepts. True flesh was a gigantic hive mind, and true darkness had the ability to ignore all forms of defenses. Flying through the corridors of the mansion, the head butler swept everyone up with his air magic, running away from the darkness that chased after them like a silent locust swarm. And as he did that, he stumbled upon another group of servants that happened to be flying through the air, but not of his doing. Alara, the maid who had brought Marionette to this estate, had used her magic to manipulate the gravity to pull her and the other servants away from the darkness. Meeting up with the head butler, they continued their escape from the darkness, swiftly moving towards the gardener's lab, while saving all the servants along the way. As they did this, everyone watched as the true darkness devoured everything it came in contact with. Chairs, chandeliers, tables and desks, even the rugs. Nothing was spared from its seemingly insatiable hunger, and it seemed to be moving faster by the second. All that it devoured fueled its growth. TCH, the head butler, clicked his tongue. What a foul mess this all will be afterwards. The gardener, who was still in the process of adding a few finishing touches to the poison, sensed something. He emitted a faint amount of mana and spread it throughout the inside of the mansion. That was where he found the entire mansion to be under attack by darkness. The gardener's face twitched in frustration. She couldn't contain just a bit longer. Pulling on a lever, he watched as the contents of the cauldron were sent towards the large tube of liquid. He was 90 of the way done. It seems that I would have to use it much earlier than expected. As he said this, he watched as the door to his lab was dissolved through by darkness. The sea of darkness from the corridor flooded into his room, only to be repelled back by the gardener's high volume of mana. Coming in contact with the gardener's refined mana, the darkness began to slowly break apart, but quickly reformed. This caused the gardener to frown as he expended more of his mana. He needed to get the poison done fast, or else the damage done to the area would be too much. Lillian, dodging another wave of true darkness, found her phone to vibrate and ring incessantly inside her pocket. After another flip, Lillian answered with an unintentional, "Hello." Shout! It's me, Ugg. Marionette groaned on the other side of the phone. At this moment, Marionette was doing her best to regain control of the true darkness. What was like an unruly child before was now like a rebellious teenager lashing out at everything. How is your current situation? Marionette asked. Dash. Well, I wouldn't say it's the greatest. Lillian laughed nervously in response. I see. Marionette's face contorted in pain. What she was experiencing was something akin to having her veins pulled out of her wrist and her blood being acid. Yet, Marionette still kept her cool, enduring. I was told you have a medicine for me. Preferably, now would be a good time for me to take it. I figure with all that going on. Anyway, unless you have a plan, I don't think I can get anywhere close to you. Standing on a solid platform of water, Lillian looked over the entire estate that was ravaged by darkness. She then settled her gaze on the dense black mass on the side of the mansion. That spot was directly next to where her room was previously, before being destroyed, of course. It was also where Marionette's room was and where she currently was. And Lillian doubted she would even be able to get close to it before being attacked. There was no point in trying to push back the true darkness unless you had enough refined mana to purify it, but that was a feat only Tier 4 mages could pull off. Tier 3, rarely. And Lillian wasn't someone who had anticipated this so early on. There was also the fact that she had nothing to practice on. Thus, she was completely unprepared for this. That was, if she didn't have the system shop. 545,611 points. Lillian glanced over her points, unable to marvel at them due to the situation. But she knew there was a lot, and just enough for what she wanted to buy. She looked at the 3D screen. A banner as tall as an armored soldier with the symbols of a jagged sword, a half-broken shield, and a sun behind it. A pole made of a matte black material and covered in faint veins of dull gold. Its tip had a blunt and crown-like cap. It was a flag. Item name, Flag of Reclamation. Item type, Tool. Item rank, 5 item grade, 3 item description. A worn, torn banner of a powerful empire that existed long ago. This empire went under the name of Bologna. The empire was, without a doubt, the smallest of the 3 that existed at the time, but in terms of strength, it was undoubtedly the largest. With countless Grandmaster mages under its belt, the empire was tasked with the purpose of facing the monsters of the Third Epoch. They had gone through all sorts of horrors imaginable, and their encounter with the corruption was only inevitable. At that time, the knowledge of purifying with mana alone was unknown. Thus, the creation of this flag was made, forged from the remains of a corrupted monster of light. Their king was gifted a flag, a symbol of reclamation to take back the corrupted land that once belonged to their forefathers. Enchantments, reclamation, resist corruption, anti-overwrite, authority of light, Lumen Aegis reclamation. Upon the planting of the flag, the area that is within a 150-meter diameter from it will be affected by its enchantments. Resist corruption. Allies within reclamation will have a strong resistance to the effects of corruption. Anti-overwrite. Actions within reclamation that would target anything related to reality would be prevented. Authority of light. Darkness that holds malicious intentions would be greatly weakened and deterred within reclamation. Lumen Aegis. Attacks towards allies within reclamation that hold the properties of absolute will become dodgeable. Damage from corruption-related attacks will partially be converted to non-lethal damage. Price. 100,000 TP. Lillian cringed when she saw the price of the flag. In the past, she hadn't ever bought something of this level. The ability to weaken corruption, to prevent attacks on reality, and even make attacks that would be sure to be dodgeable. It was definitely understandable. It was also a rank 5 item, a rank A monster needed to be killed for this to be crafted. Although Lillian needed as many points as she could get, she wasted no time in buying the flag. She showed no hesitation. For any currency, she had held no value to her as long as it was for Marionette. She had promised that in her trial. 545,611 to 445,611 TP, pushing her hand deep into the black square on the system screen. Lillian forcibly pulled out a flagpole that was 4.5 meters long. The banner was 2.5 meters. The matte black flagpole had a metallic-like feel to her fingers, and the dull veins of gold had a slight warmth to them. Swinging around the flag like it was a polearm, Lillian stabbed the flag downwards. Since the flag of reclamation didn't specify how it should be planted and where, Lillian had decided to plant the flag into the water platform beneath her. Reclamation. What resulted was the glowing of the flagpole, its dull golden veins becoming radiant with light, which leaked out like the sap of a tree. And the moment she did this, the true darkness that was within 100 meters of diameter began to recede like the waves hitting the shore. Most of the darkness inside the mansion dissipated, the damage from them becoming revealed before the illuminating light that sprouted from the flag of reclamation. At this moment, unknown to Lillian, a race had begun, with her flag causing the true darkness to greatly weaken. The gardener was able to burst out of his lab, now having finished concocting the poison needed to greatly weaken his niece. Unaware that Lillian may still be alive from the surprise flooding of darkness, he sped towards Marionette's room. It was now a race to see who would get to Marionette first. Lillian, with her mystical medicine that would allow Marionette better control over the corruption, or the gardener, with his non-lethal poison that would weaken Marionette enough stop the true darkness from rampaging. Chapter 561. Flagging darkness through the window. Having brandished the flag and planted it, Lillian watched as the darkness receded. Her eyes then shot towards the densest area of darkness and found it to become fainter. The flag of reclamation was taking effect, but it wasn't enough. She needed to get the flag closer to Marionette. Although it wasn't specifically stated inside the enchantment's description, the area closer to the flag held a greater effect. Holding her short sword in her left hand for the speed boost, Lillian lifted the flag and immediately leapt down. Periodically, on her fall, she would construct a platform so she could plant the flag, preventing the darkness from recovering its previous size. However, there were a few times when she was too slow. The darkness was like a speeding jet of water flying through the sky, piercing through Lillian's shoulder and barely missing her joint, causing her to groan. Lillian felt the darkness wiggle inside her shoulder, corroding the flesh around it. She gritted her teeth and brandished the flag of reclamation, planting it on a newly created platform. Reclamation. With a whoosh of light, the darkness dissipated, leaving behind a gaping hole that Lillian could only grimace at. Drinking down a health potion, Lillian continued her dash forward, eventually getting to the ground. Sir Gardener. With a wave of his hand, the gardener purified the wall of darkness in front of him, revealing the servants that were hidden behind as though he was drawing back a curtain. His eyes darted to each one, eventually his gaze landing on the head butler. He then asked, "I'm glad to see you're all well. Do you have anything to report?" Most of the servants of the mansion are here. Some are tragically lost. On our way here, we had also discovered that the darkness seemed to be weakening or perhaps receding slightly in some areas of the mansion. I have also discovered that last point as well. Unlike before, the needed amount of mana from him to purify the corruption had been dramatically lessened by 50. He had even felt the mana around him coat his body without his doing. Something else must be in play. The gardener swept across the crowd, trying to locate a certain white-headed girl before discovering that she wasn't amongst the servants. Where's the girl? Houston, the head butler, shook his head emotionlessly. We have yet to find her, sir, and we fear we may not, for the darkness is originating from the heiress's room, which is right next to where Miss Lillian's room is. Hearing this, the gardener sighed, coming to the conclusion that Lillian had died. It seemed the ingredients used for the medicine were all wasted in the end. With a frown, he dashed forward, leading the forefront to his niece's room as he banished the corruption in front of him. Soon enough, he reached his niece's room. He shot a glance towards the inside of Lillian's room, whose doors were destroyed, and found it to be barren of furniture and a destroyed area on the wall where the window would be. The gardener's gaze lingered a few milliseconds more on the broken window as countless scenarios popped into his head. He doubted the darkness would attempt to break through a window without purpose, and the fact that this was Lillian's room led him to believe. So, she is alive. That she might be alive. As he was about to step away, darkness suddenly attacked him from around the corner in the room, causing him to reflexively defend himself. With a step back, the gardener found that the left wall of the room was completely destroyed, allowing full view into the room next to this one, which so happens to be his niece's. "Are you still conscious, niece?" He called out coldly to the fog of darkness. A strained and feminine voice responded, "Yes, the true darkness is currently escaping from my right wrist, and the veins in my body significantly quickened its pace of darkening." Marionette reported articulately. She then asked, "Where's Lillian Dash?" "I don't know." The gardener immediately responded, waving his head and casting a wave of mana. "I have yet to see her after she visited my lab." His mana made contact with the thick fog of darkness, but much to his expectation, he scowled as he found the true darkness resisting his purification. "How annoying. Are you able to reign in control?" "Niece, it's resisting my control," Marionette muttered, trying her best to reel back in the darkness blooming out of her wrist, but the darkness inside her veins was rebelling, although its strength had definitely diminished a bit since a few minutes ago. Shatter. As the gardener was racking his brain on how to proceed, he found the fog of darkness dramatically diminish in mass, just enough so that his niece's shocked expression could be seen. In the span of a few milliseconds, the gardener analyzed his surroundings. One of the two windows to the outside was destroyed. The darkness around his niece was receding rapidly. All that he had mentally noted was the cause of flag stuck on a wall. The Bologna flag? Recognizing the three symbols on the flag, the gardener felt a sense of surprise well up inside his heart like a balloon. Why was a flag that bore the Bologna flag here? And why did it seem to have such great effects on the true darkness? He was not someone who delved into historical matters if it didn't involve medicinal herbs or ingredients, but he would ask about it later. Right now, though, he needed to move fast. The gardener, unaware of how long the flag's suppressive effects would last, summoned a syringe from his spatial storage. It contained the poison. This syringe was special because when its needles sank into a fleshy surface, it would automatically inject whatever was inside into the target's body. With a precise throw, the gardener threw it towards his niece, his arm flicking forward like he was throwing a baseball. It shot through the air, whistling, but when it was about to pass by the broken window to the side, it was intercepted by none other than Lillian, who had managed to leap into the room through the window. Several minutes before reclamation. Finally reaching the ground, Lillian stabbed the flag of reclamation into the ground, causing the darkness around her to retreat. Her face was slightly sweaty as she stood on solid ground. By now, she was nearing Marionette's room, specifically outside her window. As Lillian was about to move forward, rubble from the mansion suddenly fell out of the sky, falling at a speed that left even Lillian shocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What the dash? Chapter 562. Embrace with a taste of blood? Before Lillian could have the chance to finish her words, she needed to dodge. With a conscious thought, Lillian transformed her body into water, avoiding the rubble completely before reforming. She then looked up towards the sky, finding dark tentacles peeling chunks out of the roof of the mansion before lobbing them at her. More specifically, the flag of reclamation. It had devised a plan to get around the flag of reclamation as suppressing effects. Unfortunately, that plan wouldn't work against her. With a wave of her hand, Lillian began to shoot down the volley of rubble like an anti-air turret before moving on to reclaim more land from the darkness. As time went on, Lillian found herself annoyed by her lack of progress. The more the darkness ripped apart the mansion to attack her, the more mana she needed to expend to defend. That in itself wasn't that big of a deal. However, she was wasting time. If she were to lift the flag to move, the darkness that had once receded would return in seconds. She had to move carefully. For the moment, the true darkness would surround her entirely, and it would be game over. Her mana was too weak to purify it. Nothing in her arsenal would be able to suppress it if she were caught in the air. even with the flag. And if she was too slow to dodge, the darkness would shred through her body like she was made of cotton. And yet, she was willing to face the obvious risks. Separating her mind into two, making full use of her enchantment as parallel thinking, she grabbed hold of her flag as pole and yanked it up from the ground. Allowing her other mind for defense, Lillian scoured the surroundings around her, calculating. Then, with a heave, she chucked the flagpole towards Marionette's window, which was still left intact by the darkness. It shot through the air and shattered through her window. When Lillian was about to be overrun with darkness, the flag was able to plant itself into a wall, saving Lillian at the very last second. Seeing that the flag was about to embed itself into a hard surface, Lillian swiftly made her way towards the shattered window, hopping several times and soon able to enter. And when she did, her body collided with the side of a flying syringe, knocking it off course, much to the gardener's surprise. Ignoring the syringe's existence, Lillian twisted her body in Marionette's direction, summoned the medicine from her ring, and threw at her. Marionette, who watched as the medicine flew towards her, clawed her way through the darkness that enveloped her. She casted the hand from which the darkness was sprouting back and reached out with her other hand to catch the thrown medicine. The darkness around her watched this sight with unbridled rage. With a stir, the darkness beneath the medicine shot upwards, slicing through the glass bottle with ease before reeling as though it had made contact with acid. The medicine from the bottle spilled out from the gaps, splashing onto Marionette's shocked face. But that was what Lillian had more or less expected. Before she had thrown the glass bottle, she had imbued the medicine with a special unorthodox element of hers, parasitism. The medicine that had splashed onto Marionette's face began to rapidly diffuse through her skin, her muscles, and eventually into her dark bloodstream. She had given her element a special instruction. Upon contact with biological material, it clings to it and enters through any pores it can find. In the past, instructions like these, despite appearing simple, were more difficult for her, but with her current affinity with mana, it had made it a lot easier for her to do something as creative as this. Lillian watched as the darkness around them receded to the point where only natural darkness remained, leaving Marionette in all of her glory to be revealed without her darkened veins. Marionette felt the medicine enter through her pores and into her bloodstream, then felt a burning but also relieving sensation as the pain inflicted on her by the darkness subsided greatly to the point where she could barely feel it. She then felt the feeling surge towards her mana core, improving shells of it to become sturdier and more secure, while also having a slight divine touch to it. The true darkness, which resided within her mana core, was incredibly unhappy, furious even. How dare these humans contain it again? If it wasn't for the fact that it was in a weakened state, it would torn all of them apart. As Marionette felt the ecstatic effects, she felt as though something was missing, something that would tie everything together. Blinking back to consciousness, Marionette looked around before settling her gaze on Lillian, marveling at her appearance. But unfortunately, she felt something other than love for her. Lillian, sensing the assassin's gaze on her, smiled broadly as she took a subconscious step forward. She had felt it was forever since she last saw Marionette's face, and to think she would see this early in person. Opening her arms, Lillian strode forward with the intention to embrace her beloved assassin. And when she did, she hugged tightly, the feeling of separation between them disappearing immediately. She hugged tighter, pressing herself closer to the woman as she subconsciously tried to remove any gaps between them. Lillian felt her heart swell up like a balloon as longing within her surged out in waves. She had missed her girlfriend greatly. "I missed you so much," Lillian mumbled soon after, felt there was something odd about the ambience. More specifically, she felt something was about Marionette. It could just be her, but she felt her girlfriend was a bit quieter than usual. The moment Lillian pulled away slightly to get a better look at Marionette's face, she was immediately pulled back in. "Lillian," Marionette whispered mysteriously, a shadow falling over her face as she tilted her head down. "I shall—" "Yes," Lillian stuttered, surprised by the sudden action, but had no intentions of pushing against it. But what happened next caused the rabbit's eyes to widen as a warm and sharp pain assaulted her shoulder. "Huh?" Lillian gasped quietly. Marionette, without any warning whatsoever, had bit down on Lillian's shoulder, her teeth digging through the rabbit's flesh as the taste of Lillian's blood reached her tongue. Chapter 563. As your mistress, I forbid you from leaving me? Chirp, 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 as the flaming disk, the sun, rose from over the horizon. The darkness that lingered under the yet destroyed canopies of the trees was banished with a wave of the gardener's hand. Since last night, he and the servants of the mansion worked tirelessly to repair the destroyed landscape that spanned 200 meters in diameter from the mansion. What was once a beautiful, dense forest of grass, bushes, and shrubberies was reduced to a barren wasteland, stripped of its vibrancy. Fortunately, with the help of the gardener's magic to manifest plants from mana, he was able to bring life back to the forest, eventually allowing the wildlife to return. While there was still lingering darkness within the forest, they would soon be purified the moment the gardener tracked them down with his keen senses. The Roselles are a family of murderers, but they knew when to fix things that were caused by them, especially when said things would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from the government, leading to them possibly paying a fine. No one liked fines unless they were intentional. Being brought a cup of water by Houston, the gardener lifted his mask and took a sip, while throwing glances back to the mansion far off in the distance. The mansion was atrociously damaged last night with its unstable foundations, destroyed furniture, ruined walls, and eroded flooring. Fortunately, most of the servants at the manor had earth as their beginning elements, allowing for quick repair. His eyes narrowed before sighing. "Are they awake yet?" he asked, referring to Lillian and his niece. "If I recall correctly, you employed a few servants to transport them to one of the rooms that had yet to be fully destroyed. Yes?" Houston nodded. "Yes, sir. And we have yet to hear anything from their room." Houston bowed slightly, "But I believe it may be wise to leave them on their own until they voluntarily come out, sir. Love does have an effect on unstable individuals, be it for good or worse." "H.M." The gardener stared at the butler with an emotionless expression, his red eyes dark. But soon lighting up the moment, he turned his head to the sky. "Love, to think someone like my niece would hold more experience over me in such a department." Servants wandered through the corridors of the mansion, revealing their expertise in cleaning, repair, and preparation for something that would happen later. Although their mood was rather low due to the events of last night, they still worked with utmost proficiency. And as they worked, they would quieten their steps as they walked past a room. This was one of the few master bedrooms that was currently occupied by two people lying soundlessly on a king-sized bed with white sheets and red rose patterns. And only one of them was awake currently. A woman with white hair that reached just about her shoulders slept under the blanket of the bed. Her attire consisted not of a pajama, but her maid uniform from last night, still slightly stained in blood, especially around her shoulder. As Lillian slept, she shifted about as she tightened her arms around the back of a woman's head, bringing their face closer into her chest. Marionette, who had woken up before Lillian, felt the rabbit's fingers brush through her black hair, her hand also patting her as if it was intentional. What was going on? That was the question that bounced inside her head. The situation she was in was too abrupt, surprising, and stimulating for her. She had planned to confine herself to her room until the day she needed to leave for the legacy table. This plan would allow her to silently train her abilities in manipulating darkness, to better contain the true darkness that angrily resided inside her core, but the plan would also serve as a way to prevent Lillian from getting in contact with her. The true darkness was a corruption capable of reducing anything it came into contact with into nothingness, essentially making it able to bypass any form of defense imaginable. The only reason she hadn't yet been reduced to nothing was because of her compatible body as a host. Her body had a high mana recovery and capacity, while also having been adapted to the nature of darkness due to her element. She was also special in other regards. Marionette brought the side of her finger to her mouth before biting down on it, later pulling it away when she felt pain. Once confirming this, she slowly brought her arms around Lillian's chest, hugging her before pulling herself closer in, leading to her face being pressed even tighter against the rabbit's chest. Sniff! Sniff! Marionette breathed in deeply, taking in Lillian's scent that was partially dyed with iron due to her blood. It's been so long. Huh. She let out a shaky breath, while rubbing her face in her chest and basking in Lillian's embrace on her head. Marionette's hands began to wander the rabbit's slender back. The assassin grabbed onto the back of the rabbit's uniform, pulling her in tighter before letting go and wandering her curves. Marionette's chest felt tight as she breathed. She wanted Lillian closer than they already were. With her hands, which seemed to want to explore every nook on Lillian's back, one of them eventually made it to the rabbit's rear accidentally. With an accidental grope, Marionette quickly retracted her hand with immediate hesitation. She shouldn't take advantage. Not when Lillian was asleep and when she could possibly wake the girl up. Marionette's fingers curled, her hand turning into a ball as she remembered the firmness, the softness of Lillian's rear. Despite the risks, she wanted to touch it again. Like a gambler who knew the risks involved with a slot machine, Marionette lowered her hand to Lillian's rear again, but then found herself hesitant once more, leading her descending hand to slow down. But what happened next was something she didn't expect. Is my kitten trying to cop a feel? Marionette felt a hand grasp the back of hers, guiding her to her goal. She became startled and secretly flustered as she looked up, finding Lillian's gorgeous face smiling down on her. Lillian, with a half-asleep look in her eyes, cooed, "Meow." Looking into Lillian's sparkly blue eyes, Marionette found herself in a daze as her face remained cradled between Lillian's chest. Then, when she woke up and began to process how Lillian looked, her eyes shook, her heart quickened, her breath, though quiet, became ragged. With all of these combined, she felt her body heat up exponentially to the point where she felt something leak out of her right nostril. Lillian, who was acting playfully seductive as she brushed her hand through Marionette's hair, slowly widened her eyes in shock as a red liquid began to run down from her girlfriend's nose. She immediately became worried. "A nosebleed? Hey, are you all right?" "Oh, no." Lillian had never seen Marionette randomly get a nosebleed before. Was she still sick? What sort of sickness caused a nosebleed? It had to be a serious one, right? Lillian placed her hand against Marionette's forehead, soon replacing her hand with her own forehead, and roughly measured the assassin's temperature. "Ah, jeez, you're burning up." Marionette watched as Lillian panicked about her condition, finding the rabbit to have completely woken up from her half-asleep state because of worry. The assassin felt the corner of her lips curl upwards subconsciously. She felt warm inside because of this, warmer than she already was. And watching as Lillian's face got closer to hers made Marionette's face become a tad bit redder as a subtle hint of flusteredness leaked through her emotionless expression. Lillian carefully wiped away the blood with a napkin she found inside a drawer. Then she slowly pulled Marionette up into a seated position, making sure the blood didn't flow to her brain. Marionette couldn't help but find herself enjoying being taken care of by Lillian. It made her feel small, not needing to worry or think about anything other than what happened in the room. This was something she had wanted to feel the moment she got out of the surgery. Pain like she was being eaten alive. Fevers where it made her seem she was being burned alive. And impulsiveness that made it seem like she was being substances. She longed for the feeling of being taken care of by Lillian during those days. As she watched Lillian move around to find pillows so she could rest against, Marionette was then reminded. Where was the pain? Where was the unbearable fever? Where was the dark impulsiveness that plagued her mind? Looking down at the veins of her wrist, she found them to yet darken, especially when she was around Lillian, something she didn't think would be a factor. Marionette was then hit with realization. Having remembered most of what happened last night, was it because of Lillian's medicine? While Marionette was in deep thought, Lillian gave an exasperated sigh as she looked back at the assassin. Should she get the gardener? He might know more about this than she does with his high medical knowledge. After placing another pillow behind her Marionette's back, Lillian mentioned, "Let me go find your uncle. I'm sure he can tell us the reason for your nosebleed." "No need." Marionette interrupted with a shake of her head, clearly against the idea. "My condition is not what you think. I am perfectly fine." Lillian, visibly uncertain, asked, "Are you sure? Maybe the medicine didn't work properly because you didn't ingest it. It did go straight to your bloodstream." After all, before Lillian could even finish her sentence again, Marionette clutched the collar of her shirt and pulled her in. Their lips collided. Lillian was stunned, but found herself trapped in a kiss as Marionette moved against her lips hungrily, soon leaving. "Jewel!" Marionette then pulled Lillian into the bed, tossing the rabbit on her back before straddling the girl's waist. With twists after twists, Lillian was now uncertain of what to do. But that feeling of uncertainty was soon dashed away with one whisper from Marionette. "You wish to become my attendant, yes? As your mistress, I forbid you from leaving me." Chapter 564. A moment before the storm? Lillian's eyes widened when her lips made contact with Marionette's. Her eyes widening further once she was tossed onto the bed. The rabbit felt a sense of uncertainty, but also great excitement as she watched the assassin straddle her waist, and, "I forbid you from leaving me," commanded her not leave. Lillian felt a smile break out on her lips. This order was something she was perfectly fine with following. If it weren't for her concern for Marionette, she wouldn't even think of leaving in the first place. And why would she? After so many weeks, she was finally reunited with the woman she loved the most. Smiling, Lillian gestured for the assassin to lean over before raising her arms to wrap them around the woman's neck. A playful and seductive smile then plagued her lips as she cooed, "Well, aren't you active?" "Are you sure, though?" Lillian stroked the assassin's cheek. "It's not like I have to go alone, you know." Marionette smiled and placed a hand over Lillian's, shaking her head dismissively. "Unneeded. My condition is fine. I would rather not shorten our time together in bed. It has been far too long." She then tilted her head, still smiling. "Don't you feel the same, Lillian?" Lillian blinked at the assassin before letting out a soft chuckle. The way Marionette said it was way too cute, and she felt it was only the beginning. "Very much so," Lillian responded, cupping both cheeks of the assassin. Marionette leaned into Lillian's touch like a cat, leaning its head into the warm palms of its owner. She continued to stare at Lillian's face, marveling at the beauty of her girlfriend, before slowly glancing away. "You're beautiful, much more beautiful compared to before." Lillian, watching as Marionette turned her eyes away from her, raised an eyebrow before coming to a realization. "All right, my trait did make me prettier, didn't it?" The rabbit smirked smugly. With an attempt to retrieve her girlfriend's attention, Lillian gently tugged at Marionette's face. "I'm more beautiful? Then, don't you want to look at me more?" Lillian teased. Marionette blinked at Lillian before slowly moving her gaze away. "I'm having difficulties doing that," she muttered regrettably, her voice laced with shyness. Marionette's mind, though usually fast, was working excruciatingly slow this morning, failing to completely comprehend how beautiful Lillian had gotten, much to her frustration. Lillian's eyes became warm as she saw this. Wrapping her arms around the back of the assassin's head, she pulled Marionette's head down, making it so their lips would make a connection that sparked pleasure within the two. Marionette's eyes widened, having not expected Lillian to attack her while her guard was down. But she soon closed her eyes, deciding to face Lillian head-on. "Jewel, Jewel, Jewel," while Lillian moved with gentleness. Marionette moved with hunger, wanting to make up for all the time they had lost, and Lillian wanted nothing more. Lillian withdrew her hands from the assassin's cheeks, slowly lowering them to Marionette's shoulder and eventually her sides. She dragged her fingers over the tight folds of the woman's black uniform. Marionette, who was in the middle of kissing Lillian, found herself lost as Lillian pulled away, causing her to frown and raise an eyebrow as the taste of the rabbit quickly faded by the second. She was upset. But then, this looks like it feels tight. Lillian gripped the collars of Marionette's uniform before dragging her fingers down to the assassin's metallic buttons. A light shone in her eyes. "Would you like this made to peel off you?" Lillian cooed. Marionette eyed Lillian's expression and mindlessly nodded. Her red eyes glowing as excitement permeated through it. "It's properly tailored to me, so it's not that tight. However, I suppose I should take it off for a bit. Then lie back and enjoy as this maid services you." Before Marionette knew it, she was tossed on her back, Lillian now straddling her waist and her hands wandering the sides of her body. Lillian was now the one on top. Pop, pop, pop. One button at a time, Lillian elegantly moved her fingers and popped them off. But she did it at a speed slow enough that it would create exciting tension. And she could already feel its effects taking place. The smile on Lillian's face wobbled, her chest tightening, as a precarious knee below her nudged her leg. Looking up, she found Marionette frowning at her, clearly frustrated with the speed she was moving. She bumped her knee against Lillian's lower region a few more times. "I believe you can go faster than that. What S with the hold UMMPH? Ju." Lillian silenced the assassin with a kiss while giving her a cheeky grin at the same time. She then hovered her lips above Marionette's ear, blowing hot air into it before whispering, "Good things come with time. It's just this one is a little bit slower." Marionette shivered. Her ears were incredibly sensitive. She shivered again once Lillian planted a kiss on the side of her ear, followed by a gentle bite on her earlobe. Lillian would then leave a trail of kisses, the ear being the starting point. For Marionette's lobe, her cheeks, her jawline, she soon returned back to the assassin's lips, which was very much appreciated. "Ju." After Lillian left her lips, Marionette turned her face away, her lips wobbling as she gasped softly. "Dédentisme, Lillian. I'm sure you've wanted this as much as I do." Lillian smiled at that, her hand resting warmly on Marionette's shoulder. "I do very much. You're all I can think about since I can get out of that trial. But I want to enjoy this moment with you a bit longer." Her fingers wrapped around a metal button, prepared to pop it off at an excruciatingly slow speed. Just as she was about to pop it off, however, "You can savor later. But right now, I cannot wait any longer." Lillian watched as Marionette swatted her hands away, the assassin unbuttoning her own uniform and taking it off, revealing her black t-shirt underneath, which she took off near instantly. The rabbit remained sitting on Marionette's waist, surprised that the assassin had decided to take over. Lillian then gulped as her eyes fell upon her girlfriend's bare upper body, only wearing a black bra that hid her large mounts. Lillian became instantly flustered, her hands lingering in the air aimlessly. "Wait, what are we doing? I thought we were just having a bit of a play around." Lillian's eyes swirled, her voice becoming stuttery. "Don't you think there's a better time than just randomly in the morning?" Marionette, about to step closer with open arms, looked up at Lillian and smirked, "But this is the better time. It's the moment we're finally reunited. And it being morning shouldn't matter. That's more than enough reason to do it, right?" Lillian shivered at Marionette's seductive coercion, finding herself drawn in by her reasoning. While the morning wasn't an ideal time to do it, in her opinion, the mood and setting between them were more than ideal for it. And no servants had knocked on their door in the past few minutes since they had woken up. The rabbit began to feel nervous, anxious, and ultimately shy. This would be her first time, and she wasn't planning on wasting the opportunity. Marionette marveled at Lillian's face, her mind having now processed the rabbit's beauty, allowing her to admire it in full without the need to look away or, surprisingly, have a nosebleed, which she thought wasn't possible. And right now, she may have another. The assassin watched as the rabbit, sitting on her waist, began to remove parts of her uniform, only keeping on the white stockings and undergarments. Marionette gulped. She felt herself tense up again. She pressed her legs together, unsettled by the sight of Lillian's undressed state. Because of this, her knees scraped near Lillian's sensitive regions, causing her to softly yelp and straighten her back. Lillian shivered at the cold, shivering even more as Marionette suddenly grasped her waist, groping and massaging it like she was made of slime. However, she was T1 to go without counterattacking. Marionette watched as Lillian cupped both of her cheeks again before smirking. She would then open her mouth slightly, welcoming Lillian as their lips collided. The sounds of their kissing resounded softly around the room. Their bodies grew hotter the more they kissed, and the longer each kiss lasted, their bodies heating up even more once their tongues got involved. Their mouths opened slightly more, allowing for extra room for their wet tongues to come into play, wrapping around and wrestling with each other for the purpose of coming out on top. Marionette continued to close in on Lillian. The rabbits soon pulled away. Both the assassin and rabbit's faces were flushed. Lillian whispered, "Right now? Are you certain you want to do it right now?" Marionette blinked, then smiled. She licked her lips, savoring the taste of Lillian's sweet saliva before muttering, "I believe I made that clear." Chapter 565. Morning Filled with Pleasure? 1R18 Chapter Lillian hesitantly unhooked the latches on the back of Marionette's bra, then gently shoved it to the side, revealing Marionette's glorious chest, which left her breathless. Her chest was D-cup and had a beautiful perkiness to it. Lillian gulped heavily. Her eyes settled on her girlfriend's pink areola and erect peaks, which she found both imposing and cute. She was getting nervous. It was definitely too late to back out now. Wait, did she even want to back out? For how long did she wish this to happen? As Lillian's brain began to short-circuit, she soon snapped back into reality as she felt one of the two things keeping her secure fall. She watched as her bra fell and yelped, swiftly wrapping her arms around her chest, insecurely hiding them from Marionette, who had now adopted a predatory stare. Marionette, unlike Lillian, wasn't nervous in the slightest. The concept of nervousness didn't apply to her in this exact moment, as all she could feel was the rush. The rush of laying her eyes on Lillian's nude body once more. The first time was back in the Forest of Disruption, when she found Lillian half dead and without an arm. The second, which didn't count, was back on their first date when they were inside her limousine. If it was for her driver that day, she would be taken Lillian's lips and solidified their relationship, and possibly even reached this point much sooner. Marionette's eyes curved into a devilish smile as her thoughts wandered back to the driver. After that day, she made sure he wouldn't disturb them again in the future. Pity, I lost a driver. Marionette thought absent-mindedly, not caring in the slightest about the life of a servant who had interrupted something important. Exiting her thoughts, Marionette shifted her attention back to Lillian and found her hands to be hovering hesitantly above her chest. She widened her eyes, surprised. Lillian watched as Marionette tilted her head slightly at her, quietly inquiring about what she was about to do. She smiled anxiously. "See, can I touch you?" Marionette blinked before chuckling. Her eyes shone with amusement. She found Lillian's anxiousness incredibly endearing, especially in this context. It also led her to remember how she felt when she asked Lillian permission for this exact thing. The memory was a fond one, but also a frustrating one due to obvious reasons. Propping her chest up with her arm, Marionette seductively exaggerated them in Lillian's direction. "Go right ahead, Lillian. You're always more than welcome to touch me." Lillian gulped and nodded blankly, finding Marionette's pose to be incredibly exciting to look at. Allowing her hands to glide down, she made contact with Marionette's smooth and flawless skin, her fingers eventually sinking in her girlfriend's soft mounds. She could feel Marionette quiver under her touch, the assassin's peaks tickling the insides of her palms as she gently massaged the woman. Besides Marionette's thigh or a casual hug, this was the first time Lillian had squeezed Marionette anywhere else. Always hesitant, too. To think I'm squeezing her chest right now. Whilst caressing the sides of Marionette's soft mounds, Lillian's ears twitched as she faintly heard ragged gasps and breathing. She looked up and found Marionette staring. The assassin's lips were quivering, her skin shivering with goosebumps, and her red eyes glowing as her gaze on Lillian intensified. Lillian felt a sudden flutter of unease, her legs growing restless as she fidgeted as though she had ADHD. She then noticed the glow in Marionette's eyes, which left her stunned. Martial state? Martial state was a term that referred to where your body would become near perfectly in tune with your mana under a large amount of stress, or why have you stopped? High emotional fluctuations. Marionette slowly turned her head to the side, side-eyeing Lillian while her hand unconsciously made its way to hide the lower half of her face. She was blushing fiercely. I want you to touch me more. Lillian's face reddened, her face becoming increasingly hot. Lillian's eyes wobbled nervously as her ears leaked with steam like she was a kettle. Too cute. Way too cute. Steeling herself with a gulp, Lillian moved, unwilling to disappoint her girlfriend. While Lillian began to gently rub Marionette's shoulders, Lillian leaned into the assassin's ear and began to whisper sweet words that left Marionette feeling flustered. "You're so beautiful. Did you know that? The way you walk, the way you talk, and how your voice sounds all leave me in a daze. Even now I can barely think because of how cute you look right now." Jewel. Lillian planted a kiss on the edge of the assassin's ear, lifting her fingers and tracing a gentle circle around the edge of Marionette's collar. Marionette shivered, watching as Lillian traced her touch, but kept a firm hand over her mouth, subconsciously trying to hold back her reaction. Lillian noticed this. The rabbit continued her careful movements near the assassin, trying her best to coax a quiet sound from her girlfriend. The more she lingered and gently pressed, the more the tension eased. Lillian smiled and pecked Marionette's cheek, whispering, "Don't be shy, Mari. Just relax. I'm here, and let me care for all of you." The rabbit continued to peck at the assassin's cheek while pulling away the hand that was covering Marionette's mouth. And once she did that, she was able to find the quivering lips of her dear girlfriend, who was struggling to hold back in her voice. The two locked eyes with one another before slowly leaning in, kissing as they moaned each other's pet names. Mari, Jewel. Marionette's lips were sweet, a fruity taste between peach and strawberries that made Lillian become addicted. Her tongue had an even more concentrated taste. Lillian removed her hands from Marionette's chest and placed them on either side of the assassin's face, allowing her to have a steadier grasp as she made out with her girlfriend. Jewel, Edidi. The taste of Lillian's lips was all Marionette could think about since their separation. So much so, she had made a habit to eat blueberries whenever she could, albeit privately. But just blueberries weren't enough, the texture wasn't right, and the lack of Lillian's presence wasn't right either. Jewel. While their tongues tangled, their lips colliding, Lillian adjusted her body on top of Marionette's, finding the sweet spot, while cheekily rubbing her cheeks against the assassin's. This flared pleasure between the two. As Lillian continued to make out with Marionette, she watched as the assassin slowly raised her hand towards the air, summoning a coin before flicking it into the air. Lillian pulled back from their kiss and gave the assassin an odd look. What else with the coy heads? Once the coin landed back inside Marionette's hand, she revealed the exposed face of it. It was heads. Before Lillian knew it, she was flipped on her back with Marionette, now the one straddling her. The one now on top of this battle. Marionette smiled mischievously down at Lillian as she held the coin in between her fingers. She then licked her lips, swallowing the remaining saliva she gathered from Lillian's tongue before muttering, "This coin will decide which of us will be on top, with the condition that you get it and win the coin flip." Hearing this, Lillian's eyes widened, shocked. To prevent her from staying on the bottom, and also to obey the sudden rules of their loving battle, she shot her hands towards the coin in hopes of catching it. Unfortunately, she failed to retrieve the coin. Pulling the coin away, Marionette shook her head playfully, blinking her eyes at Lillian with a smug grin. She then flicked the coin to the farthest side of the bed, especially the furthest away from Lillian. "Do try your best to get it." Marionette leaned down, pecking the side of Lillian's neck. But I doubt you will be able to. Ah, Lillian moaned, subconsciously leaning her neck to the side, allowing Marionette to have more room to latch on her neck. Marionette dragged her wet tongue up Lillian's neck, eliciting the girl's moan to resound out softly. This caused the assassin to want even more. Opening her mouth, Marionette pressed a kiss to the side of Lillian's neck. The assassin then leaned back, smiling slightly as she gazed down at the mark she left behind. She watched as Lillian caught her breath, her face flushed as she touched her neck. This caused Marionette to smile broadly. This was only the first mark of many to come. Marionette then held her hands above Lillian's chest and tilted her head slightly, silently asking for Lillian's consent and watching her give a small nod. She caressed the curves of Lillian's chest, finding them enjoyable to explore as she touched them, her hold soft so as not to cause Lillian pain. Hearing Lillian react each time her fingers drew near, she smiled as she leaned down, her eyes glowing as she kissed Lillian gently. Chapter 566. Morning filled with pleasure? Hi, Ju. Lillian gulped heavily as she quivered. A shiver ran from her chest all the way up her spine. She stared down at Marionette, who gazed up at her, the woman's face close to hers. Marionette, seeing the subtle reaction Lillian had, smiled and leaned closer to Lillian, then kissed her gently. She did this over and over again, enjoying Lillian's reactions, before moving her lips along her collarbone in a tender moment. Lillian breathed heavily as she watched Marionette lean in close. She found herself becoming significantly sensitive when this happened and reflexively tried to pull Marionette's face away. But like a leech, Marionette continued to stay latched on firmly, resisting against Lillian's push, and instead pressed her face deeper against Lillian's chest. The rabbit, who had her hands firmly placed on the side of the assassin's head, watched as her girlfriend grabbed her hands and pulled them away, leaving her defenseless against her touch. Marionette continued to pull Lillian closer. She was surprised by how tender the moment felt, noticing the warmth between them and the quiet closeness that followed. There was something unfamiliar yet comforting about it, especially compared to Lillian's calm presence. It also allowed her to see a reaction she hadn't ever seen before, and one she wished she had seen earlier. Watching as Lillian became even more restless during the encounter stirred something unfamiliar and unsettling within the assassin, a heightened awareness she couldn't quite explain. The fact that what she was doing was affecting Lillian, and the effect that Lillian had on her with just physical contact, had made her heart race. Marie, Lillian breathed. Looking up from Lillian's chest, Marionette closed one eye as the rabbit had begun to caress the side of her head. Lillian looked down at the assassin, who was hovering above her left breast, and smiled, the warmth of happiness swelling up inside her chest and overwhelming her shyness. I love you, Mari, Lillian whispered. The assassin's ears twitched when she heard that. Her face went blank as she subconsciously leaned in closer to Lillian, causing the girl's face to twitch and her skin to tingle. Marionette then moved to the girl's other side, giving the same gentle treatment she had given to Lillian's first side. She teased Lillian softly, kissing her gently, before leaning in more intently this time. It was much rougher, just to test the waters. Confirming that this much was okay. Judging by Lillian's reactions, Marionette continued, constantly making sure that she wasn't going too much or too little. She didn't know what she was doing and was going on instinct. Lillian, seeing as Marionette kept going after her chest, pouted. She threw a brief glance towards the coin before shifting her gaze back and muttering, I believe that's enough foreplay, Mari. Marionette raised an eyebrow. Ju. After leaning in close to Lillian one last time, she lifted her head before slowly tilting it to the side at what Lillian said. Her eyes blinked with confusion. What's all this talk about? What do you mean? Marionette inquired innocently. Lillian blinked at Marionette with a surprised look on her face. Marionette, didn't know what foreplay was? Was she really just teasing her the entire time without the purpose of preparing her? Was she really this innocent? Lillian smiled wryly, but also shyly, as she turned her face slightly to the side, hiding her blushing face. Unfortunately, that did nothing for her red ears, which had been infected by her blush. It means romantically preparing your partner. Like helping them feel comfortable and appreciated. Marionette, now understanding the term, narrowed her gaze. She found Lillian gesturing with her eyes for her to come closer. Nodded or nod, Marionette leaned down, intending to do as Lillian gestured, but taking a moment to be playful. Planting a gentle kiss on her shoulders, Marionette made her way down, leaving behind a warm trail of affection, which made Lillian smile even more. Marionette reached Lillian's side. Hooking her arms around Lillian's legs, the assassin pressed close, slowly rolling down the girl's white stockings as she moved downward. She paused for a moment, her eyes focused and intent. She gulped and moved her face closer to Lillian, who blushed and jolted back. Ashi, Marie. Lillian stuttered flusteredly, taken aback by her girlfriend's sudden bold curiosity. This shocked Lillian, but she was given no time to linger on her shock as the sensation stemming from Marionette's nose brushing against her caused her to shiver, making her feet straighten instantly for a split second. Marionette curiously pressed her face into Lillian's lower body, her nose twitching at the concentrated smell of her girlfriend's essence. She didn't care if what she was doing may seem inappropriate or strange. Once she caught the slightest whiff, she was immediately drawn like a fish to a bait. A potent smell of blueberry, while also having the faintest scent of vanilla. While it may be a bland mixture of smells to some, it was the most precious to Marionette. "You smell so good, Lillian, don't say that." Lillian squealed, visibly embarrassed. Marionette stepped closer, and Lillian covered her face insecurely. Sensing Marionette's intense gaze, she felt suddenly self-conscious about her appearance. She had let her personal grooming slip lately, and unlike her neatly trimmed armpits, she hadn't kept up with things in a while. The rabbit pressed her thighs together, quickly shielding herself from Marionette's prying eyes. "I know it looks bad, but I didn't know we would be doing it so early, and I didn't have any time to prepare, so it's fine." Marionette smiled, placing her hand next to the small white bush of the rabbit and rubbing it with her thumb. "I'll still love every part of you, nonetheless." She then gently examined Lillian, and the scent made her nose twitch again, causing her to let out a small, satisfied sound. She then stared at Lillian and became dazed as she stared blankly at her, as though she was hypnotized. Although it wouldn't be inaccurate to say she was hypnotized by how long she was blankly staring. Lillian felt herself grow shyer, more insecure, and inevitably more embarrassed by how long Marionette was staring. And while Marionette continued to stare at Lillian's private area, a thought bloomed inside her mind. Where do I go from here? She hadn't ever been in a situation like this, which she doubted she would ever be in if it wasn't Lillian, and hadn't ever studied on this. And information regarding this wasn't found inside her most trusted source, the art of seduction. She was lost, awkwardly lost. The longer Marionette stared, the more her heart seemed to race. Marionette watched as Lillian moved closer, her presence strange and unfamiliar. Was this safe for human consumption? Thoughts like these popped into her mind. Sitting on her knees, Marionette rubbed the inside of her legs together as she glanced periodically at Lillian. She felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe she should have studied more about what to do. That way, even if she was inexperienced, she would have at least made the current situation much less awkward. Should she ask Lillian? Maybe she knows what to do, right? Glancing up again, she found Lillian staring at her with nervous expectancy. Would she know anything about this? She had remembered that Lillian hadn't had any partners in the past, and she doubted Lillian would randomly read to better understand these types of things. Marionette's lips became wobbly as her face reddened, immediately dashing away the thought of asking. Her eyes reflected the look of both embarrassment and regret for her lack of knowledge on this subject. And amidst her inactivity, Lillian had somehow escaped from her grasp. With haste, Lillian pounced and crawled towards a coin. Her arms stretched far out. Once her hand finally reached it, she immediately flicked the coin into the air. Then she called out, "Tails!" Ding! Flicking the coin upwards and watching as it flipped repeatedly, Lillian smirked internally. With my luck, it would surely land in my favor. When the coin eventually fell back into her hand, Lillian looked down at it expectantly. Her smug expression soon darkened as she found it to have landed on Lillian. Heads! With her body on all fours, Lillian felt weight appear on her back, pressing down on her with soft force as two large mounds pushed against her back. Marionette pressed her entire body against the girl from behind, her hands soon landing on Lillian's rear and kneading them like they were bread dough. She then leaned down beside the rabbit's ear. Phew! Lillian shivered as Marionette blew air into her and quivered at the assassin's touch. Seeing the effect she had on Lillian, Marionette smirked as she glanced at the coin. It seems you called wrong, Lillian. How unfortunate. I was even looking forward to you taking the lead. Marionette whispered with a loving smile. After tossing the coin away again, Marionette firmly massaged Lillian's rear, playing with them as if they were bread dough. If Lillian had managed to call right, Marionette would have been perfectly fine with Lillian getting on top of her. Not just because she loved it when Lillian took charge, but also because if Lillian were to do anything she hadn't thought to do behind closed doors, she would be able to use it against the girl the next time she flipped the coin. Marionette moved her hand away from Lillian's back and toward the rest of the girl's body. Unsure of where to place her hand next, she gently rested it on Lillian's shoulder. Lillian let out a small surprised breath as Marionette's hand made contact. The assassin then began to tug and pull gently, playing around with Lillian's body as they grew closer together. The rabbit let out a soft moan, her voice leaking out more the moment Marionette gave her a gentle touch. She bit her lips, trying to keep her voice in as Marionette played with her body whilst trying to push her down completely against the bed. Unfortunately, something as plain as biting her lip to silence herself was stripped away from her. MMPH-. Marionette grabbed the other side of Lillian's face and pushed it towards hers, allowing their lips to meet for a passionate kiss, their tongues inevitably making contact as well. Their moans leaked out as they fought with their tongues, their saliva dripping from their mouths sloppily and staining the bed beneath them. Soon, the two disengaged from their kiss, and when they did, Marionette began her marking. Chapter 567. Morning filled with pleasure? 3 is a way to make up for not being knowledgeable enough before this. She sketched design after design on Lillian's skin, especially around the girl's neck and shoulders. Marionette continued to decorate Lillian's skin with temporary ink, adding patterns wherever she could while Lillian knelt on the floor to hold still. And as she worked, "I love you so much, Lillian." Marionette began to whisper inside Lillian's ear. "You have no idea what you mean to me, do you?" While Lillian was visibly affected, Marionette held her close. "Your voice, your presence, everything about you." Marionette pressed her face in the back of Lillian's neck and sniffed deeply. "You're everything. Everything about you has such an effect on me. And whenever I get a taste, I just can't get the thought of you out of my mind." Marionette then kissed Lillian's ear and continued to whisper as she left a trail of kisses down to the girl's shoulder. "I love you so much." Lillian bit her lip as she heard Marionette's words. She then muttered, her voice strained and her body quivering. "Why you can't just say that when touching me like this? But why not?" Marionette inquired, returning her face to be beside Lillian's. "Don't you want to hear how much I love you?" The rabbit gulped, flustered by what she heard as she turned her face away. "Oh, of course I do. But you saying that is getting me all excited and MMPH. Choo." Marionette turned Lillian's face towards hers and silenced her with a deep kiss. The two soon separated as a bridge of saliva stretched from their tongues. The assassin smirked seductively as she whispered in a deep and breathy voice, "Then get more excited." What followed next could only be considered as an overwhelming assault, as Lillian was flipped countless times around with attacks followed closely behind those flips. She was defenseless against these pleasuring assaults. By now, she was covered in over 12 different marks, one of them even being a bite mark. Lillian felt her entire body was becoming numb to everything, but Marionette and her becoming sweaty weren't helping with that feeling. In between deep panting, Lillian watched as Marionette moved in for an attack again. But this time, she was able to find a small frame of weakness in the assassin guard. A chance. Gritting her teeth, Lillian moved to rebel. Her left hand shot towards Marionette's arm, grasping it firmly. Then, she gently pulled Marionette closer. And without hesitation, like usual, Lillian leaned in close to the woman, causing a soft sound to escape the assassin's lips. Marionette's eyes widened. Her pupils soon glowed with a pleased look as she sat down near Lillian, watching as Lillian gently touched her shoulder and spoke softly. The assassin moaned softly as she watched Lillian make an effective counterattack that left her immobile. With her right hand, she pushed Lillian tighter against her chest while running her left hand through the girl's luscious hair. She looked into Lillian's eyes, who was looking up at her, and felt incredibly aroused by the hungry look in the rabbit's eyes as she suckled strongly on her breast. And because of that look in Lillian's eyes, on top of having her nipple teased, Marionette felt like her body was on fire. Lillian flicked her tongue at Marionette's nipple, eliciting a moan from her girlfriend, before returning to suckling passionately. Suck, suck, suck. Marionette pushed Lillian's face even deeper against her chest, moaning, as if she was trying to suffocate the girl. She panted deeply. "Oh, Lily, please, I need more." Once Lillian was finished suckling on Marionette's chest, she moved to the assassin's neck, leaving behind a mark, which Marionette smiled proudly of. After that, the two held each other close, exchanging tender words and quiet laughter. And whenever Lillian had the chance, she pulled Marionette into another embrace. She hesitated just like the assassin. While she did have an idea about what to do, she ultimately couldn't go through with it completely. Besides a few brief, curious touches she made toward Marionette's small, pink form, which clearly stirred a reaction in the woman, she was just a bit too nervous and scared. What they were doing was sudden after all, without any preparations. However, Marionette seemed to have learned what she was trying to do and attacked her bulb, leading Lillian to freeze and soon become a victim of an onslaught of attacks. Marionette's attacks were swift, sudden, and effective. Within just a brief moment, Marionette had been able to make use of what little Lillian had done to her to make it so that W8 Marionette please W8 Lillian was suddenly overwhelmed. Marionette, who was sitting beside Lillian, watched as the girl gasped and trembled, wetting the bedsheets. She then looked down at her trembling hand. "Ha! Ha!" Lillian panted raggedly as she laid on her back. Her body was quivering, overwhelmed and exhausted, and she felt shaken. "Gulp!" Lillian gulped, her face covered in sweat as she slowly turned to Marionette, finding the woman staring down at her soaked hand. The rabbit felt embarrassed, even more so with what the assassin did next. Bringing her fingers closer to her mouth, Marionette stuck out her tongue and licked it. The taste. Marionette licked again. Then, again and again, until every trace on her hand was gone. The taste was utterly sublime. With how hungrily Marionette finished, it made what had come from Lillian seem almost otherworldly. After she was done, she turned back to Lillian to find her face completely red, more than before, much to her surprise. Marionette watched as Lillian avoided her gaze, the sparkles in her blue eyes reflecting embarrassment. Lillian was just too adorable. Marionette slowly lowered her gaze back toward Lillian. Marionette's eyes lit up as she watched Lillian's expression change. I understand now." Before Lillian could react, Marionette had already moved close, leaning in toward her with sudden intensity, though she stopped short, leaving the moment unresolved. This sudden attack caused Lillian's head to fly back, her eyes to shoot wide open, and her teeth to grit as she was overwhelmed by an intense sensation she hadn't ever felt before. "HW8 please, Marionette." I'm still tingly. Oh my gods. Lillian reflexively clasped her hand over her mouth as sounds spilt out of her lips in waves, each sound in sync with Marionette's fierce touching of her. Lillian's body quivered uncontrollably, her legs spasming as she reached peak after peak, collapsing into Marionette's arms, who found the experience enjoyable. And as she struggled against Marionette's swift movements, she looked towards the coin on her far right. She needed to get to it. Marionette continued to grapple with Lillian, her arms hooked around Lillian's legs to keep her from escaping. The experience was truly extraordinary, amazingly extraordinary. While it was strange at first, Marionette quickly grew to enjoy the moment. Wait, I just need a moment. And Marionette, I need RS dash. Oh, wow. I think it's happening again. Once Marionette finally had her fill, which was only after an hour or so, she soon pulled herself away from Lillian after a gentle kiss on Lillian's sensitive spot first. She then wiped her face, still damp from their close moment, and slicked back the black hair that fell over her face, tried to use Lillian's essence as a sort of hair gel, which didn't work out so well. Marionette licked her lips and stared down at Lillian. Finding that the girl was completely drained of energy and was too overwhelmed to realize that Marionette had stopped, Lillian felt exhausted, her body aching and her heart racing so fast it felt like she could have a heart attack at any moment. She had a silly grin on her face, which was partially covered by her white hair sticking to her face. Marionette smiled warmly at this and slowly crawled over Lillian before resting her entire body against the girl. After kissing the rabbit once, the assassin nuzzled her face into the crook of Lillian's neck, resting. But then, ding! Marionette's ears twitched. Was it the sound of a coin being flicked? As she was about to lift her head, she felt a hand push the back of her head deeper into Lillian's neck. She then heard a whisper, "Heads." Lillian, having broken free from the daze of pleasure, flipped the coin in the air before catching it. Heads. It seemed like her luck was finally coming around. Discovering that the coin landed on heads, Marionette stiffened, then quivered as she heard, "It seems like I'll be the one taking charge now." Lillian flipped them around, Marionette now the one on her back. Unlike before, the assassin now had a timid gaze as the rabbit crawled over her with a playful gaze in her eyes for revenge. After kissing her girlfriend, Lillian whispered in the assassin's ear, "You had fun playing around with me, didn't you, Molly?" Before Marionette could respond, she watched as Lillian flicked the coin to the other side of the bed before moving her hand towards Marionette's leg. She gulped when Lillian's fingers made contact with her skin and slowly traced along it, causing her lips to slowly curl up into an excited smile. Lillian began to roughly poke Marionette, first slowly, then faster. Her rough prodding made Marionette cry out. "Hey, Lily," Marionette called out, her hands clasping Lillian's shoulders. Lillian smiled at this and used her other hand to pat the back of the assassin's head. "Good girl. You're a good girl, aren't you?" Lillian asked in a stimulatingly seductive manner. "You're such a good girl. Who do you belong to? Marionette?" Marionette's body quivered uncontrollably each time Lillian called her a good girl. It sent pleasurable chills down her back and tickled her brain. Her eyes glowed intensely when she heard Lillian's question. Marionette gulped and murmured in a quiet and timid voice, "Why you, Lillian? I belong to AHM. Why you?" Marionette gasped, suddenly feeling an intense, unfamiliar sensation. "Lillian, I feel weird. It feels wrong. As something's happening MMPH." Sensing a slight nervousness in Marionette's voice, Lillian's seductive smile turned warm and comforting as she brought her lips to her girlfriend, silencing both her voice and her worries. Choo. Then in between kisses, Lillian soothed Marionette. "Shoo. Let all out. I'm here, don't worry." Her words were like warm hot chocolate on a cold day, soothing and relaxing for a worried Marionette, who had no idea what was about to burst out of her. But once Marionette heard Lillian's words, she decided to release what she was holding back, and when she did, she spasmed in Lillian S. arms. Pleasure spreading across her face in the form of a wobbly smile and dazed look in her eyes. The feeling was almost too much. This feeling was more paralysis-inducing than any pain she had felt before, and incredibly addictive. And more, please, Lillian. Marionette mumbled as a begging look appeared in her eyes. Lillian smirked and kissed her again. Sure, I'll give my good girl whatever she wants. Gently taking care of her, Lillian kept her close, whispering softly as the two of them spent the rest of the evening wrapped up in each other. And after another hour or so, did you enjoy it? The two finally decided to end their intimate sparring. Time before, 7:30 a.m. Time now, 10 a.m. Chapter 568. Aftercare. Lillian rested the side of her face against Marionette's chest, her arms wrapped tightly around the assassin's sweaty body as her sweat mixed in with hers. Much like Lillian's body, Marionette's was marked with the same about, even having a bite mark around her shoulder as revenge for the one she made on Lillian. Did you enjoy it? Lillian asked, looking up at her girlfriend's face to see whether or not she was satisfied. Marionette nodded with a radiant smile as she looked down at Lillian with a tender gaze filled with love and affection. More than enjoy. I loved every second of it, Lillian. Marionette answered quietly, her right hand brushing through Lillian's hair while her other caressed Lillian's body. I was never someone who thought about these things, but in the past, I had never understood why people indulged in sex. Marionette paused for a second before adding, I was told it was a pleasurable experience, but I didn't know to what degree the pleasure was. But with you opening the doors to me, I now know the reason why so many are addicted. Lillian chuckled, grinning cutely. That's the same for me, except I never would have thought I would feel this way either. So, for our first time together as a very inexperienced couple, I think we did pretty well. Don't you think? Marionette blinked at Lillian, her smile growing larger as her love for the girl grew even bigger. Jewel, pecking Lillian's forehead, Marionette nodded and whispered, Yes, I think so too. Thank you, Lillian, for joining me and allowing me to experience pleasure like this. Hee hee. Lillian giggled, snuggling against her girlfriend closer. Absolutely. And I have to say the same. The rabbit's face then turned shy as she whispered, We can do this another time. A much better and more romantic time. Like at night. Marionette's pupils seemingly smiled as she heard that, finding herself agreeing with the rabbit. Unlike during the day, when wasting time could be considered detrimental to some, the night was where they could go on for as long as they wanted until morning. Locking eyes with one another, the two chuckled softly. The morning truly was the most optimal of times for this sort of thing. The assassin nodded affectionately, Yes, I have no arguments against that. But I do have to warn you that I will be a lot bolder after this. Lillian blushed and smiled crookedly. When wasn't Marionette bold? Feeling her heart swell at the thought, Lillian nodded timidly, Sure. Well, as long as it's to a degree, it's hideable in public. I have no problems with that. Hearing this, a grin broke open on Marionette's lips as she whispered, Do you promise? Lillian widened her eyes as she heard before laughing, Puffed. Yes. Of course, I promise. I'll welcome everything about you with open arms, Marionette. Afterwards, the two fell silent, their bodies still, with nothing but their heavy breathing as signs they were still alive. But that silence of nothing but breathing was soon broken by Marionette. Lillian, I want to switch position. Huh? Lillian watched as Marionette wiggled out of her embrace. She raised an eyebrow as her girlfriend went below eye level with her. She then slowly tilted her head, watching as Marionette stopped shuffling down, the woman's face now in front of her chest. The rabbit then felt the assassin's arms embrace her again, pulling her in and causing her chest to collide with Marionette's face, who buried herself in them. Seeing this, Lillian finally understood what Marionette meant and laughed as she patted and rubbed the back of the woman's head. So, this is what you wanted? Your face on my chest. Geez, you should just asked. Kissing the edge of the assassin's ear, Lillian whispered, You're so cute. Do you know that, Dash? She then paused her words immediately once she felt a squeeze on her rear. Marionette slowly tilted her head up, her lips curled into a smug smile as she whispered, "You speak as though you wish to go another round. Lillian, is that what you want?" Lillian smiled wryly. The assassin then became extremely amused when she sensed nervousness in her rabbit. She chuckled and pecked Lillian's collarbone. "I'm merely joking. Or am I?" The rabbit pouted and pinched the assassin's cheek, only receiving a loving stare and a monotone. "Ow." Afterwards, the two fell silent again, but this time, Lillian was the one who broke the silence. Upon remembering that she needed to recount what happened over the days she hadn't called, Lillian began to narrate through an entire list. From her arrival at Restera's port, to getting on a ship, fighting pirates, running away from pirates, fighting a giant two-headed leviathan, and what had gone on inside the trial. Marionette found herself drawn into Lillian's narration of events and couldn't help but find herself becoming more and more proud of her girlfriend with each obstacle she overcame. Her eyes were widening each time Lillian described the strength of the foe she fought, and her heart was tightening each time Lillian straightforwardly mentioned how many times she might be died. "Oh, and there was this guy called the Drowned King. You know of him, right? One of the 4 mighty sea kings?" "Yeah, him." It took the combined effort of the entire Inside Out group to kill his spiritual and physical body, both working at 30 of his original power, and also his physical body was unable to use his magic as well. "I see." Once Lillian finished her recounting, even speaking about what went on in the auction, Marionette opened her mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed out into what seemed to be a pout. I wish I was with you on your journey." She was greatly envious of those who traveled with Lillian, slept near Lillian, ate and fought with Lillian. It wasn't fair. Wasn't she meant to be the one who tackled these sorts of things with her? She was the rabbit's lover, after all. Lillian smiled, sensing jealousy inside her girlfriend's words, and hugged her tighter. "You know, in my eyes, you kind of was." Marionette's eyelids lowered slightly, enjoying Lillian's tighter embrace. "I believe you mentioned this once before. May I know more on the reason why?" The rabbit nodded briefly, resting her chin on top of the assassin's head and brushing her hand through her girlfriend's hair. "Partway through that trial, I realized that whenever I fought, I would learn things I hadn't yet known more quickly, especially when I fought with my life on the line. So, I have you to thank for that, Marionette." "HM?" Marionette raised an eyebrow, her face hidden from Lillian due to the girl's chest pressing against her face. "For what reason do you have to thank me?" It was now Lillian's turn to raise her eyebrow. "Well, wasn't it your plan to make me like this? To somehow make me perform better in fights?" Marionette shuffled her face out from Lillian's chest. She gazed up with an emotionless expression, staring into Lillian's eyes with blankness that made it hard for anyone to know what she was thinking of. And if they were able to read her mind, they would hear, "What plan?" All this time, Lillian's theory that Marionette had built her up to become a fighter that learnt faster in life-threatening situations was false. All Marionette had done was train her body, stripped away the crude shape in her fighting style, etc. But she had ever planned for something like Lillian said. She was quite sure how to go about planning that, besides making Lillian go through countless deaths using the virtual reality machines. Nonetheless, yes, that was my plan. Do praise me more. She was going to refuse anything that would make her appear much more lovable towards her girlfriend. Chapter 569. Getting dressed? After taking a shower, Lillian cleaned up the bed, now in her maid uniform, while smiling wryly at what a mess they made. The sheets were rather wet from sweat. When she finally finished, she took a glance towards the door to the bathroom, her ears twitching at the sound of water falling. Marionette was still showering. The wry smile Lillian had on her face became warm. A few moments before, Marionette had offered that they both take a shower together. And although it wouldn't make much of a difference after what they had done, Lillian shyly refused. The rabbit feared that if the assassin were to join her in the showers, then their passion for one another would spark yet another session. Except in the bathroom. Lillian's cheeks flared with a blush, her hands subconsciously moving towards her face and feeling heat emanating from them. She should probably calm down, taking a seat on the side of the bed and smoothing out the creases of her uniform. Lillian flashed her hand out and mentally reached deep within herself, deep within her mana realm. When she finally felt her fingers grasp around what she wanted to find, she tugged, leading to the appearance of a floating black crown with neon blue light hovering above her palm. The abyssal crown. It gave off an imposing aura of both mystique and royalty. The smell of the deep sea radiated off it. Lillian also felt a strong connection with it, not just because it was her shard, but also because of her connection with the Drowned King. Grabbing and holding onto it with both hands, Lillian began to circulate her mana around her body, storing them within the crown. Over the last few days she was here, she had been meticulously storing half of her overall mana into the crown as a contingency in the future. And currently, her crown held at most 4 times the mana of an average Tier 2 mage inside. A few minutes later, Lillian finished. Opening her eyes, the rabbit stared down at the abyssal crown, watching as it pulsed intensely with light. With half of my mana left, I should have enough for that servant competition thing. The competition that would decide whether or not she would be able to reign in victory and claim the role of attendant for her girlfriend. If she recalled correctly, Marionette was given a choice between 4 servants, one being Alara, the maid she saw yesterday. Lillian flicked her wrist and vanished the abyssal crown back in her mana realm. Then, she took in a deep breath, relaxing her muscles that still carried the trace of mana through her bloodstream. Once her mana returned to her core, Lillian smirked and glanced beside her. She then asked, "How long have you been staring at me, Mari?" Marionette, who had only just gotten out of the shower and dressed in a black bathrobe, smiled slightly as she tilted her head to the side. "Staring? Who said I was staring? I was merely admiring your beauty." Marionette leaned in, hooking a finger under Lillian's chin. "Surely, you know the difference, considering you do the same thing to me, don't you?" Marionette inquired playfully, catching Lillian's stares that were focused on the marks on her skin, unhidden by her bathrobe. A blush flashed across Lillian's face, a little embarrassed. Then, Lillian narrowed her eyes as she placed a finger under the assassiness, leaning in as well. "Are you blaming me for being lost in your beauty?" Lillian smirked. "Surely, you know it's normal for a lover to enjoy marveling at the sight of their partner, don't you?" Marionette smirked back, marveling, staring, and admiring. "It seems our eyes are just like our hands, always wanting to do something to the other." When the assassin said that, she glanced down, looking at Lillian's left hand that was placed affectionately on her thigh. Then, she glanced at her own hand, which was placed on Lillian's thigh. Noticing this, the couple locked eyes with one another before giggling. "Would you like me to help you get dressed?" Lillian asked. Marionette tilted her head and thought for a moment. Throughout her life, she hadn't ever had someone help her put on clothes. After all, she abhorred the idea of putrid walking corpses touching her. Rubbing her chin, Marionette eventually came to a positive conclusion. She nodded and smiled, "Sure." Lillian nodded and hurriedly got up to her feet, fetching Marionette's Roselle uniform, which she tidily folded, while Lillian assisted Marionette in putting on her uniform. Struggling to keep her composure over the assassin's nude body, Marionette found herself drawn to Lillian's uniform. "In the past, I never understood the appeal to maid uniforms, especially when Velen spoke highly of one." "Velen? Millis?" Lillian paused. She said she liked maid uniforms? What did she tell you this? Marionette blinked and began to think back, holding her chin. "Look, Red Eyes, maid uniforms are peak supremacy, I tell ya," Millis ranted, her golden eyes settling on the figure of a tall, black-haired woman, whose back was leaning against a wall. Marionette sighed as she heard this. Currently, the two were waiting for Lillian to exit the toilet. This was during the time when Marionette and Lillian had yet to start dating. Much to Marionette's dismay, Lillian had declined the assassin's offer to follow her inside, saying that it wasn't that large of a trip and that she would be back soon. Thus, she had to wait outside with Millis. She didn't have that huge of a problem with Millis, but sometimes she wondered whether or not the woman had something noteworthy inside her head. If the person doesn't appeal to me, why would the uniform? Marionette responded indifferently, pulling out her phone. Millis, sensing that she was losing Marionette's attention gradually, decided to pull out her secret weapon. Lillian's name. With a dramatic turn, Millis smirked in Marionette's direction and began to tap the side of her head. Look, all right, just think about it. What if Lillis was in a maid uniform then? Marionette stiffened as her thoughts sparked images of that scenario. The imagination that sparked her interest the most was the thought of Lillian welcoming her home with a bow. Turning back towards Millis, Marionette nodded. Perhaps. You have taste, Velen. Uh-huh. I knew that would get ya. Jadam ibsist stoke. I'm not a stalker. That's all that happened. Uh-huh. I see. Lillian smiled crookedly as she did up Marionette's buttons and adjusted the rose sewn onto the assassin's right chest. So, you've been imaging me in a maid uniform for a while? A day or two after that conversation. Marionette nodded, watching as Lillian, who had a pondering look on her face, pulled away. Marionette smiled, her eyes glancing over the marks she made on Lillian's neck and feeling proud of herself. She then said, But now, I'm starting to imagine you more as a housewife. My housewife, specifically, of course. Lillian stiffened when she heard that. Her back turned to Marionette. She was in the middle of trying to figure out a way to hide the marks on her neck. However, her figuring out a way to hide her marks wasn't the only thing she was thinking of, but also how to come up with a good tease regarding what Marionette said earlier. To think Marionette would come up with one first. Well, I'd that a smooth one. Do you want to go another round or something? Lillian asked with a twitchy face. Marionette blinked, then smirked seductively. After you just got me dressed? That's rather counterproductive of you, Lillian. Or was your offer of helping me get dressed just an excuse to touch me? Oh, okay. Lillian flusteredly interrupted. Let us just get on out. I think we should go talk to your uncle regarding that competition thing. Puffed. Marionette watched as Lillian briskly went over to get the door for her. As Marionette watched her, the assassin's eyes glanced over at the blood stain on Lillian's shoulder. Her eyes squinted at that, faintly remembering what happened, but she decided not to speak up about it. It was best to just ask her uncle about it, after all. She didn't want to let down her mood and cause the smile she had since morning to drop. She was in a great mood, an amazingly great mood even. Chapter 570. A thorny rose that came with servants? Deep within the forest outside the Roselle estate, a dark shadow crawled out of the ground like a worm. Its body was sinister and infectious. Wherever it crawled, whatever it moved through wilted and died. And whatever died turned just as black as its body, infecting the land outward. However, before the shadowy worm could reach even 3 meters from where it crawled out, it was caught by a humanoid entity many times larger than it. Ah, that's where you've been. The gardener raised his gloved hand and pulverized the true darkness with overwhelming force, forcefully purifying it out of existence. Just this tiny fragment of corruption that was only 50 centimeters long cost him 10 of his overall mana. With repeated consumption of the mana potion, he had now been able to fully cleanse the area around the estate that was affected last night. The gardener scratched the underside of his mask's beak, pondering as he got up from his crouch and gradually made his way back to the estate. In his right hand was a hard leather book that had the title, Potential Crippling of the Consumption of Potions. Thomas Becket, I wonder if that's true. The gardener muttered that what he held in his hand wasn't just some ordinary book, but a thesis. Originally, this thesis had no book, but the gardener found it more to his liking to have it as one. So he photocopied the thesis from online and sewed it onto the hard leather cover. It spoke about how the consumption of potions over time would stunt the growth of humans, similar to how microplastics from plastic products would affect humans over time. Except potions would target a person's mana core rather than their physical body. All in all, it was an interesting read to pass the time while he wandered about. Upon making it back to the estate, he set out on an errand. Just the day before, He told me to come here with these servants. He was met with a sight he didn't expect to find. Standing inside the perimeter of the estate was an 8-meter-tall silver wyvern, whose body seemed to shift constantly from transparent to opaque, suggesting its scales could become highly reflective at will. It had an estimated wingspan of 24 meters and razor claws attached that seemed to periodically bend light. The aura emitted from this monster was a rank B, and on its back was a tall individual with a slender body, their curves suggesting they were a woman. She wore all black and had a rose attached to the right side of her chest, insinuating that she was part of the Roselle family, and had a mask patterned with rose thorns. This added to the fact that she had black hair, which was a key feature of a Roselle, and spoke Great Melvin, a language which his family prefers over Ancient Carrie. Their voice was also incredibly familiar. Someone of the family? The gardener thought, walking around and finding the mansion's servant standing in front of the wyvern. The reason why he thought that this mysterious person was a member of his family wasn't just because of their clothes, their hair, or what language they spoke. Those things can be faked with items and abilities. However, what couldn't be faked were monster shards, especially one of this strength. The silver, glaring wyvern, whose scales could reflect light so incredibly well that even the slightest bit of light would be able to make it go invisible, and had a glare that made even some of the strongest-willed men kneel. It was a perfect mount for both stealth missions and reconnaissance, and was perfectly capable of defending itself if needed in a dire situation. Houston sweated as he met the glare of the silver, glaring wyvern, his body trembling just like the servants behind him. However, to uphold dignity and status as the head butler, who remained straight-backed. "Sir Gardner will be with you soon, Miss Thorn of Roses." TCH, the woman, recognized as the Thorn of Roses, clicked her tongue as she slid down the wing of her mount. She then looked back at her passengers. Thorn raised her raised and swirled it in the air impatiently, causing the 3 servants she brought to hurriedly leap down and bow in forgiveness. "Get these servants I brought to the area where my niece's attendant will be decided, will you? And when you see my brother, tell him be quick with whatever he is doing. He is digging into my time." After that, she transformed the wyvern back into a glass shard before strolling past the mansion's servants, making her way into the lavish building. The gardener, who was off to the side, let out a sigh. He had completely forgotten that she was arriving today with the contestants for the role of attendant. Fortunately, he was far enough away from the area that his twin sister's unconscious mana sense couldn't detect him. Watching as she entered the mansion, he wondered, "I wonder if the two had decided to wake up from their slumber yet." "You've gotten rather tall," Lillian Marionette commented, wrapping her arms around the girl's neck from behind. For the past few minutes since leaving their room, Marionette had been trying to rest her chin on top of the rabbit's head, but was disappointed when she couldn't. "It's almost saddening how much you've grown." You're sad you can't tower me anymore?" Marionette hummed a bit, playfully smiling. "Well, if you would like to be that straightforward with it. I suppose I'm quite sad about that. You were more cuter when shorter than me." After all, Lillian pouted slightly as she turned her head back. "And so what? I'm not cute anymore in your eyes?" The assassin watched as the rabbit's eyes found her greatly offended by what she said. She chuckled and turned Lillian's face further towards hers before pecking her lips, causing them to stop in the middle of a corridor. "Jewel," Marionette then whispered, "You're not cute. You're hot. Isn't that what you told me before, Lillian?" Marionette smirked, brushing her thumb against Lillian's lower lip. "Or perhaps you're having second thoughts and actually prefer me towering over you." Ahem. Before anything could suddenly escalate, the two of them were interrupted by a tall, masked woman who accidentally stumbled upon them. The woman then tilted her head, her eyes behind her mask fully directed towards Marionette as she muttered in a cold yet somewhat casual voice, "What the hell is this, niece?" Chapter 571. Inquiry of a Thorny Rose? Coughing into the side of her fist, the Thorn of Roses looked towards Marionette, who had her arms wrapped tightly around a white-haired maid. "What are you doing, niece?" Marionette blinked at the masked woman, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. She moved her head away from Lillian S.'s ear, still having her arms wrapped around the girl, then asked, "Thorn of Roses? What is your purpose here? Don't try to change the subject." The thorn folded her arms, her face cringing behind her mask. "You're getting awfully close to that maid, aren't you? What? So having one lover isn't enough for you? And I see that this one has quite similar features to your first." Lillian felt Marionette's embrace tighten a bit. The assassin's face twitched a bit, irritated by her aunt's words. "You speak as though my maid is an object which she is not. Even I have more tact in my words compared to you, Thorn of Roses." "Umph." Thorn snorted loudly. "Tact? What tact is there to be needed when talking about maids and servants? They're commoners that are hired to service our needs." Thorn of Roses then turned her face away slightly, her mask hiding the subtle repulsed look on her face. "But having one of them, especially one so close to your first lover in appearance, to serve you with affection. We may have our differences, but I never once thought you were that type of person." The masked woman then shifted her gaze towards the maid's blood-stained shoulder. Her red eyes shone with an even more disgusted light. "And to think you engaged in violent acts like those." Marionette waited until her aunt was done talking before sighing. What rubbish! Her mood from early morning had got worse the longer her aunt interacted with her. Fortunately, Lillian's presence made up for it. She wasn't sure if it was because of her love for the girl, but she felt more at ease, calmer, than when she was around the rabbit before. Perhaps it was just a part of her imagination. Maybe it really was just her love. Anyway, if the person before the two of them wasn't her aunt who spoke such rubbish earlier, she would struck them in the side of the head. Unfortunately, such an action would result in her getting pummeled half to death, with her systems completely flooded with poison. Maybe when she gets stronger in the future, she may attempt such a thing. But for right now, are you done speaking rubbish? She could only fight with insults. Resting her chin on Lillian's shoulder, Marionette continued to talk. "Don't come to such a revolting conclusion, Thorn of Roses, otherwise I might start imagining your dead self to have a rear in place of your mouth. Not like it'll make much difference in terms of smell, even if you dunked your entire body in the most heavenly perfume." Thorn of Roses frowned deeply, her eye twitching behind her mask. Then she smirked. "I see your mouth is still able to speak. So, I take it that you're enduring that illness of yours rather well." Marionette's aunt then tilted her head, mockingly. "A waste of time and effort, ain't it? Especially with how unloyal you are. So what? Nobles coming to the legacy table don't fit your fancy. But maids do." Her niece let out a sigh as she closed her eyes for a bit, and when she opened them a second later, she lowered her arms to the maid's waist, wrapping her arms around the rabbit. Lillian, who was intending on being completely silent and a spectator, found herself becoming flustered and startled by the unexpected move. As Marionette rubbed the side of her face against Lillian's cheek, she spoke in a cold tone towards the Thorn of Roses. "The person you refer as my first lover is actually this maid you see here. They had returned early to my side and intend to win the title of my attendant for Legacy Table, which I find to be a waste of time and effort." Marionette raised the corner of her lips, smirking mockingly at her aunt as she added, "I hope you don't mind me using that phrase you used earlier, my dear aunt." The Thorn of Roses went silent, her body still and unmoving, which seemingly caused the air around the three of them to go stale and heavy, thick enough to be cut with a knife. "Huh!" Thorn soon broke her silence with a laugh, which also broke the stillness in the air. She shifted her gaze away from her niece and stared at Lillian. "Is this true?" Thorn asked skeptically, slowly pulling out a small, crystalline silver pendulum from her spatial storage. Holding the pendulum by the chain towards Lillian's direction, she awaited the maid's response to her question. Lillian, watching as the pendulum glowed faintly, smiled wryly, recognizing it. It was a lie detector that glowed at a lie. "That's true. I am Lillian Ker, otherwise known as Marionette's girlfriend." Lillian pinched the edges of her long skirt and lifted it slightly, just about revealing her legs, which she had crossed elegantly. Thorn of Roses looked into Lillian's eyes, checking out the girl's facial muscles, and everywhere on a person's body that may reveal signs of falsehood. She didn't find any. Interesting. Thorn of Roses then took a glance at her crystalline silver pendulum, which hadn't shown any brighter than it already was, suggesting that Lillian was telling the truth. She huffed and put away her crystalline pendulum, humming to herself in surprise. Secretly, after the day she was told that her niece had a lover, she had investigated more into Lillian, more specifically, her current whereabouts, just so she and her could have a casual one-to-one. Since Thorn of Roses was always sent on missions around the regions of both the underworld and the surface along with other members of their family, it wouldn't be unbelievable for her to say that she met her niece's lover by accident. Maybe hard to believe, but not completely impossible. However, her search came out fruitless when she discovered that she was unable to trace the girl's location. She had tracked every trace and every building she went into, and yet she didn't manage to find someone who had no past of being exceptionally good at hiding her tracks. This had sparked a curiosity in her. Of course, she eventually had to stop her curious search. Marionette rolled her eyes at a lie detector. Have your skills become as rusty as your age now? Thorn of Roses? You sure do have a lot of mean things to say to someone of blood, my dearest niece. Thorn of Roses then strolled over to the two and placed a delicate hand on Lillian's shoulder. Her gaze, once cold and indifferent, was now slightly warmer as she now knew Lillian was actually a noble. This garnered an intense glare from Marionette, which she ignored, as though her niece was literally clinging onto the maid. My apologies, young miss, Thorn of Roses said, her voice now cheery. I had only just suspected that you were just some pathetic commoner trying to get into our family through our beloved and naive niece. Hope you didn't take offense to my earlier words. Lillian smiled, hiding the wryness inside her heart as she nodded. It's no problem, really. The rabbit then paused for a moment before adding, but I really don't think Marionette is that naive at all. Lillian tilted her head slightly. Both of the women bearing the name Roselle tilted their heads as well, curious about what Lillian had to say. Thorn of Roses then asked, Surely, you jest, young miss. I'm sure with all the time you've been together, which may be short, you should know that our dear Lady of Roses isn't so knowledgeable about things outside of our family's business. That may be true, Lillian muttered before responding with a firm and respectful voice. But even I'm sure you know that Marionette is definitely an intelligent person. And she is definitely the most intelligent and smartest person I know, thus far. The rabbit then slowly twisted her head to the side, whispering with a slight blush, and, the most beautiful too, if that means anything. X2 Thorn of Roses was speechless at what she heard. She then turned to her niece and pointed at Lillian, asking, All you HM? Notrix. Marionette smirked at her aunt, her heart beating quicker as she pulled Lillian closer to her chest, yanking the girl away from her aunt. All mine, and no tricks. Thorn of Roses snorted before cackling. I'm almost jealous. Unfortunately, I don't like those far younger than me and our women. Marionette's aunt then moved with a blur, swiftly appearing before Lillian and leaning in, whispering, But I'm always looking for a servant. Though, if you're finding tasks given to you by my niece too boring, then I'll be happy to welcome you, Bang. With a swift flick of her hand, Marionette summoned a jagged black handgun into her hand, shooting it at her aunt with murderous intent. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Thorn of Roses was able to catch the bullet in between her fingers at point-blank range. Marionette clicked her tongue and pulled Lillian aside, dragging the girl down the corridor, farther and farther away from her aunt, who she left with threatening words. Next time, my bullet will hit its mark. Don't try to steal what is mine, you wretch. Thorn of Roses silently stood in the middle of the corridor, processing what her niece had told her. This was a first. Not the first threat, of course. There had been countless times when her niece would threaten her death. It was almost laughable how childish she was back then. But this time, this threat felt rather different. Thorn of Roses pinched a lock of her black hair, in thought, as she slowly forgot about the threat made to her. She then muttered, "I think I made quite a good impression on that girl." What was I doing again? Oh yes, the restroom. Chapter 572. First part to attendant. Once Marionette and Lillian arrived outside, they were swiftly met with the sight of the mansion's servants setting up what could only be an obstacle course of things. From naked tables in need of their cloth to mobile kitchens with an array of ingredients to a target range with a set of throwing knives, etc. Apart from a few, the target range, and a few others, most of these obstacles looked like tasks that servants would undertake. It was truly a wonder how many things were spared after what had happened last night. They then turned their heads to the side, finding the gardener walking over to them with a clipboard in hand, previously standing off to the side. "You two decided to come out, finally. Did you two enjoy the rest you've been given?" Marionette gave a brief nod, her arm hooked tightly around Lillian's. She was still in a foul mood from earlier. Thus, it was up to the rabbit to give a verbal response. Lillian smiled and nodded, bowing a little. She then spoke in a grateful tone. "It was splendid, Sir Gardener, and I'm grateful that you've allowed both me and Marionette to rest after what occurred last night." The gardener nodded at Lillian's words while simultaneously giving Marionette a perplexed side eye. If it wasn't for the fact that his niece wasn't clinging to the maid's arm, he would be thought the two had a lover's quarrel due to how irritated Marionette looked. It was either that, or his niece had encountered the thorn of roses on the way here, which was perhaps the most likely reason. Gardener of Roses briefly glanced at Lillian's neck, barely able to make out a small red mark on the rabbit's skin. His eyes twitched a bit. He could definitely cross out the scenario of a lover's quarrel. Sighing, he decided not to speak about it. With the risk that Marionette might suddenly explode, he shifted his gaze to Lillian's shoulder. "So, how is your shoulder?" he asked, his eyes glancing over the blood stain on her clothes. "I believe my niece bit quite deep into you." Lillian smiled crookedly as she subconsciously placed a hand over her shoulder. She could already remember the stinging pain of having the flesh in her shoulder torn out. It wasn't the most pleasing experience compared to the bites in bed, but it was definitely something she hadn't expected. She hadn't remembered any scenarios where Marionette bit someone before. Not like I expected everything to be one-to-one with the game. With her appearance, there had obviously been changes. Now, what may have occurred for Marionette to now have the urge to bite, or better yet, had already progressed to this stage with the corruption. Lillian side-eyed Marionette. She must be undergone the surgery much sooner than I had remembered. The true darkness was one of the more patient corruptions out of the ones that existed, but also one of the more likely to drive a person insane enough for them to hand over their body to its control. Just like how the catacomb dweller back in their trial into the second tier lost control. By becoming the true darkness' host, it soon lost its strength to resist the corruption-s control, leading it to become a corrupted and stronger variant. As Lillian was deep in her thoughts, she was slowly being shown the way to the start of the obstacle. And once she had returned to reality, she had found herself surrounded by 4 servants, one whom she recognized the most. Black hair tied into a bun with steel hairpins, yellow eyes, and stood at the height of 5'11", taller than Lillian. Alara Voss. These are the servants chosen to compete for the role of attendant. Alara shot Lillian a suspicious gaze before huffing and turning away, preparing herself for the race ahead. When Thorn of Roses finally returned from the restroom, both she and the gardener took their places behind a seat, along with Marionette, who felt her body itch with irritation. She itched, not just the fact that she was near her aunt, but that she was now separated from Lillian again. Marionette folded her arms, tapping her index finger against the side of her arm impatiently, garnering a cold turn from the gardener, which she met head-on. The gardener soon drew back his gaze, sighing as he didn't want to bother dealing with his niece, and decided to announce to the servants to begin. "We will be beginning soon. As you may already know, this competition is for whoever is capable enough to be the attendant for the Lady of Roses. Within 2 hours, you all must have finished this obstacle course. Each area will be scored by 3 of us. The winner will be allowed to accompany the Lady of Roses, as well as being able to request which estate they would like to be stationed in after the legacy table. Now, without any further ado, I shall begin the countdown. When I say go, you all may begin your race. The gardener then raised his open hand, a singular finger for each number he counted down to. 5, 4, 3, go. Unfortunately, it seemed that counting down from 5 was something the gardener wasn't intending to do completely from the beginning. Everyone sped past the beginning line, including Lillian, who was able to react to the skip in numbers. With the speed expected of a Tier 3, Lillian was able to reach first before inevitably slowing down due to the obstacles before her. Cleaning, cooking, and dexterity tests, and more. For a role that basically just bodyguard work, there's a lot of menial tasks involved. Lillian grabbed the handle of frying pan as she moved to cook something, having now reached the mobile kitchen. Unfortunately, the other servants were slightly ahead of her, except for Alara, who was in the mobile kitchen beside her. Due to the woman's need for perfection, her speed for tasks had slowed down to Lillian's pace. But in exchange, the obstacles she passed through were far more perfected than Lillian's, causing the rabbit to wryly smile. After plating her dish, Lillian moved on to what seemed to be a knife-throwing course. While Lillian hadn't had much practice throwing knives, she was able to get it to stick in the target, at least. But after all the cleaning, cooking, and such, she finally got to an area she was most confident in. Lillian picked up a plain steel sword given to her and faced the training dummy that was planted into the ground for her abuse. With a swift and strong swing, Lillian swung her mana-imbued sword, causing an illusory wave to explode out, crashing into the dummy and splitting it in half. This was the tiebreaker slash in its nonverbal form. Thorn of Roses cooed, leaning her body against the table as she saw that Lillian was capable of swordsmanship of this level. The Night Realm? That's definitely an extra point or two. Turning her face towards her niece, she asked, "Were you aware of this, my dearest niece?" Marionette shook her head while giving her aunt the stink eye. Since the start of the race, her aunt hadn't stopped asking her questions about Lillian. It was getting on her nerves. "I would appreciate it if you lessen your stare on Lillian. It's inappropriate. But it's my job to. I'm a judge too, don't you know? And I doubt you'll be much of a fair judge as well. I know for a fact you're going to be biased. For once you finally understand me." Marionette huffed. She had no intentions of choosing anyone over Lillian, especially not when it was the most logical decision too. A bunch of Tier 2 over Tier 3? Unless the Tier 3 had a shit mana capacity and arsenal of abilities, which was highly unlikely, they would win without a doubt if it were a battle purely on abilities and skills alone, without tools allowed. Once the race was finally over, it was time for the judges to start their scoring. The 3 participants overcame every obstacle they went through, scoring 1 through 10 on how they did. Marionette strolled past the obstacles, writing down the scores of each participant, being a fair judge even towards Lillian. Soon, she reached the mobile kitchens. Gulp. The assassin looked down at the food plated at Lillian's mobile kitchen, her mouth watering. She hadn't eaten in a while. The last time she ate was yesterday in the early afternoon. And after this morning's highly energy-draining activity, she was left with a rumbling stomach. Sniff, sniff. Marionette's nose twitched. The smell of Lillian's home-cooked meal wafted into her nose, as though it was tempting her to eat it now, something she had intended the moment she set eyes on it. Quickly setting aside her clipboard on the counter, Marionette went off in search of silverware, excited to dig into Lillian's food. But the moment she returned, she found the food half-eaten. Her eyes shook as she looked towards the person standing next to it. Thorn of Roses wiped her mouth before putting back on her mask. She then glanced at her niece and smirked behind her mask. "I've had better, but I'll be nice and give it maybe a 7 out of 10. That was mine. Oh, I'm aware. That's why I set aside half for you." Thorn of Roses walked up to Marionette and patted her shoulder, smiling innocently. "Even after several hours of flight, I'm still nice enough not fall to gluttony. Do enjoy, niece." Thorn of Roses then left to move on to the next obstacles to score, leaving Marionette to stare at the half-eaten food with regret. She then sighed and decided to leave it, unable to score it. Rumble. Her stomach rumbled. Chapter 573. Knocking out a white beast? I don't think I did very well in that first part. Lillian thought self-deprecatingly. Currently, all of them have exited the estate to move into the dense forest, traveling far from the mansion. The next part, which will be the last, will be a combat one where the servants, including her, would have to fight each other. Lillian walked at the back of the group. She leaned her body to the side, trying to get a view of the judge's clipboard, and was only able to snag a look at the gardener S. Lillian Ker Arias. 54-100, that S not too bad, I guess. Unlike her, the servants had a longer amount of experience when it came to the obstacles they had just faced, while she mainly had experience in cooking and cleaning. Lillian soon withdrew her gaze when the gardener turned his head back to look at her, sensing her lingering stare on his clipboard. Lillian whistled innocently while smiling wryly inside. I really got to put my all into this next part. After reaching far enough away from the estate, the gardener turned around to face all the servants. This should be far enough away. In this part of the competition, you all will fight each other within the forest. No killing is allowed, but serious injuries are. Besides the gear you have on you presently, you are forbidden from using anything else. Now, the moment I say go, you all can run wild. The tension amongst the group grew thicker. The light inside the forest seemingly darkening as everyone's eyes glowed like headlights, their eyes darting between each other. Lillian's eyes noticed the twitching in their hands, finding them to be restless. She even watched as one of the servants briefly transformed into a beastly claw. With the only restriction being no killing, Lillian could sense the bloodlust of the servants around her grow dramatically, growing until Lillian swore she could smell it. Gardener of Roses began to count down, but just like before, only counted down to 4 before skipping straight to go. Go! After the judges retreated, so did all the servants, who ran away from each other in separate locations, intending to distance themselves. Lillian was the same. While she was confident she could stomp on most of them rather easily, she was still wary of one person, Alara Voss. Unlike the rest of the servants participating, she was someone who could possibly rival her abilities, for the maid was a tier 3, just like her. While Lillian was in her thoughts, she immediately tilted her body to the side, swiftly dodging the pounce of a necklace-wearing white tiger. This act was easy for her due to her earring's parallel thinking enchantment, and also because her senses were much heightened compared to her tier 2 self. Taking a step back, Lillian watched as the white tiger prowled on her, its eyes gleaming with intelligence and also bloodthirst for her. It was as tall as her. It was undoubtedly one of the servants who had a transformation ability, and it was most likely the one she saw earlier with the claw. Their form seemed to provide them with better speed, swish, and strength. Lillian leaned her upper body far back, dodging the tiger who leapt over her and struck the body of a tree by accident, felling it in a single strike. Its speed soon multiplied as wind wrapped around its body, making it move even lighter and swifter. After straightening her back, Lillian watched as the tiger leapt around her, jumping from tree to tree and forming a white, blurry barrier with its body to keep her in. Surrender now, and I'll leave your beauty still recognizable later. The tiger roared as he summoned razor-sharp winds towards Lillian's direction. Swoosh! The gust of wind slammed into Lillian like a car, knocking her back and leaving shallow cuts against her skin, a couple on her face. Afterwards, she was hit with a small tornado that tried to rip her from the ground but wasn't able to. Lillian still kept a firm stand against the turbulent winds while emitting a faint mist from her body. After a few minutes had passed, the tiger decided he should charge back in. The necklace that hung from his neck was a special item of his. By imbuing his mana into it, he would be able to siphon off some of the momentum he had already built up into it. This would, in turn, allow him to store and used momentum, which he could use later on in a single burst. And in this context, with his next pounce, he would surely move at a speed that Lillian couldn't react to. Thump! Landing on the trunk of a tree, the tiger pounced towards Lillian with a speed that allowed him to reach a meter from her in the blink of an eye. He then opened his jaws, revealing his sharp fangs that would undoubtedly sink into Lillian's shoulder. But then, you're finally within reach. Bang! Lillian swung her fist towards the side of the tiger's head, striking him with a force capable of causing the white beast's eyes to turn white and making him veer off course. With his body now off course, he flew and crashed into a tree, headfirst, before plummeting to the ground. And before he could get up, Lillian had already gone on to dismember him with a swipe of her arm, summoning blades of water that cleaved through his limbs. Lillian smiled as she lowered her hands. You've lost. I believe Sir Gardner would be with you soon to heal your wounds. After that, Lillian went off in another direction. Her face then wrinkled in pain when she got far enough away from the tiger. She waved the hand she used to punch and found herself cursing the hard skull of the servant. Damn, that hurt. Why do I always unnecessarily resort to my fists? The servant's speed was undoubtedly fast, even faster than she had expected. However, while he was building up momentum, she was busy emitting water particles in the air, a faint mist basically. By spreading out that mist, she had essentially made a zone where whatever entered her mist would be notified to her. Granted, it did make her think a bit harder than what she had wanted to make it work, but at least it worked. Sighing, Lillian ignored the pain soon after, swiftly moving on to find her next target. But when she did, the area of the forest in front of her was blown away. Lillian raised her arms to shield her face, only being able to look through the small gap between her arms. She watched as the trees became uprooted, clouds of dirt and dust rising mixed with grass and bushes. Lillian even saw a squirrel and rabbit in the mess as well. All the things she saw were thrown towards the right by some kind of mysterious force, like gravity had decided to disobey natural orders and turned on its side. After Lillian had to take a step back to wipe her eyes due to the dust, she soon found herself met with two heavily injured servants. They were bloody from head to toe and were covered in bruises. One was even missing an arm. Chapter 574. Gravity turned on its side? Upon lowering her arms, Lillian was in shock as she found the two heavily injured servants. The injuries they sustained made it look like they put through a hurricane due to how twisted their limbs looked. One of them was even missing an arm. Lillian took a careful step back from them. Then, she watched as they vanished before her eyes. The scent of flora swooshed by her face. Gardener of Roses had taken them away. As Lillian was still processing that the area of the forest in front of her was reduced to desolation, it was as if someone hovered down from above. Alara hovered down with no visible means with her arms behind her back and a cold look on her face. Lillian grimaced a bit. This part of the competition had barely even begun, and yet she and Alara were the only ones standing now. While it may be comical that she was afraid of someone like her right after defeating someone as powerful as the Drowned King. But here's the thing. Unlike the Drowned King, who had a simple ability to control water like her, Alara had something much more special than that. The element of gravity. Alara raised two of her fingers before flicking them to the right. She then muttered, "Gravity direction." Right noticing this, Lillian immediately leapt back to dodge the area affected, but still found herself pulled by gravity that suddenly took a sharp right turn. Dirt, grass, trees, and bushes, along with Lillian, were pulled hundreds of meters to the right. Along the way, Lillian crashed into several objects, which would be left a bruise if her body weren't so resilient. Thump! Act dash! Crashing into another trunk of a tree, Lillian soon felt her body fall. Gravity was swiftly returning. Once her body made it to the ground, Lillian quickly moved into a roll to disperse the damage. She soon flipped herself back to her feet and inspected the damage done to her, which, fortunately, wasn't too much, besides her clothes now being awfully dirty. Not like it wasn't too dirty before. I'm sure I'll get a new one later. Dusting herself off, Lillian watched as Alara soon made her way over through the air, the woman's face still expressionless and cold. Lillian frowned. Not only did the maid have the ability to manipulate gravity, But she also had a very special trait that allowed her to expand the reach of her attacks by nearly 50. Alara raised her fingers again, her mouth opening as she was able to turn gravity. She flicked her fingers towards the left. Gravity direction. Left Lillian and everything around her were sent flying again. The rabbit endured hundreds of meters of flight again, with Alara closely following to change gravity's direction. This happened a few more times before eventually coming to an end. Unlike Lillian, who had an incredible amount of mana and had an element that didn't require much thought or mana to be used. Alara was the opposite. She had a slightly above mana capacity for a Tier 3 mage and had an element that cost an ungodly amount of mana to be used. She also had to do swift calculations inside her head to get it to do what she wanted it to. Alara had to calculate where she wanted gravity to move, as well as how far, while going against the natural order of gravity that resisted her control. A drop of sweat dripped down Alara's cheek as she watched Lillian roll back on her feet, completely without visible injuries whatsoever. The reason was that throughout Alara's changes in gravity, Lillian was able to latch herself onto the wildlife caught in the attack. While she was not entirely proud of it, she was able to use the vitality gained from the animals to heal herself, just enough to where it seemed she was completely uninjured. Seeing that Alara wasn't going to make gravity turn on its side, Lillian swung her hand and shot an arching water blade at the maid. The maid blinked at the attack and moved her hand to defend. With her palm facing the projectile, she clenched her hand and caused the gravity around the attack to fold and gravity crushed it. She then raised her fingers to twist gravity again, but found herself surrounded by water harpoons heading straight for her, intending to turn her into a needle cushion. Alara narrowed her eyes, intending to try to fit through the gaps in between the harpoons, but found herself weighed down and pushed down by some kind of pressure. She raised an eyebrow at this, but swiftly adapted. Changing her plan, she erupted with a crushing gravity that eliminated all of the water harpoons aiming to skewer her. Unfortunately, she needed to expend much more effort to destroy them, as the harpoons were far more resilient than she thought. She exhaled deeply, preparing to turn gravity on its side as she had planned, but was unexpectedly charged by two plasmatic Leviathan heads. With a pincer attack, they roared and rushed towards her on either side. Alara tried to dodge, but was swiftly chased after, and even if she did dodge, she was soon shot at by a water harpoon. Lillian gave her no time to counterattack. TCH. Alara clicked her tongue as the plasmatic heads persisted her, the heat emanating from them giving her light burns. With a wave of her hands, she manipulated her mana to create knives in between her fingers, throwing knives. She would then chuck them at the flying heads. With the durability close to glass, the heads were destroyed. Lillian, who was about to prepare for another attack, felt something odd about her right arm. Then, her eyes shot wide open as her arm was completely crushed by space. The gravity crushed through her muscles, her bones shattering and splintering into her flesh, her blood vessels severing and exploding with blood. Her eyes became bloodshot at the pain, but with superhuman endurance and will, Lillian severed her crushed arm from her shoulder, stopping any more brain-stabbing pain coming from it. Lillian grimaced. Well, this hadn't happened in a long time. She smiled self-deprecatingly, watching as a waterfall of blood flowed out of her blood stump. With a soft hiss, she looked away from her bloody stump, watching as Alara fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The maid then went on to pull the sharp steel hairpins from her hair, which fell all the way to the middle of her back. The rabbit watched as the maid raised her hairpins at her threateningly. It seemed that Alara was going to face Lillian in close combat. A fight with my non-dominant arm? Lillian thought with a wry smile, creating a single-edged water sword in her left hand. Why the hell not? After saying that, Lillian charged in, swinging her sword and colliding with Alara's hairpins. Chapter 575. The Attendant is... Lillian's sword clashed with the woman's steel hairpins, surprisingly unable to slice through them. with the sharpness of Lillian's sword and her knowledge. Lillian knew that the hairpins were reinforced with enchantments. The two clashed over and over, with Lillian being on the losing end. She hadn't ever had a fight with her non-dominant hand before. Lillian took a step back, trying to distance them, but found Alara's mana to flare up the moment she did this. The rabbit squinted her eyes and found the maid's steel hairpin to have somehow transformed into illusory snakes. Nonverbal expression. The rabbit's pupils shrank as she immediately dashed back to dodge, but found herself too slow. Using her magic, Alara lightened her body, while pushing her body forward with gravity, making it so she moved much faster than Lillian had expected. She raised her hairpins parallel to each other and stabbed towards Lillian. The hairpins in the form of illusory snakes slithered through the air and bit into Lillian's skin. However, their fangs weren't able to get farther than that. Lillian kicked the maid away, taking another step back and transforming her sword into a whip and swinging it. After recovering from Lillian's kick, the maid swiftly moved to dodge, ducking under Lillian's whip. Time seemed to slow as Alara watched the rabbit's whip expand rapidly before exploding into liquid shrapnel like a grenade. With swift calculations and reaction time, Alara pulsed with a gravity wave, defending herself and pushing everything around her back. This left a diameter of 10 meters around her to become barren. This quick reaction had burned through a lot of mana. With sweat painting her face, Alara raised both her arms in defense as Lillian leapt and delivered a powerful dropkick on her, sending the maid flying back 20 meters. Twisting her body and falling back on her feet, Lillian dashed forward, heading straight for the maid, while splitting half of her mind for another attack. Alara, who had fallen back into a roll, flipped back up to her feet, watching as Lillian charged at her. She waved her hand at the trees behind her, uprooting them. Lillian watched as the trees began to hover high in the air and thought, it really is just like telekinesis, summoning an array of water harpoons behind her. Lillian tossed them towards the trees headed her way, piercing and shattering through them with ease. Although she did have to dodge what remained after, Alara continued to toss tree after tree, while also trying to catch Lillian off guard and crush one of her limbs. Unfortunately, with all the movement Lillian was making, it was much more difficult compared to when she was standing still. And Lillian knew this as well. As Alara was going to toss another tree, she noticed the shadow below her expand in size at an exceeding rate. Was it the clouds? No, clouds don't move that fast. When Alara was about to look up, Lillian had already reached 10 meters from her. The rabbit smirked. She then whispered, "I win." During the time she was dodging, she had managed to manifest a small pond of water above their positions, similar to what she did to the Jungle Lord. Except, this time, this strategy would have a much greater effect. Alara felt an undeniable pressure fall onto her shoulders, her entire body, and found herself pushed on her knees. The weight was extremely heavy, and it only grew heavier by the second. She tried to reduce the weight with her magic, but found it to be useless as it seemed not be affected by gravity. How did that make sense? Alara gritted her teeth as she tried to stand up, though she soon found herself knocked to the ground with 4 of her limbs pierced through with harpoons. She was pinned to the ground. Lillian stood over her, her face stoic, and held the tip of her blade to the maid's neck. The rabbit then tilted her head a little to the side, still continuing to expand the sea above them. "You're in no condition to win this now. Give up." The maid narrowed her eyes, then glanced at her immobilized limbs. She took note of the level of mana inside her core before sighing. "I don't have enough mana to continue. If this battle were to the death and they had access to all of their things, it would been different." Lillian thought the same as well. The rabbit didn't know many ways of immobilizing a slippery target like Alara, whose attacks had such a wide range and were capable of flying through the air. Alara was also more or less as fast as she was. Strength, maybe she won that department, but barely. Lillian removed the water harpoons, pinning Alara, and scratched the side of her head, watching as she got up. "All I got going for me is my mana capacity. Blinking back into reality, Lillian looked down at what used to be her missing arm, now back as though she had never severed it from her body. She watched as the vines from the gardener retracted and transformed back into grass. The gardener of roses had healed her to peak condition. While Lillian flexed her newly created arm, she sent several glances at Alara, who snorted back at her before walking away to take a phone call. Every moment where Alara had used gravity direction was a moment she could VE inflicted an attack that would VE killed her. Gravity was a primordial force to be reckoned with. After all, simple actions, such as mimicking telekinesis, were the bare minimum of utilization. Gardener of Roses looked down at his clipboard, scribbling down scores while throwing subtle glances at Thorn S and Marionette S. After a discussion between the two on how they did, they soon announced the scores. The maximum score you could get in the first part was 100, while in the second, it was a maximum of 40 points, each elimination granting you 10 points, in addition to stealing all of the points of another participant. It was safe to say that Lillian scored maximum marks on this part, which brought her total score up to 94. Unfortunately, the winner of the competition is Ella Voss with 95 points. Just 94 wasn't enough to score her the win. Chapter 576, 1 point away. The winner of the competition is Ella Voss with 95 points. Lillian S. face darkened when she heard that. 95? Wasn't that just one score above hers? Did she really just lose by 1 point? Marionette noticed Lillian S.'s eyes widening in shock and horror. The assassin turned her face away slightly, rubbing the side of her arm with regret. She also felt the same as Lillian did. To think the maid she had chosen to drive her here would be the one to actually win the role of being her attendant. It might not be a bad thing, though, Marionette thought. Although she had wanted Lillian to win dearly, she had also not wanted Lillian to accompany her to an event like the Legacy Table, especially with how beautiful the girl looked. Marionette knew what it was like to garner stares due to her beauty, and it was greatly unsettling. The thought that a crowd of ghouls, in her eyes, were vying for her attention and affection was vile. And while people in Lillian S.'s eyes may look normal, Marionette would rather no one give her girlfriend such a look except her. This was especially from a bunch of high-ranking nobles, some whose families have been known to have illegitimate children with servants. Who knows what kind of person would appear at the event? The worst-case scenario is if one of them tried to court Lillian. Marionette huffed as she crossed her arms, finding her blood boiling at the thought. I'll still be bringing Lillian along with me, nonetheless. I doubt they would deny me that. Marionette had heard that the Legacy Table was a 2-day event filled with activities. So, those attending it would obviously be given a place to stay during it. Marionette could just leave Lillian inside the place and come back afterwards. The assassin began to nod to herself at the simple plan she came up with, and slowly began to imagine scenarios that may happen within their place of residence, while keeping a stoic look on her face. These imaginary scenarios would leave Lillian blushing if the rabbit had the ability to read the assassin's mind, while Marionette continued to revise the possible scenarios that may happen. Lillian was trying to wrap her mind around what to do. How does she get into the event now? Lillian knew about the temporary residence each noble attending was given, but that wasn't enough for her plan. She needed to be in that event. The rabbit's brows furrowed intensely as she uncontrollably bit down on the nail of her thumb, regretting not putting more time and effort into the first part of the competition. Soon after, she sighed and released the nail of her thumb. Oh well, what could she do? Alara had won against her fair and square. It would be ridiculous for her to try to strip away something the maid earned with her skill and experience. As she was thinking this, she noticed that Alara had returned from the phone call she had received. The rabbit's eyes followed the maid's movements and found her walking towards the gardener. She then watched as the maid said something to the man before being brought somewhere else. Lillian narrowed her gaze at this, but found herself distracted when she found Marionette walking over to her. The rabbit tilted her head, smiling self-deprecatingly at her girlfriend's arrival at her side. Then, she raised an eyebrow as she watched Marionette pinch whatever remained of her sleeve and tug it. Lillian looked up into Marionette's eyes, finding them to shine with an expectant light. This confused Lillian for a split second, and as she was about to ask what Marionette wanted, she heard growl, a small but still noticeable growl coming from Marionette's stomach. Lillian watched as Marionette tugged at her sleeve again, then heard her girlfriend quietly mutter, "Could you make me something to eat? I am hungry." "You wish to hand over your reward?" Gardener of Roses asked, having brought the maid to a more isolated spot, far from the others. Alara nodded, partially. "I wish to still have the benefits given with the title, but I wish not to attend the event that Lady of Roses will be going to. I, however, am willing to act as her driver and everything else besides being her attendant. But for what reason do you wish to hand over something you had rightfully earned?" The gardener raised an eyebrow behind his mask. His eyes then shone with suspicion. "You weren't given orders to buy the Lady of Roses, were you?" The maid blinked at what Gardener of Roses said before shaking her head. "I'm not. As for the reason for my decision, it only right that someone stronger than me would do a much better job in protecting the lady. Strength is usually how the Roselle family decides things most of the time." Gardener of Roses continued to stare at the maid. If he had to be honest, he agreed with the woman. For a role like attendant, whose purpose was only to act as a bodyguard in this event, strength was a far better factor in the decision. However, very well, your role of attendant will go to the other maid. He was still suspicious of Alara. After all, who would suddenly get an idea to give away something they had won with their skills? It was just too suspicious. While that was happening, Lillian was currently feeding Marionette. The two of them were seated at a garden table. The rabbit smiled as she pulled the fork out of the assassin's mouth, watching as her girlfriend chewed with a satisfied expression before swallowing. Marionette licked her lips before giving Lillian a small smile. She then whispered, "I miss your cooking, Lillian." The rabbit's face became blank at that. Her mouth then opened slightly as a small chuckle escaped her lips. Lillian found Marionette was way too cute for such a deadly assassin. After gently pinching Marionette's cheeks and playing with them, Lillian returned back to feeding her girlfriend her food. And as she did that, she noticed that in the corner of her eyes, the chair that was parallel to them was pulled back and sat on. Chapter 577, Bloodbinding? The gardener pulled back the chair and sat in it, watching as Lillian continued to feed his niece under his gaze. Ultimately, he ignored it and got straight to talking. Alara had given up the attendant role. "How fortunate for you." Lillian froze, stunned by what she heard. The girl had already begun to plan out other ways for her to get into the event, besides sneaking in, but to think that the thing she was wrapping her head around was unfurled like this. Why had Alara decided to give up the role of attendant? For what reason? Lillian stammered. Gardener of Roses gave a nonchalant shrug. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Besides telling you that, I have another thing to say that involves both of you." Marionette wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, having finished everything on the plate. "And that would be?" she plainly asked. "Your cannibalistic tendency." Both Lillian's and Marionette's eyes bulged at what they heard, their attention now fully centered on the gardener's mask, who was now satisfied with their focus on him. At this moment, in theory, the true darkness within your body is in a temporary comatose state. For how long? I'm not quite certain, and more research is needed. However, what I do know is that as long as you're careful enough not to stir it awake, you will be able to imbue characteristics of it into your darkness. Marionette narrowed her eyes. And what if it does manage to stir awake? What then? Simple. Gardener of Roses slowly turned his head towards Lillian, who blinked confusedly at this. "You will now have to rely on the blood of your lover to stay stable." Marionette raised an eyebrow. "For what purpose?" Gardener of Roses thought for a moment before answering. "The medicine that you had ingested and is now reinforcing your core is a particular medicine that requires mana to function. Once it runs out of mana, it would turn off like a light switch. Usually, it would feed off of its consumer's mana. But due to a certain accident, that is no longer possible. Thus, the only way to flick that switch back on is to have it come in contact with your lover's mana, with blood being the easiest way to do it." Marionette blinked at that, and nodded slightly with a serious expression. She then turned her head to Lillian, who unconsciously held a hand to the side of her neck. Lillian was now thinking about what she heard. Cannibal? Her blood? Stay stable? Hold on. What did these words make it sound like Marionette was now some kind of vampire? And was it only her blood that she could drink to stay stable? The rabbit racked her brain, wondering about the reason. She knew it had something to do with her blood. Now I know why. Blood binding. To some, a person's blood was seen as their body, and while a person's mana was seen as their soul. With the two of them in the mix, it would be seen as the person's entire existence. Every person's mana signatures were different. They may be closely similar to another, but still different. Thus, it led to the existence of a concept called blood binding. By connecting something through your blood, be it through contract, enchantment, or even magic, that object would then be ultimately bound to you. Similar to how Lillian had bound herself to her Academy ring, the item that allowed her to transport herself back to the Academy realm through a portal whenever. If it were a person, though, then both sides would need to agree to the binding, otherwise it would simply not work. Lillian scratched the side of her head, still puzzled by the situation. But what does blood binding have to do with any of this? From what I remember, I didn't set any form of conditions or rules for the binding. To begin a binding, a person must first have the thought of the conditions inside their mind before spilling their blood that would soon be imbued with mana. The conditions could also be as vague as possible or as detailed as possible. If it were too vague, the condition would affect all parties that were under the binding. Lillian continued to scratch her head until a memory flashed through her mind. If you had to risk your life for my niece, would you? These were the words the gardener had told Lillian right before she spilt her blood and ordered her to imbue it with mana. At that time, Lillian had thought it was a simple question about her loyalty, but it seemed like the gardener had more intentions than just being a simple question. By asking her that question, he had caused Lillian to unknowingly think about it deeply enough for it to be seen as a condition for the binding. The question wasn't detailed enough to make it sound suspicious, while at the same time, it wasn't vague enough for her to interpret it any other way. Gardener of Roses interlocked his fingers as he found Lillian's face to begin twitching. He smirked behind his mask. Lillian finally caught onto his plan, albeit it took longer than he expected. Since the moment Lillian had told him she had connections to individuals like Niarlo, who was definitely a person with a reputation and strength to back it, he had begun to wonder if she had any more. What if, besides her family, she had a much stronger backing? Lillian was a Tier 3 mage, which, while not rare, wasn't common either. And if what she told him was right, she was able to get through her trial in the matter of a week. Why didn't he know what the trial was about or its location and theme? It definitely wasn't normal for a group of mages to get through a trial that fast. There was definitely more to Lillian than meets the eye. As the two dwelled deep inside their minds, Marionette sat with a blank look on her face, not thinking that deeply about what was said. So what that she required Lillian's blood periodically to keep the true darkness comatose? As long as she was with Lillian, it didn't really seem much of an issue to her. Marionette tilted her head a bit as she held her chin, thinking, I must invest in a way to make it less painful, though. Previously, if she recalled, she had bit straight into Lillian's flesh to get to her blood. While she was sure Lillian could endure the pain, she would rather it be a pleasing experience instead of an uncomfortable one. I believe I heard about a type of monster whose main source is blood. Perhaps I should go hunt some afterwards when I get time. Maybe she would receive a shard from it. Afterwards, nothing much happened during the day, except that Lillian got put into another uniform, something that Marionette did her best to burn the image of inside her mind. Lillian threw a bundle of clothes into the laundry machine, wryly smiling at the fact that she still had to do work around the mansion. It seemed that her performance in the first part of the competition left the head butler's ego scarred, and thus, he was now trying to improve every lacking skill Lillian still had within the remainder of the time she still had at the mansion. Marionette leaned back against a wall, watching as Lillian folded the clothes that were put through the dryer. While some may find watching a person do menial tasks boring, Marionette found it awfully entertaining, especially when she could, Ashimari, intimately intervene with the girl anytime. After Lillian had finished her folding, she was suddenly dragged to a nearby wall, her back soon pushed up against a wall as Marionette stood over her, her hand placed next to the rabbit's head against the wall. Lillian blushed under the sudden closeness between them and instinctually turned her face away. I am still working. Marionette smiled a bit. I'm aware. But I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you took a small break. Especially when your mistress asked for it, specifically. The assassin slid her finger under the rabbit's chin and tilted her face up. Marionette caressed Lillian's bottom lip with her thumb, her eyes becoming warm at the current height difference between them. While it was saddening that you've become taller, there is a benefit to your current height now, Marionette murmured, caressing the side of Lillian's face. And what would that benefit be, MMPH? Before Lillian could finish, Marionette had already captured her lips. It seemed that whatever had happened this early morning wasn't tea enough for the hungry cat who desired the taste of rabbit. After that, the day continued. Lillian would be told what chores to do, and sometimes, when she finished one, she would be attacked by a hungry cat who desired her attention, something Lillian was always happy to give. Despite the gardener tricking her into a blood binding, she wasn't one bit upset about it. After all, she was going to abide by what she said and follow it to the last letter. Bound to Marionette? What more did she want? Chapter 578. Darkhound's Territory? The underworld was first an organized creation of people who wished to operate without the prying eyes of their respective nation's laws and government, with his sole goal for freedom to do whatever they wanted in a world without rules. Hundreds of people across the globe came together to create the underworld. Drugs, murder, kidnapping, slavery, all crimes that would been punishable under regulated laws, were acceptable in the underworld, even expected. Newcomers were often warned about this particular fact. However, upon the arrival of the First Great War, which plunged the entire world into chaos, what was once a paradise for criminals came to an end. With the world in an uproar over the destruction and death, people began to migrate into the underworld, for in their eyes, it was much safer than being on the surface. That was because the higher tier or stronger a mage was, the more likely they were to be employed by a large corporation, government, or organization, thus allowing that mage access to much better resources that they couldn't achieve on their own as a criminal. With the large migration of people and the average strength of mages in the underworld being tier 1 to 3, for families came together and ripped away the freedom those in the underworld had. The Dreadthorns, a family known to house and grow the most predatory plants used in their tortures. The Night Ravens, a family who is said to be so numerous in size that it wouldn't be inaccurate to call them a flock. The Darkhounds, a family infamously known for their ruthlessness in battle and joy for killing, a common trait found in those that originated from Nolstra. And lastly, the Roselles, the family with the smallest number of members compared to the other families, but was one of the few families that no one would trifle. On top of having the second highest amount of Tier 4 mages, they also had a large capital and a monopoly over some parts of the market, making them the wealthiest of the 4 families. In terms of power, the Darkhounds came first, followed by the Roselles in a close second, then the Night Ravens, and lastly the Dreadthorns. During the time of the First Great War, these 4 families were referred to as the 4 pillars of the underworld, those that held up the underworld in the time of chaos and created rules to keep everyone in check. By either killing or enslaving the strongest criminals in the underworld at the time, they cemented themselves and divided the realm into 4 equal parts and reigned over their respective divisions. Since then, none of the families had tried to intrude into any other family's territory without good reason. Until today, the Darkhounds have begun to howl too loudly these past few years. Marionette folded her arms as she leaned back into the black seat of a limousine. Sat beside her was Lillian, who was glancing at the black and red dress the assassin was wearing. Marionette's bodice was a deep, matte black that was tailored close to her body, emphasizing posture and poise instead of excess exposure of skin. Her skirt was narrow and had a black outer layer that was split along one seam on the side. And beneath, it was a deep red inner layer made from lighter fabric, allowing easier movement. The assassin's dress also had a sculpted crimson rose made out of layered silk. Today was May 7th, otherwise known as the day the legacy table began. This year's gathering was being held in the Darkhound's territory. In the past few years, those dogs have been subtly trying to antagonize every pillar in the underworld. It's like they're looking for a fight. Marionette pulled out a black and red masquerade mask from her spatial storage, a complimentary mask gifted by those hosting the event for each person attending. It didn't have any particularly magical or unique abilities. It was more like a customary thing. Last year, one of their members tried to court me into his bedroom. Marionette frowned deeply, and since then, my view of them was even lower than shit on the side of the road. Lillian gave a nervous chuckle at that, feeling the air around Marionette heavy with displeasure. She had heard something about this from a particular dialogue in the game. Apparently, while Marionette was on a business trip with the Blades of Roses, her grandfather, the youngest son of the Darkhounds, who was around Marionette's age at the time, had made an effort to seduce Marionette into his bed. When his attempt at swooning didn't work, he tried to drug the assassin, which obviously didn't work, thus souring whatever good relationship between the two families. Well, if it makes you feel better, Marionette, you do look very beautiful in that dress. Marionette smiled at that. Making eye contact with Lillian, it does. It is very much. Lillian grinned back, placing a hand over her girlfriend's before gazing out the window. The limousine they were cruising in was currently being driven by Alara Voss, who had taken up this role. At this moment, they were driving through the streets of the Darkhound's territory, which took over the northern sector of the underworld. Their car had passed by countless casinos, gambling dens, fight rings, and even prostitution houses, a sight most common in the outskirts of the Northern Territory. You could even consider it the slums. After watching several fights happen in every alleyway, her eyes glanced in, and they soon reached the more affluent district. Unlike the Night Ravens, the Dreadthorns, or even the Roselles, the Darkhounds built their territory into a more capitalistic place for its inhabitants. That was to say the other territories had leaned more to a communist appearance. The Darkhounds had separated their territory into 3 rings. The outer ring, Mutt, the middle ring, Pooch, and the inner ring, Hound. Each ring divided the people by social and financial classes. Marionette looked out the window. Bored, the Mutts were the lower class, the Pooches are the middle class, while the Hounds are the upper class. If Nolstra had won against every other cardinal nation in the First Great War, then this sort of capitalistic division would been something we would be born into. Lillian nodded, looking back at her girlfriend. Fortunately, the legacy table was being held in the inner ring, where the area was far cleaner and appropriate for such a noble event. She then heard her girlfriend sigh. Marionette continued to look outside, watching as their limousine stopped at the border between the outer and middle ring, and was soon allowed through when Alara gave credentials. In their eyes, power makes right and grants them control, a barbaric vision of theirs that my family had in common to a degree. Even I shared their view. And after a meeting between families, a friendly relationship between the two bloomed. Marionette then paused before adding, before inevitably wilting because of a retarded dog of theirs. Lillian smiled crookedly, looking at the side of Marionette's face with a complicated look at her girlfriend's use of retarded. Is retarded really the best word? Marionette twisted her head back to look at Lillian, a frown decorating her face. He is an idiot that only thinks with his lower region, a foolish mongrel in heat. You'll understand if you ever get to meet him. The assassin then paused before adding coldly, and if you do, please do keep your distance from him. He's been known to forcibly take advantage of his servants, and I would rather not shed blood because he turned his unwanted attention on you. Darkhound's youngest? After passing through the outer and middle rings, their limousine finally arrived in the inner ring. And to say that the streets compared to the last 2 rings were like night and day was an understatement. The people who roamed the streets didn't carry even a trace of wariness or bloodlust for the people around them. Their eyes were normal, not the least bit sunken due to financial desperation. The streets were clean, decorated with street lamps and bins, something that should have been expected for any streets, be it for the poor or the rich, and were constantly patrolled with guards to keep everything in check, preventing fights or other scuffles. There are still a lot of casinos, Lillian thought, staring at the countless similar signs that displayed a roulette wheel. It did make sense for there to be a lot of casinos. This was the district where the rich in the underworld lived, after all. Mistress, we will soon be reaching the Darkhound's estate. Lillian looked up at the speakers built into the roof, the voice belonging to Alara. She then glanced at Marionette, who only briefly nodded at the report. Very well. But please take your time. I'm in no rush to get there. The limousine continued to drive, soon reaching an intersection where it became swallowed into a group of other limousines, each bearing the crests of different families. The Donaldsons, the Crimson Bears, the Highlanders, the Lionbright. The Lionbrights? Lillian sat up as she stared out the window, staring at a white limousine that had a crest closely resembling that of a lion on it. It seems Ref is here. Haven't seen him in a long time. Lillian smiled a bit, then glanced at the car next to it, which bore the crest of a raven. The Night Ravens. Lillian narrowed her eyes. I wonder if Emilio had told his father about what I told him yet. If Emilio had told his family what she had whispered to him back in the harbor, then her plan would move much swifter and even smoother if possible. Lillian leaned her face in her knuckles, continuing to look outside before settling her gaze on a limousine that had the crest of a white dove on it, the Devettes. The Devettes were a family in charge of the creation of certain aircraft, specifically ones meant for war. They also had a business in the funeral industry. Their young lady was also a victim of one of the two attacks that happened just recently. To be specific, the attack on the blimp that Millis was on. Her eyelids lowered, thinking as she wondered about the whereabouts of the purple-haired heroine. I wonder if she's coming to this event. Looking away, Lillian decided to focus on other family limousines. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, the families attending this year's legacy table are about to arrive, a maid said, standing outside a pair of white double doors. She waited for a few moments before pushing the door open, walking inside to be met with a potent smell of sweat. Her brows furrowed as she glanced towards the bed in the room. A handsome, half-naked man with dark steel gray hair laid in the bed, surrounded on both sides by nude ladies who huddled close to his body. Their eyes closed, evidently sleeping after a tiring night. It was only after the maid had entered his room that he finally opened his ash-brown eyes. He rolled his eyes and slowly sat up, stirring the two women who had accompanied him in the night to awake. He narrowed his eyes at the maid, irritated. Who gave you permission to enter my room? The young man's irritation soon cleared once the blurriness in his vision vanished, allowing him to marvel at the beautiful curves of his maid. Coughing at her lecherous gaze, the maid answered, Please do get ready, Master Damien. They will arrive any minute now. And this event is a highly important one. The man named Damien rolled his eyes again, frustrated that his rest was interrupted. Pushing the woman on his left off the bed, he stood up while at the same time putting on a white robe that bore the crest of a hound on the back. This was Damien von Darkhound, a Tier 3 mage, the youngest child of the infamous Darkhounds, and was said to be an immovable wall. He was also regarded as one of the 6 great prodigies in the world, the 6 being made up of 2 individuals from each cardinal nation close in age. The South, Marionette von Roselle and Ref von Lionbright. These 2 hated being referred to by these titles. The East, Kuro Ker Vincent and Torihiko von Reiketsu. The West, Albrecht von Hohenfall and Saren Ker Volmont. The North, Damien von Darkhound and Ulrich von Silversteel. At a young age, before Damien was given enhancements, he was able to match the physical strength of a mage at the peak of Tier 1 in his family. And when he became a mage, his mana was already triple that of average Tier 1 mages. His skills when it comes to battles and brutality were also unlike any other, only short of Ulrich von Silversteel, the Prince of Nolstra's royal family. Damien checked himself out in his mirror, his eyes blinking back to the maid, curling his fingers at her, silently telling her to help him get dressed. The maid silently nodded and began helping him pick out a selection of clothes before assisting him. The Darkhound smirked as he watched the maid get on her knees to help him with his belt. He then asked, "And what am I, father? With such a responsibility of meeting our guests, I would expected him to see me himself. Or is he still on that trip of his? The family head is still on his business trip, young master. But I've been told that he would return by tomorrow. Is that so?" Damien rubbed his chin, only realizing after that he was now properly dressed in a stunning noble attire. He grinned at this, greatly satisfied with the maid's choices. The maid bowed as she neared the door. "I shall now be taking my leave." "Well, hold on just a few seconds," Damien asked, approaching the woman before placing a finger under her chin. "Now that I think about it, what is your name?" The maid blankly stared at him before blushing as she watched his hand caress the side of her face. She whispered, "V. Victoria, but is that necessary?" "Of course. I need to know for later when you help me tonight." Excuse me?" Damien grinned, leaning closer. "You, too, help me tonight. Such a beautiful woman like yourself should be cared for at all times and given such attention." And before the maid could respond, the man had brought her into a forceful kiss, his strength too large for the woman to resist. In the midst of the kiss, Damien raised his hand towards the two nude ladies near his bed, flicking his wrist and causing their heads to explode from within. He didn't require them anymore. The maid flinched as she watched as blood painted the walls, a crimson droplet splattering on her cheek as she was soon let go. Damien licked his lips, savoring the maid's taste before pointing back with his thumb. "Make sure to get people to clean that up before I get back. In the meantime, take me to where everyone will be arriving, my dear." Still cradled warmly in the man's hands, the woman stammered with a reddened face, Very well, sir." After leaving his room, Damien followed the maid down the corridor, his lecherous gaze wandering and lingering around the rear of the maid he was following. He was excited for tonight. Chapter 580. What's that look for? "We've arrived, mistress." After parking the limousine in the designated area, Alara announced their arrival, which signaled Lillian to get out of the car before walking over to Marionette's side. The rabbit pulled the door open and helped her girlfriend exit the car, bowing slightly. This sight caused a soft smile to appear on Marionette's lips as she raised her hand and patted the rabbit, chuckling, "No need to bow. Be it master or servant, we both are equal in this relationship." Hee. Lillian giggled, raising her hand away from Lillian's head. Marionette looked around at the car park they were in, finding nobles of different families exiting their vehicles, all around the same age as her. Her eyes darted around, soon landing on the sight of a certain blonde-haired young man with a lazy and tired look on his face. Ref exited his car and yawned. Then he stiffened as he felt a gaze on his person, a familiar gaze. He looked around, soon making eye contact with Marionette, who only briefly nodded at him. Rubbing the neck of his neck, he nodded back as well, silently greeting her. At least someone he was somewhat well acquainted with was here with him. While Marionette was looking around, so was Lillian, who had settled her gaze on the car of the Devets. She narrowed her eyes, soon widening them when she watched as someone she had been thinking about popped out. Dressed in a butler's outfit and rocking a pair of smart glasses that emphasized her bright golden eyes, Millis exited the limousine, moving around it and opening the door for a beautiful blonde-haired woman. "It's finally the big day. Crystal, how you feeling?" Millis asked, helping the lady onto her feet. Crystal smiled timidly, a bit afraid. Then, her timidness vanished in a second, replaced with an eccentric one. "But I know that if you're here, everything will be all right." "Huh, damn right it will." Millis's smug smile broadened as she placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest. She then turned her head around, sensing a gaze on her. And when she did, she found that near the car of the Roselle was a white-haired maid, who looked incredibly familiar. The smugness on her face slowly melted away, her lips opening into the shape of an O as she yelled, "Oh, Lillian." Lillian watched as the heroine made a massive leap over 3 limousines between them, flying at her with the intention of a hug. The rabbit smiled slightly as she held her arms out as well, intending to meet the heroine. "Heya, Millis." She then paused as she realized something. "Wait, isn't she flying over a bit too fast, Ash?" Before Lillian knew it, Millis had already crashed into her, knocking her through the open door of Roselle's limousine. With her back flat against the seat, Lillian watched as Millis sat up on her waist with an amazed look in her eyes. "Whoa, bro, I sure did miss ya. To think you were coming here as well." Millis then squinted as she leaned in, taking a good look at Lillian's face. "Hey, is it just me, or are you totally hotter now? Oh wait, taller as well? Aw man, here I thought after my own trial, I would been the taller one out of us." Lillian smiled crookedly. "It's also good to see you too, Millis. Could you get off me now? HM?" Millis tilted her head, then smirked with a playful look in her eyes. "Why? You getting all worked up or something? What do you think you're doing to my maid?" Marionette growled as she peeked into the limousine, grabbing Millis by the scruff of her neck before yanking her out. Marionette held the heroine in the air, letting Millis's legs and arms dangle. Millis huffed and folded her arms, looking away. "Ya ain't the only one who missed her, you know. I know it's you behind that mask. Red eyes, who do you think you are to hog all of that beauty?" Marionette watched as Millis pointed at Lillian, who had just gotten out of the limousine. The assassin's eyes twitched irritably at the question. "I have a right to that hog that beauty. You don't. T-Sage." Millis clicked her tongue, soon being let down on the ground. Her eyes then wandered over Lillian's attire, becoming amused by what she saw. She smiled teasingly at Lillian, who responded with a raised eyebrow. "Maid costume, You guys finally stepping things up into roleplay? I knew you both were kinky as shit." Lillian blushed at that, while Marionette only folded her arms and tilted her head, an imaginary question mark appearing on her face. "Roleplay? What is that? HM? Oh, so basically, it's when you guys—" "No need to tell her that," Lillian shouted, stepping in between the two before hugging her girlfriend. "Don't corrupt my Marionette any further. Dang it." Millis blinked a few times at what she heard, She then turned to Marionette, who had a smug look on her face at Lillian's possessive declaration. "TCH, who is corrupting who? Red Eye seems more like the one to corrupt others than me." Millis pouted, folding her arms as she watched a blonde woman run over to them. "Millis, please don't run off like that," Crystal shouted, swiftly apologizing to Marionette for Millis's actions, which the assassin merely waved off. Even if she found it irritating how much Millis liked to be physically close to Lillian, she only tolerated it. After all, she doubted Millis was that type of person to steal a taken woman. "It's not an issue. Just try to keep your servant on a leash." "Huh, leash?" Millis barked at Marionette like an aggravated dog, only to be held back by the arm by Crystal, who begged her stop. Marionette smirked mockingly at this, watching as Millis proved her point. She then wrapped her arms around Lillian's neck and muttered, "Don't worry. I'll be sure to keep my own servant on a leash as well. Doubt she would need me to. TCH, all you can think about is Lil S. Is that a problem?" Crystal, who was hiding behind Millis's back, watched as both Marionette and Millis locked eyes with one another, sparks flickering between their gazes. Millis, do you know these people?" "Huh?" Millis broke out of the staring contest and hummed in realization. "Oh yeah," gesturing towards both Lillian and Marionette. She began to introduce them. Chapter 581, Terror Caused by Thorn? Millis gestured towards Lillian. "This beautiful white-haired maid is my best friend and sister-in-arms, Lillian Ker Arias." Lillian tilted her head at the sister-in-arms, but gave it no other thought. It was rather nice that Millis thought of her that way. She raised her hand and waved at Crystal. "Hiya." Millis then gestured towards Marionette, who had her arms folded. "This is Red Eyes, otherwise known as Marionette von Roselle." Crystal nodded, her wariness of the two now disappearing once she found out they were rather well acquainted with her butler. Seeing that her lady's caution had now dissipated, Millis smiled as she introduced Crystal to the two. This is Lillian Ker, this beautiful lady from the West who was with me during my time in my third trial, which I only recently got out of. Her family is rather big in the airship and funeral industry. Oh yeah, Lillian, did you know the blimp I got on was made by her family? As Millis pulled Lillian into a small conversation, Marionette was rubbing her chin in thought with a raised eyebrow. She narrowed her eyes on the heroine's face and asked, "Excuse me? Trial? Third? Are you telling me that you have ascended to a Tier 3 mage?" Millis paused for half a second before laughing proudly, placing her hands on her hips. She became even smugger when she sensed that Marionette was still a Tier 2 mage. Bahaha. Shocked. Adinte ya? Can't say it was the most easiest of trials to get out of. Lillian watched as the two conversed. If she had to be honest, she was really worried that Millis wouldn't be able to get out of the trial. Unlike her, who had played through the trial Millis went through and had knowledge on how to escape, Millis didn't have any. The rabbit's eyes narrowed, inspecting the heroine, who continued to make smug quips at the assassin. Millis was either insanely lucky or was highly intelligent enough to figure out the way to find the final boss. Or to be both. Lady Luck was very biased towards Millis. After all, Lillian only got a share because of her necklace. Millis continued to scrutinize Marionette's face, becoming amused and annoying the woman. You better start locking in, red eyes, because it's looking like I got more things in common with Lillian. Marionette's face twitched again at Millis's taunt. Her fingers curled and uncurled, twitching repeatedly, as the urge to pull out her handgun became more and more irresistible in her mind. Millis seemed to notice this and immediately zipped her mouth, subtly taking a step closer to Lillian as though she was intending on hiding behind her. Crystal watched the three's interaction, but found herself more drawn towards Marionette. She thought deeply about the name Roselle. Although she lived in the West, information from other nations came and went almost every day, especially through her family, whose business and travel was a normal thing. She had heard about things regarding the Roselles. Apparently, they were a family of highly trained assassins from birth. Crystal had also heard that during the time of the Second Great War, a woman from the Roselle family had inflicted an extremely potent poison on a Tier 4 mage that managed to disable him completely, with the only thing he was left capable of was talking and making facial expressions. That Tier 4 mage was said to be capable of pulverizing mountain faces and creating a landslide with his magic. He was even stated to be durable enough to endure siege weapons when under the right conditions. So, it came as a surprise to her when she heard this story that this powerful mage was then said to be later paraded through his home city on a flagpole. Apparently, the poison he suffered from began to corrode him from the inside, increasing my pain receptors. It was stated that the woman laughed maniacally as she heard him cry in agony from her poison. Crystal remembered that the woman went by the name of Thorn of Roses. The Devette shivered as she locked eyes with the Roselle. If this woman before her was in any way actually related to the Thorn of Roses, then it would be best to stay on her best side. Marionette, who was coldly looking at the woman, watched as Crystal grasped her hand and nervously began to shake it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Marionette. I hope we both can get along," Crystal said timidly. She was someone who was very confident in social settings, which was the main reason she was sent to this event by her parents. The assassin looked down at the hand Crystal was grasping. Her eyes slowly shone with a look of repulse as she slowly drew back her hand. "Yes, I hope so as well," Marionette responded half-heartedly, causing Crystal to freeze and panic internally at what she had done wrong. Lillian smiled wryly at this. She had almost forgotten that Marionette disliked physical contact. Looking between the two women, who both wore masquerade masks, Lillian slowly pulled Millis close to her and leaned into the heroine's ear, whispering, "You are aware that you aren't meant to introduce the two, right? That happens during the event when they drop the mask. The legacy table wasn't just an event for nobles of similar ages to gather. but also for them to communicate and get to know each other without knowing who was behind the mask, which would be dropped later into the event. Millis waved her hand dismissively, Bah. These masks don't hide shit, you hear? Someone with a bit of brain cells will figure it out. Lillian rolled her eyes at the heroine, amused. Millis wasn't wrong entirely. Since the mask didn't have any enchantments to hide a person's identity completely, it was only a matter of time. And also, Lillian glanced at the Roselle crest on the limousine. By just remembering what car they come out of, people can just guess who the person is by the family crest. Not like it'll matter in the end, since usually these events end with everyone dropping their mask, some only still keeping them on as they didn't acquaint themselves with anyone. Chapter 582. Lecherous Gazes? What did you whisper? Lillian blinked out of her thoughts and looked beside her, finding Marionette asking her about what she told Millis. She smiled and told her about it, and got back the response of, "Yes, right. These masks only hide the bare features." Marionette folded her arms. Unless someone is highly unknowledgeable about noble affairs or has poor recognition abilities, then it's not too difficult to figure out someone's identity. Marionette then pointed to the side. Look at those two, for example. Lillian turned her head and found a tall blonde man, wearing a masquerade mask and a white suit, staring at a butler with black hair. Ref locked eyes with the butler, whom he recognized to be one of the two prodigies in the East, Kuro. Kuro locked eyes with the blonde-haired man and inspected the person's appearance and facial features. He had definitely seen this person before. "Ah, I know who you are now. It was a shame we never got to our match in the tournament." Kuro held out a hand to Ref. Grabbing Kuro's hand and shaking it, Ref nodded. "It was... Although I do believe it would been ideal for you to not seriously injure someone of ours like that. I do apologize, but please know it was never my intention to defeat her like that." Pulling back his hand, Kuro watched as an arm wrapped around his neck. He glanced at Mizuki, whose face was hidden behind a mask. "Hey, Kuro, do you know this person? Since when?" Mizuki asked, trying to discern Ref's identity behind his mask. Kuro sighed at his friend's poor ability to remember faces. Lillian turned away from them with a crooked smile as she faced Marionette. "Wow, two birds with one stone. You've definitely proven your point." Soon enough, their wait came to an end as someone from the Darkhound family came to meet them. "Ah, I see you all are wearing the finest outfits for tonight." Damien von Darkhound walked around from the corner with a maid following closely behind him. He was dressed in an ash-black suit with a masquerade mask of his own, which was highly redundant considering what he said next. "I am Damien von Darkhound. Pleased to make all of your acquaintances. And for those of you who aren't wearing the finest outfits in your wardrobe, then do know that your beauty makes up for it." Lillian looked around, finding some of the noble women to be charmed by his words, while the noblemen were more or less repulsed or unsettled. There was an equal ratio between men and women. Everyone was then asked to follow the Darkhound, who led them through an open path, which was decorated with stone statues of both hounds and wolves alike, as well as statues of Darkhound ancestors, which Damien gave a short and proud history of. With him as the guide, it seemed more like a tour. Lillian, however, ignored all of that. Instead, she focused on the glances Damien made towards the women in the group. One by one, he subtly checked each woman's appearance, making sure not to stare longer than a few seconds to make them think he had interest in them, just long enough for it to be seen as a casual or curious glance. But in reality, he was just finding his next prey, also taking the chance to look at the servants the nobles brought with them. It was eventually her turn. Damien's eyes landed on a white-haired maid, who locked eyes with him. He paused his gaze on her, his eyes lingering for more than a second as he became captivated by her beauty. Thus far, no other person in the group came close to the maid's beauty. From Lillian's beautiful skin that appeared as smooth as polished jade, to her ensnaring sparkly blue eyes and long eyelashes, to her succulent-looking lips. Fortunately, Lillian's uniform helped in hiding her alluring curves from the man's lecherous gaze. If Damien wasn't trying to keep up appearances, his jaw would be dropped by now. "Jackpot," he whispered under his breath. Then, when his eyes lingered on Lillian longer than 5 seconds, he felt a death glare settle on him, a very familiar one at that. Marionette's eyes narrowed on Damien, her gaze as sharp as knives. If her glare could kill, Damien would be. He died 100 times over from the most gruesome of wounds. The assassin wanted nothing more than to gouge his eyes out. But unless she had some physical proof or evidence of what he was trying to achieve, she couldn't do anything without consequences. However, if he did make a move on Lillian when no one was around, she would be sure to gouge out his intestines regardless of the lack of proof or witnesses. Damien glanced at the black-haired woman and found himself pausing again. He recognized her, eyes as beautiful and attractive as the finest ruby, long and luscious black hair that was undoubtedly as soft as silk, and curves so irresistible that it made his hands twitch and clench into fists. He smirked at her, winking before turning back around to keep on leading the group. This made Marionette's blood boil, as well as Lillian's, whose gaze had turned extremely cold. At this moment, the two had the same thoughts with one another. I'll slaughter him when I get the chance. Damien soon led them to the entrance of his family's mansion, which was ridiculously massive, built on a foundation of stone bricks, held up with pillars, and with fierce-looking dog statues that were like gargoyles. The mansion resembled more of a fortress than anything. It was almost 5 times larger than the Roselle mansion Lillian was in. It was absurd. Lillian grimaced at the thought of cleaning it. I wonder how many servants it takes to clean it. Come, everyone, we'll begin the first activity of the legacy table in the meeting room, Damien said with a charismatic look as he led everyone in. Chapter 583. Questions about goals? If I recall, Damien has 3 siblings. As they walked through the glamorous corridors of the Darkhound's home, Lillian began to recall key information. At this moment in time, besides Damien, no other person with Darkhound blood was currently here. His father was on a business trip, who was estimated to return by tomorrow, and his siblings were brought along with the man. The mother had already passed away. 2 brothers, 1 sister. Soon, everyone reached the meeting room. Once the doors were pushed open, they were met with the sight of a large and circular mahogany wood table, which Damien gestured for everyone to gather around. While the nobles took their seats, the attendants were told to stand near the walls of the room, away from their masters. Leaning her back against the wall, Lillian glanced around, scrutinizing the appearance of the room. It was a heavily decorated room, filled with various expensive decorations. From high-quality oil paintings to ancient vases to large fangs of powerful monsters, etc. Each most likely costing up to thousands, even hundreds of thousands. There were perhaps a few items here, and they're worth $1 million. This information was never stated. But Lillian felt like this was a way the Darkhounds could brag about their wealth to the people they were meeting with. Her eyes then caught a glimpse of Millis, who was smiling at her. Lillian smirked and smiled back, amused by the heroine. Afterwards, she turned back to the tables of nobles and found Marionette glancing back at her, a curious look in her eyes. Lillian nodded briefly at the assassin and got a nod back. It looks like Marionette was just checking up on her. Marionette turned her head back around and looked towards Damien. The Darkhound scanned the faces of nobles whose attention was now on him. After seeing that he had gathered all of their focus, he quickly started the first part of the legacy table. As the host for this year's legacy table, I'll be walking you all through what we have in store for today and tomorrow. Damien rested his chin on the back of his interlocked fingers. The first thing we will do is to get a feel of each other's goals. For example, where are you looking for the most in life? How about we begin with that? For example, I wish to achieve the goal of peace and prosperity for all of my closest companions and family, and also acquire anything that I cannot attain. After seeing that everyone got an idea of the activity, Damien then raised a finger and pointed it toward the man wearing a white masquerade mask that held a similarity to a crane. What's the goal you wish to achieve later in life? The man, briefly startled by the cold pick, quickly got his bearings and announced, I wish to take over my family's business and make it more renowned than it already is. He then whispered inaudibly at the end of his statement, and also make them proud. Damien's ears twitched like a keen hound, having picked up what the nobleman had whispered. His family always had a good sense of smell and hearing, and with his senses enhanced by his Tier 3 physique, it was extremely difficult to hide from him. The dark hound nodded with a tilt of his head, his lips curling into a comforting, warm, and charismatic smile as he said, "That is an admirable goal. There's no one in the world who doesn't want to make their parent proud by being capable enough to continue their family's legacy. I hope you achieve your goal one day." He then moved on to the next person. Lillian remembered this one. She recalled it played out as a cutscene rather than an interactive scene. This cutscene serves as a way for the player to get to know each noble attending the legacy table a bit, giving the player the chance to raise the noble's affection meter towards them. Although interacting with the nobles was a tricky task, unless you were somehow invited to the legacy table without the need to become a servant to enter. But honestly, I have no interest of getting to know anyone here. Lillian continued to watch noble after noble state what their goals were, which ranged from power, wealth, and even women. The man who said that last one got a lot of odd stares from the women at the table. After him, the more interesting people began to state their goals. "I wish to make a world where war doesn't exist." Lillian blinked and glanced towards a silver-haired woman in a glamorous dress, befitting of someone who comes from an extremely wealthy family, or a royal family. Sylvia von Silversteel. Lillian recognized this person well. She had also met her once before. During the time after she defeated the puppeteer, Thaurek, she had rescued the people he was turning into puppets and mana batteries. Sylvia was one of the people she rescued on that day. She is also part of Nolstra's royal family. Damien heard the princess's goal and found himself scoffing at her in his mind. A world without war? What she was asking was a world without human malice or greed, as long as humans remain. So does the sin to enact war on other lands and territories? It was a naive, fool-esque dream. I see. Well, I certainly think it's possible if given time. I have heard a report where the more beautiful a person was, the more likely things would go their way. I believe wholeheartedly, Nis, that you will eventually achieve your dream. Lillian found her face twitching at Damien's words. This man didn't mean that one bit. If anything, Lillian bet he was hoping it wouldn't happen. Up until now, she had watched Damien throw honeyed words towards women at the table, while giving the men the bare minimum. He didn't really care about their goals, he just wanted to charm them. Soon, it was Ref's turn, who only sighed tiredly. He couldn't care less about his goals in the future. He just wanted to, I just want to laze around whenever I want, without worry. Ref muttered, his eyes lazily resisting the urge to fall asleep. "Oh, I see. Well, I hope you can achieve that." Damien answered in an uncertain manner, confused about how to approach commenting on Ref's goal. Afterwards, it soon got to Marionette, who only huffed with crossed arms. Lillian rubbed her chin. She still remembered the answer the assassin had said to this question back in the game. The response Marionette gave was security. I wonder if she'll respond any differently. "Well, miss, do you have a goal in mind? Or do you perhaps need more time to answer?" "No rush, of course." Damien cooed, staring directly at Marionette's red eyes, who narrowed dangerously upon noticing. Marionette folded her arms and snorted. "I'll just give my answer now and be done with it." After a moment of thought, hesitation, and a glance back at Lillian, Marionette answered with, "Security. I wish to achieve security in life." "I see. Well, would you like to expand on now?" "Okay. Well, I do hope you will achieve your goal of security, Mississippi. Although I'm sure with your background and lovely, your voice is irritating to hear. Please move on." After that, Damien decided to move on. Lillian had a pondering look on her face as she stared at the back of Marionette's chair, ignoring the statements made by nobles around her. It seemed that even with her presence, she hadn't diverted Marionette towards any other answer. Security must mean a lot to her, then. Lillian then smirked a bit. "I'll be sure to give her plenty when I get the chance." Eventually, this round of questions came to an end, followed by another. Several small questions were asked and answered around the table, the responses given soon becoming enough for those around them to use as conversation starters. And soon, This part of the legacy table came to an end, with Lillian almost dying of boredom from standing in one place. No wonder Alara didn't come. She must be known this would be boring as hell. Lillian remembered seeing Millis extremely fidgety through the table conversation. The heroine was almost dying to do something else, but stand still. Maybe she might have ADHD after all. Are you all right, Lillian? The rabbit woke up from her brief daze and looked beside her, finding Marionette staring at her with a look of concern. Looking at the girl from top to bottom, Marionette asked, "Are your legs tired from standing? Do you need anywhere to rest? There are benches around for you to sit on." Lillian glanced up and looked around, finding herself in the middle of a massive garden filled with flowers that shimmered beautifully under the bright moon of the underworld. Despite the time being currently day on the surface, there was never a sun in the underworld, just an artificial moon. "Oh my God, I must say you have an absolutely gorgeous dress." "Yeah, could you please tell us who tailored this for you?" Lillian looked away from the moon and Marionette to be approached by two noble women. Then she looked around at the other nobles and found them to be gathered in either duos or groups, conversing with one another. Well, I guess we're already on to the next part. Chapter 584, Evernight and Evacharm, 24 Nobles. Lillian looked around, watching as several nobles got together to indulge in conversations about each other's goals and lives. These 24 nobles all come from an esteemed family of notable importance. Some of these nobles come from a family that has a powerful role in their respective nation's military or in the business of inventors, creators, etc. Since this event wasn't a mandatory thing, it was most likely that some had rejected the idea of coming to this social gathering. Reasons such as being uninterested in forming relationships or already having a good amount of one. Nonetheless, with this number of nobles, it was much easier to track who was who. "Ha ha ha ha." Damien laughed, calling out to everyone, "Please all, do help yourself in exploring my family's precious garden. But do so in pairs or groups. This is a social activity, after all. And no, servants don't count as a member for a pair." Lillian watched a pair after a pair of nobles went off to explore the gigantic garden covered in purple flowers and more. While this was happening, Marionette was, at the moment, approached by a pair of noble women who took a large interest in her red and black dress. "Oh my God, I must say you have an absolutely gorgeous dress." "Yeah, could you please tell us who tailored this for you?" Seeing this, Lillian smiled wryly. So, this part begins. By using this chance to use what they had learned from the first part, everyone would begin to try to get to know each other, hoping to plant a seed of trust between one another that would bloom into something possibly more. Honestly, it's just a glorified mixer party. Lillian chuckled to herself. Taking a few steps back from Marionette, after she noticed her view of her surroundings was obstructed by the two women, Lillian eyed the group Damien gathered. She noticed him sending various glances in both her and Marionette's direction, but made no attempt to approach the two. It was as though he was avoiding Marionette. Marionette, who noticed the glances she received from Damien and Lillian stepping away from her, frowned deeply. She then shifted her gaze to the two before her and listened as they made several comments about her dress, ranging from who its tailor was to how beautiful it was, to lastly, how well it fitted her. They had also begun to try to convince her to join them on a stroll through the garden, something she had already done in the past. There was no reason she should even be here. "Oh, Miss Lillian, is that you?" Marionette's ears twitched at the sound of Lillian's name coming out of a man's voice. Quickly turning around, she found Lillian interacting with a man wearing a crow-like masquerade mask. Marionette's eyes widened slightly. Did Lillian know this person? Emilio looked towards Lillian with a wide smile, previously bored with the beginning of the event. "I didn't expect to see you here at the event, and as an attendant as well, which makes it much more surprising. Could it be you didn't get the invitation? I remember you two was a noble." Lillian chuckled. "Unfortunately, I didn't get one, but it's fine. Working as a maid isn't so bad, considering who I am working for." She then glanced towards the servant next to Emilio. "I see that John isn't with you." Emilio sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah? My family weren't as ecstatic as I thought when I told them I just got out of trial. They were happy, of course, since they tested I became much stronger, but yeah. Anyway, I sent John back to be with his family after giving him a large amount of payment for his work. The Night Raven then tilted his head.